have 12 teams in our summer stage open here on the eastern side of things, but we'll be sending 4 teams home. Well, staying home, but out of the opens and without a chance to go to knockouts. Hey everybody, it's Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi bringing you through Group A, and of course Group B are around the corner. But what I love about APAC Leg Day is that it's the battle of regions.
Yeah, we get all of our different regions coming in and representing their home areas. We've got teams coming in from Contenders Australia, which covers almost all of Oceania. We have APAC, which has a huge amount of Southeast Asia and some Chinese players as well. And of course, Contenders Korea, which hosts both Korean and top-tier Chinese players as well. And we've got the top 5 teams coming out of Korea, top 2 coming out of Australia. And APAC has multiple teams as well. I think 2 or 3 coming through from there, including some teams that actually dropped down from previous knockouts who didn't quite do as well as to get into our full qualifier stage, but were still more than impressive enough to retain a spot in opens, in particular SPG there, who have been an absolute terror to deal with.
Yeah, 5 from Korea, 3 from APAC, 2 from Australia and New Zealand, which is sort of new compared to the spring stage if you guys got to watch that, and 2 from the bottom of knockouts. But hey, we're going through the lower quarterfinal today. But in case you're wondering how the contender season has gone, we started from the beginning. These teams competed from open division to go to trials, to go to contenders, and only the best of contenders got to make it to this point. And with every new stage, every new season, we got a different map pool, which has been great to see different strategies and see how teams have improved from the spring stage to the summer stage, and even get to see new teams arise from contenders.
New teams, new match, new patch as well. It's been a lot of weird stuff that we've seen as well. We've seen some Orisa, we've seen some Xayah strike. Yeah. Surprisingly effective Orisa, actually. The horse is most definitely here, Peter. Here's a quick look at where all of our teams are hailing from. Those ones on the left from the knockouts, East Roads and SPG did not make it all the way to the later stages of the knockouts, and so back down they have come. But we have 2 teams that can move on from our brackets as we look at how they're shaping up in both Group A and Group B. The winner of that grand final is going to the summer stage knockouts, and from summer stage knockouts, Lebanon, you can go all the way to the Overwatch League grand final. So this is truly a dream for any team in the path to pro. You can start off in the open division at the beginning of 2023, and at the end of 2023, you can be on stage and making the world know your name.
And we got to see some teams from contenders brawl it out against Overwatch League teams, namely SPG, who you saw from Group A, brought Shanghai Dragons to a Game 5. No contenders teams, I believe, at least from the APAC side of things, made it to the end. But hey, we'll see what happens this summer stage, and this is how Group B has shaken about. And here's our schedule for today. We got 4 matches, but namely, we have our lower bracket quarterfinal. We get to see the lower bracket, and that's what I mean by sending 4 teams out of the bracket. 6 teams per group. Only one of them can make knockouts, as we said. And I just love that we get to start our day with an anime show match. I love it. MDY versus MFC. Let us know in the chat who has the more accurate color. But that's the match I've been most excited to see, to be honest.
Yeah, the Waifu Bowl is going to be a mad one. MFC, they love some Junker Queen, love some Lucio. Of course, they got the content creator backline of August and Frogger, who are somewhat set in their ways, some could say. They love playing a little bit of Baptiste, a little bit of Lucio as well. But MDY on the other side, these guys have some excellent legacy Chinese players who are ready to try and kick down any upstarts. As you can see, both of our Australian teams are actually in the lower bracket now. Honeypot being upset yesterday and MFC falling down as well means that Australia currently in some severe peril.
Well, 4 teams, or I guess we have 4 matches that are in peril. We're going through the lower bracket today. Let's start with breaking down MFC versus MDY. The biggest thing I'm worried about is this tank matchup. Not a ton of flexibility coming out of MFC side. They, at least I'll say in a glass half full type of way, their identity is strongly around the Junker Queen rush. And we've seen even yesterday why MFC are in this position in the first place is because someone was able to crack the code. Junker Queen is very counterable, and Eaglet, his Zarya, very nasty at doing so.
Yeah, Eaglet is very much a Xayah enthusiast. You can see exactly why the portrait chosen to portray him as the tank player. The shields are great, honestly, at trying to deal with the Junker Queen, including her Rampage as well. You can cleanse off the anti-heal that gets afflicted onto everyone who gets hit by the Rampage, which can be an excellent counter to that ultimate without having to swap over one of your supports to Kiriko, where Suzu was previously the most reliable counter to that ultimate. On the other side, we've got Skyshow and Big Devil. Big Devil was inactive on this team for a good amount of their contenders run, being replaced by Taejong, who was a young 15-year-old Tracer prodigy. But now Big Devil is having to step back into those shoes and try and make up for lost time and get up to the level that Taejong brought this team to. And thus far, MDY haven't been as impressive, but they still have some life in them.
They weren't impressive at all, I gotta say, in their very first match of the quarterfinal. They lost head to 0, where we were hyping up Skyshow and Big Devil, and Big Devil got Tracer gaps. Skyshow didn't have the space to operate, but we'll see what lessons they've learned from losing in the quarterfinals, because this is their last life, and up against them is MFC. Like I said, their identity is a lot around the Junker Queen, but their DPS are what's most impressive. Olam's Pulse Bomb game, his attach rate is very high. New flexes between Sojourn, Ashe, just anything that fits the moment. He knows how to counter the tanks that go up against him. New has been our player of the match in the past. And then you got the content creator backline, but Frogger, being an aggressive Lucio, has helped them counter snipers even on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, Frogger loves to close the distance with a sniper. It was no Widow Wednesday when we first cast MFC, and no Widow Wednesday was certainly out in force. Unfortunately, no Farah Thursday was slightly weaker. The pharmacy compositions that came out from Kraken Esports did get a number over on MFC until New swapped over to the Ashe, but then we saw continued troubles as MFC were kind of outrushed, especially on Esperanza. We saw a full completion on Esperanza against MFC, who did not get a single centimeter. So in this particular matchup, Lemon, we're really going to be looking at MFC's push performance, if we make it that far, as a potential weak point in the rush versus rush, because Romani, while they did pick up the Ramatra towards the end of that, much prefers the Junker Queen, and this is where he's best.
Yeah, the Ramatra came out on occasion, mostly on control, sometimes Esperanza when other people brought out the Ramatra. What I like sometimes about MFC is their creativity. We even saw a Symmetra from New, namely on, I believe it was Numbani and a bit of Oasis University, to really help alleviate that weakness that you brought up of how do they close the gap with against the other team. Well, they would try to Symmetra teleport to sneak up on them, and that had some success. We'll see if, well, the other team, MDY, get their homework about this.
I mean, the Symmetra teleport is interesting in particular with how Romani and Frogger like to play the Junker Queen and Melucio. It effectively gives you 3 speed boosts, right? Like, you've got the transitional speed boost of a teleport, of a commanding shell, which gives the other health as well, and the amp it up from Melucio. And it makes kiting around this team a real pain to deal with. And it's a puzzle that is often going to have to be solved on the ground, as very few teams run this composition in a reliable enough state that it's going to be scrimmed against. MFC, they did get to pick our first map as they came down later from the upper bracket. That makes them the top seed, and they have chosen to go to Oasis, as you alluded to earlier, Lemon.
Yeah, and this is a good pick for MFC. They actually played this and picked this against NGU in their very first match and stomped them. They played anything from the Junker Queen to the Ramatra, both with a Mei from Olam, where New, like I said, swap between either the Sojourn or the Symmetra, always needing that Lucio, where August will flip between the Bab or the Kiriko, depending on how involved in the fight he needs to be, how much poke they need, how much space they have to operate. I'm still maybe favoring MDY in this situation due to Eaglet's proficiency on the Zarya. The main thing that the Eaglet needs to worry about is using Bubble to stop the axe from the Junker Queen, because without that self-healing, she is a sitting duck. And then you gotta have Skyshow, Big Devil, who played Sombra, Ashe, and varieties of that, to put all of that poke into that Junker Queen, because we've seen that Romani expose himself to a lot more poke. Positionally, he has issues sometimes, and that has been taken advantage of on control.
Yeah, I think Romani will be able to do some problem solving here with the Junker Queen, though, potentially forcing out early bubbles via the auspices of the DPS, and then grabbing the large Zarya hitbox with a knife and trying to drag it into a more perilous position, because Zarya has a similar problem to Junker Queen, where there isn't much in the way of escapability. Eaglet's going to be opening up, though, to begin with, on the Diva. And we've actually seen MFC on this particular map beat out a pharmacy composition before with no hit scan. It was all down to New and Olam hitting a huge amount of their projectiles and some well-placed rail shots as well from New. But remember that New is not pocketed, so it can effectively become a 2 versus 1 if you over-peek into this pharmacy.
I'm fine with not having a Mercy for new. It's very difficult to pull off Resurrects on control maps. You don't have the space to do so. I like MFC's position on the corridor to avoid as much poke as possible. Now, poking out, the point is unlocked, and they want to MFC want to prevent this from being capped, but as soon as they step out, they are just victims of the rocket of Skyshaw on this far, and as soon as MDY smell blood in the water, they pounce, they engage into corridor, and shred MFC one by one. Focus was maybe an issue for MDY. It took them some time to get the kills that they needed while MFC was as low as we pointed out. It's still a cap and a fight win nonetheless for MDY.
Yeah, try not to overextend, I suppose, and keep Skyshow in a safe area. Skyshow actually a fantastic name for a Pharaoh. Usually a hit scan player. Very rare to see Skyshow actually bring out this Pharaoh as opposed to something like an Echo. Romani forces Eaglet up onto the high ground. This could actually facilitate a flip if the Trace doesn't get involved.
Yeah, you need someone to be anchoring that if you're MDY. Eaglet just went back to high ground, was half health, but Skyshow is still the guy you can depend on. Is about to kill 3 this fight. Eaglet just lost mech now. First ultimate of the game, the barrage comes out, and MFC might have bought themselves 15, 16%, but it's MDY that let him have it and stole it right back.
Big Devil, definitely going to have my eyes on him in this forthcoming fight. A pulse bomb in hand, and forcing out an early Suzu here from August is the name of the game for MDY. Well, I could actually try and interrupt a remake here. That would be very effective, but
just
no,
killing the D.Va is what's most important. She's very low and vulnerable, and getting behind, almost getting the execute, but just was the only one flanking in that position. Got the Kitsune rush from MDY. Frogger was going on an assassination mission. MDY, though, using even more ultimates. The Valkyrie is Frogger. Doesn't want to use the barrier because he was on a mission. Now he comes back to deliver it to the team. Olflam not getting it in time. But that late sustain from Frogger is what turned the fight for MFC when MDY, again, focus issues. How to use Valkyrie, Kitsune rush, and kill barely anything. They pulled the trigger and completely missed the mark.
I think Romani did a good job of zoning off that Kitsune rush, using the rampage, making sure anyone who was trying to take advantage of it was antied and had to hide away, couldn't take those more prolonged fights that they were hoping for. Big Devil still trying to keep a mental tally of when that Suzu gets used. Eaglet staggered out here, unlikely to be resurrected. Skyshow and Promise. The question is, how do they path around here to avoid the overclock of Nu, who we've seen be incredibly brutal with those railgun shots?
See how he charges up first, and at what moment I think the EMP will be what MFC is waiting for once MDY have a group up on their engage towards the point. Nu did overclock but has no targets. MDY were good at baiting, exposing themselves through the front door, and then using the cover of the pillar to avoid that ultimate. But MFC have more tools, and it's Romani that's the weapon on the front line, killing 2 as MDY tried to engage through the corridor, taking so many angles, but really not unifying in a push, and at least a successful one, as MDY was so close to flipping, but no cigar.
Yeah, despite a good disengage, this is what you really miss out on when you don't have that loose here. Frogger simply says, you can run, but you can't run faster than me and my speed boost. And Big Devil's still holding on to this pulse bomb. Really concerned about August Suzu, as Olam going to make sure that there's no easy paths in. And remember that Eaglet is going to be particularly vulnerable to getting farmed by that Sombra for EMP charge. He's already dead.
Yeah, that was the Tracer and the Pharah killing that soldier, but he was by himself. Where is the backup? Frogger's trying to have an impact of his own, and the rest of MFC actually pushed main, and Nu went on an off angle, punished, isolated by MDY. The Rampage does lay down that red carpet for MFC, but how do they get the kills? 99%. It's given back over to MDY, who are just, well, using the mobility to try and take down Romani, who's taking all the poke and all the attention and has the resources to do so. MDY still have control and want to stall this out to 99% because this is over if MFC win.
Skyshow, though, almost back. That could be an issue overtime now. Who's going to keep this contested? No one can really come and fight on the floor, Lemon.
No one able to touch from MDY. I mean, Saint was on the high ground, but not gonna happen. They needed to prevent the flip, but it felt like MDY were already getting staggered from each other, and it was who can buy time without dying so that you can have a fight with all 5 of your members. And what's most important about a Pharah composition is being able to defend with it. And it's very difficult to engage with a Pharah, although Skyshow did find some ways in. He was one that was getting multi-kills when they were able to defend. And this is the point where this highlight is when they actually gave up the point momentarily as the other team walked in and then took it right back. So they're good at giving space and taking it back.
Now, I'm a big fan of Olam swapping over onto that Sombra as well to make sure that there wasn't as much early poke coming through from the Pharah as the Sombra could actually manufacture the engages and really distract that Pharah as they moved on in. Skyshan going to be sticking to the Pharah here, and we're seeing that Orisa come out again. That's what we mentioned earlier. The Orisa has been seeing an uncanny amount of usage, especially against Junker Queen previously. Against the Ramatra, maybe not so hot, but very good against the Junker Queen in terms of how much you can play the spacing.
And that's the critical thing, the spacing, how you can use your Javelin to prevent the Axe or to just push that Junker Queen away from you. And with the armor that Orisa has, can be a good anchor tool. Depending on how MFC want to deal with this, Nu has to generate DPS. That's why Symmetra isn't as popular of a DPS, and you can see why. Just is so vulnerable without that mobility. Pokes out from Minipack's side, gets blasted by SkyShow, who's just a one-man show. MDY will take back the point.
Brutality. Good patience there from MDY, just not taking the bait and going into close quarters where Romani, Olam, and Nu would have been absolutely able to overwhelm anyone who dared show themselves. Yes, it was a free first cap, but also unable to accost SkyShow in any manner. That's why Nu is now swapped over onto the Cassidy. The hindering grenade, yes, it is in. I don't think it's a great tool against the Pharah. Instead, you're just looking to continually hit these body shots and get SkyShow hiding away to allow everyone else to move in.
Oh,
nice.
The impact of that grenade was felt by Big Devil. Fight. Just control of these hallways, very important for MFC to focus on, to try and have some space, some cover for this Pharah. And Nu taking that allowed him to have some space, safe space to go to the back line. And ultimately, once you take care of SkyShow, the rest is history.
Yeah, SkyShow knows now that attacking into this area with a Pharah, no bueno, especially when you've got a Cassidy marking you. Eaglet's going to swap over alongside SkyShow. This is going to provide a long-term win condition in the form of the Grav Dragon, which can't really be countered by MFC, but in the near term, Eaglet is going to be able to cleanse a huge amount of both antis and bleeds from Romani.
Now the Tracer gets the stick, but Immortality from August saves the moment. MDY still up by 1. Frocker, he loves the type, at least using the spawn room doors. He's good to do that. MDY only have their Mercy. Saint manages to get resurrected, so MDY are at full force, and the Zarya is going to be just a better counter to Romani. Especially with that Orisa just taking that much poke, knows that this would be a better option to brawl and do as much DPS or needing help in the DPS department, but getting booked off the map is not ideal. MDY will have to just try and poke away without that tank, but you're missing out on space. Say goodbye to Saint and the rest of MDY.
Alright, I didn't realize it was Full Send Friday over here. Frogger getting 2 environmentals on that. I am very surprised that MFC, or rather that MDY actually went up onto that high ground against MFC, when they should be able to play fairly laterally here against the Junker Queen using the Orisa. But I guess they're really worried about the lack of Lucio speed that they have. Promise needs to use this Valkyrie. No way.
The rampage from Romani into the back line. Saint chopped up. Promise Valking at the front. MDY want to counter trade. But MFC, Sound Barrier, and the EMP Deadeye, they just have more utility for this final fight. 99% to 28. A very one-sided affair for MFC, considering MDY tried different positions around the map. They started with the Fire, got off of that, went to Hanzo. And as Big Devil clutches up in the last moments, they'll buy themselves another life. But keeping SkyShow safe on the Hanzo on coast side is that poke that is so important for them.
Pocketed high-energy Zarya does do wonders in an enclosed space like a control point. And now, Graviton is going to be available. Remember, Romani can go Big O mode when that's attached to him and just block for people. SkyShow getting another okay shot onto August.
Graviton at the ready. Not the best amount of energy, but now you play which door is MFC going to want to engage from. You got some scouting from SkyShow on this left side. Close to Dragon. Are you going to want to keep the Graviton or the Dragon? I'm assuming not. It is only 20% away, but this is final fight. If MFC win this, they take the map, and MDY How confident are they? The Nano is available. You give this to Eaglet if he's got a decent amount of energy. Frogger is one. That's a good starting pick. Eaglet holding this front door well. Romani, though, is going to brawl against him. Eaglet doesn't want that smoke, but Sky Show is the one delivering it, still poking away and finding amazing picks. He is the guy you can depend on.
And now we're heading into a final fight where there is going to be a Graviton and Dragon combo available. It can't really be answered by MFC. Maybe August can use a well-timed Suzu to cleanse the gravitic effects of the surge from everybody and get them running away.
Okay, you caught them, but it's only August. I guess didn't have the Suzu? I'm not sure, but hey, a grab to kill one of the supports is big. Slept Romani, pulse bomb, and the focus from MDY is there. From 25 all the way to 100, MDY force the round 3.
MDY refusing to give up what looked like an almost irrecoverable round. Grabbed with a nice res from Promised, bringing Eaglet back into a critical situation, and that gave enough space for Big Devil to start finding work on the margin, sticking the pulse bombs, harassing the Cassidy. And MFC, once again, they have to try and hedge their bets. This quick Big Devil replay, the easiest stick of their life. Remember, all of that bonus armor goes away once the Nemesis form is over too.
Big Devil is what saved this for his team. He is the one who won the fight at the 99% mark to 25 in favor of MFC. And then his pulse killing Romani is what let MDY let loose and take over the real estate of this map. I really thought MFC were going to win this. I already started talking about narratives for map 2. But hey, we're going to settle this here and now on City Center.
Oh my. A lot of anti-Pharaoh here. Both the Sojourn and the Soldier 76 are being summoned here by MFC. They have had enough of teams assuming that they can counter out the competition just by using the Pharaoh, but already New taking a huge amount of damage. Control of the high ground going to be important, but remember, a well-placed boot here could place someone into a very exposed position.
Ooh, Big Devil on the flank. MDY a little bit far away to support him. They're playing on that highway side, and Sky Show dominating the skies, but not getting the finishing blows that he requires as MFC converge a lot better on their targets. Olam on the Soldier 76, allowing for quick rotations, quick mobility. Look how he thinks about making his way to the back of MDY, waits for the cap, and now wants to get into that position back to the high ground.
Yeah, we'll be able to rocket jump over to a central pavilion as well. That makes an excellent place for a soldier to play, as you can rotate around it for cover from basically any angle. You've got to be surrounded to take a huge amount of damage. For now, Big Devil does a touch of scouting. Promise swaps over from the Mercy. No more damage boost onto the Brigitte instead. I do think the Brigitte is going to be an interesting case here, as she can struggle against the Junker Queen, but a well-placed whip shot will interrupt a Carnage cast.
You do need the Brigitte to pocket your Tracer, though, and tag her at range, so she's not as dependent on health packs. MFC dominating a teleport high ground as MDY counter-rotate towards the highway side, but their MDY take too much poke on their process as New and Olam drop down and having a lot more confidence in their mechanics to do so. Olam with the 3K, New with the first blood. They're syncing up quite well.
Yeah, and getting picked up early there. Big Devil unable to really get any of the fortune that the Brigitte brings to them with the long-range health packs. Sky Show swaps over once again onto the Echo now. This is going to be fairly difficult to get some real purchase of, I think, because August has some massive headshot, massive headbox to try and hit those high damage kunai onto, as well as Olam just being able to, at his will, pop the tactical visor and essentially free farm this character.
Attack visor. You see a Sky Show, you gun him down. MDY not bothering to rotate highway side. They want to contest this high ground where Olam is. Fantastic stick from Big Devil. He does it again. Romani on the counter dive, though. He's rampaged into the back of MDY, removing their healers. And this has killed MDY's chances. And MFC got to conserve so many more ultimates at the 90% mark. They still got 2 DPS ults and a sound barrier. It's simply Jover.
Yeah, this one do be Jover. So much firepower is going to be going the way of Big Devil. There is going to be a touch, but unfortunately all that's waiting for you there is an overclock. 1 shot will leave them low. 2 shots leaves them dead.
That's all she wrote. MFC will be taking the map. And I thought that opening was going to be so much different. Big Devil does so much for his team and pulse bombs, and you thought that MDY had an opening off of that. But MFC just had more ultimates at the end of the game. This is why just Control can be such a snowball-heavy game type, where if you win even just the first 2 fights, you're just way more likely to win the rest of the map. So MFC, start off on a good foot, see what happens after this break. Waifu Bowl continues, and MFC are the ones who are up 1 map after the win on Oasis. It did go all the way to round 3. MDY, they're just right there in their shadow, but ultimately fell over in the last one on City Center.
Yeah, managed to clutch up on University, but City Center was nowhere near as close. The maneuverability of a Soldier 76 and the Sojourn combined with a double speed boost for the Lucio and Junker Queen bring to the table was just unchaseable. Big Devil manages to find like an occasional 1 versus 1 maybe, but it's so quickly just dogpiled by everyone else. You can see August teleporting in on the Kiriko. You've got long-range knives coming in from Romani. And it meant that Big Devil couldn't really pull as much weight as maybe we were expecting. And it's Skyshow having to solo DPS a couple of those fights. Not ideal.
Still think this is a pretty close series so far. We go to our next map, Numbani, picked by MDY, which is interesting. This is usually a very dive-heavy map. But Big Devil and Skyshow, I think they just have to link up just as good as Nu and Olam are on the other side of things. Feels like Skyshow gets them low with the Pharah, or is going for solo picks on the Hanzo, and Big Devil's on his own journey, pulse bombing stuff, but they gotta clutch up at the same time, you know?
we need to synchronize our watches so we can coordinate our clutches. MDY did get to pick this map though. Numbani is going to be where they choose to make the next stand, and there has been a little bit of a habit among teams going up against MFC, with the exception of NGU, who you see later, of trying to go for these Pharah plays, hoping that MFC won't be able to deal with it very effectively with the Junker Queen. But I think that MFC are adapting pretty well here in terms of how they shift their DPS around to keep Romani on the favorite hero. And I think Nu and Olam have the chops to continue putting down those pharmacy attempts. I'm expecting Skyshow to play something a little bit more hit scan centric here. As far as we know, in the mythos of Skyshow, this guy's a real aimer. Yeah. Put him on a Hanzo, put him on an Ashe, he's gonna click some heads.
Last time we saw MFC on Numbani, this was against NGU, and they still stuck to the Junker Queen. They had Nu on Ashe on the defense. Then the Symmetra attack rush was what was really interesting about them. And Olam usually sticks to the Tracers, so this is interesting that he's on the Soldier. See how he does. And why Soldier isn't as popular is that you don't have the burst damage to really finish off targets. But hey, the fast rotations, mobility is why you'll sometimes see him on control. For now, though, Nu is back on the Symmetra, but on defense, and it's just beaming Skyshow at range, I guess.
Okay. So the reason you're playing Symmetra on the defense here is to deal with having a very immobile tank. Nu's job is essentially to ferry Romani around to allow Romani to teleport between the separate high ground. Olam on the other side, far more mobility with the unlimited sprint of a Soldier. That guy's legs don't get tired, so he can reposition away from any dives very quickly.
That was a good kind of channeled right click from Nu as well, and he's got Big Devil behind him. Nu is gonna need some assistance, and I guess using that teleporter to get away is one way to ignore MDY, but they've taken up some space. They got Big Devil pushing coast side. Promise has made his way to the high ground. Does anyone know this sniper is here? At least support sniper. Olam catches him. Promise just was there by themselves waiting for the dive of Eaglet, which is not his best hero, I gotta say, but it's what you have to play on Numbani, is what it feels like.
Yeah, the Winston has been fairly mandatory on Numbani for a while, but MFC played their own game here. And Promised really needed the rest of the team to act after hitting that many headshots, right? Like, you can't have Romani be that low and the rest of your team just be holding in main. I guess that all came down to incoming poke from Olam to just make sure no one had enough resources or health to feel comfortable diving.
Eaglet not comfortable with diving. He didn't wait for Nano. Nano just came up too, so they gotta... I just don't know if they don't understand kind of the win condition, right? If you don't have the Nano, then yes, dive in like crazy, but they have ultimates. They should wait for them, even if it's 5 or 10%. Sane will have it now. It's time wasted. Half the time bank gone for MDY. Nano engage is what's cooking. I think Skyshow throws this Dragon Strike to that top left high ground, get MSC out of there, force them into one position. Eaglet receives the Nano. Then pushing that top right. Amplification Matrix and Immortality in his face. He gets moved right down, though. So a lot of this efficiency of the Nano was just used to take out symmetric turrets and to sort of stop August and friends from using the Amp Matrix, but ultimately MDY just looked uncomfortable on dive.
Dude, Frogger is just cyberbullying Eaglet right now. It's so sad. Nu's going to be able to, of course, return pretty quickly using that teleporter, but remember the boop. For Lucio boop, only a 4-second cooldown. Winston jump, I think 6 seconds. So every time Eaglet tried to regain that upper area with the Nano, Frogger was just going to hit him right back down. Now there is the availability of both the Dragon Strike and the Primal Rage, which will mean Eaglet's going to be far harder for Frogger to control. I think that Frogger is likely to try and use the Sand Barrier to deal with the Primal Rage rather than the Dragon Strike, because the Dragon Strike can be teleported away from by Nu.
Even Sky Show is not able to position even in the middle lane. Big Devil's now on the Echo, but with the symmetric turrets and really the hit scan of Olam, Big Devil is going to need a pocket, and Promise is sort of there. The Rampage pierces through MDY, who had that 2-man advantage. See how this works. First take almost acquired from MDY, started using their ultimates, MFC, Sound Barrier, Rampage, and more to slow down the push of MDY, who have almost gotten those 2 ticks. Olam, though, has a tactical visor. MDY, the Moth has been shot down, not wanting to turn and burn on that soldier who is the biggest threat on the field with the auto-aim. And Eaglet is disengaging with Primal. When you have 4 seconds left, Eaglet should be all up in there.
It's going to be a boot. Frogger says, no, no touching. He sees it coming every single time. But the real hero of that fight there was actually August, coming in for a 50-50 angle split. When we saw, I believe it was Sky Show, or maybe Big Devil. I think it was Big Devil on the Echo, hiding behind the cart from the incoming tactical visor. But August comes in from the other side, gets that angle split, and forces Big Devil to begin moving. And when Big Devil takes to the air to try and take the duel against the Baptiste, that's pushing him out, that's when you get so much value out of that tactical visor. He's not even looking in the same direction. Here's Olam just popping off with the tracking. Feels like the lack of burst wasn't really a huge issue here for the Soldier 76. Maybe in a different scenario, Lemon, it would be.
It really, what Olam was so good at was alternating high grounds without the use of a teleporter, just using his good old unbranded sneakers to go from one side to the other, which is how we snuck up on Sky Show and Big Devil, because obviously when you rotate from that one high ground, you go down the back hallway, which no one knows where you are, and obviously you're forgotten about during the chaos. But what's important is that MDY chose this map while not seemingly having a good plan for it. Eaglet's proficiency is on off tanks, and namely Diva, and you just saw how well he's primaling out of a point when there's 5 seconds left. He's going in when there's 5% away from Nano. The game plan doesn't look solid.
Game plan on the other side for MFC. This one is a very simple game plan, and it has 2 steps. 1, teleport to point. 2, cap the point. Olam likely going to be using the wheels down, the configuration tank the second that they hit the point, just to try and grab MDY away. MDY here, they have to be very careful with how they contest the point and try and kite away Olam's attempt to make. I love the early play here. Oh, running it into August. That is no
yeah,
bueno.
MFC had used Immortality so early, but just didn't really hurry to get into the underground and cover. MDY, though, what I loved is their initiative. They saw that this rush was getting set up, and what you need to do is prevent that Bastion from being comfortable, from being in turret form. And MDY pulling that trigger that early is why they won that fight.
Yeah, MDY realized that Olam wants to save this particular cooldown until they hit the point. So fighting early and making sure that Olam is not ready for these engagements is very much the win condition here for MDY. But already they've given over a huge amount of space here to Nu. They need to get rid of this Symmetra so that they can't teleport everyone else in.
Oh, I love this teleport right on top of Saint, because I think Saint was ready to throw the anti-nade, and I'm not sure why Sky Show didn't use dupe there, or at least had an attempt. Promise is taken out, not able to Guardian Angel back to safety. MFC have gotten their first pick. Someone has to go and contest. It is Eaglet. He's got to have some heals from Saint, but that's all been blocked off by the Photon Barrier of Nu. And MFC take Numbani decisively and go to match point.
I don't know if MDY have just collectively agreed that Duplicate is a cringe ult or something, because Big Devil and Sky Show both end a round of Numbani with Duplicate in the back pocket when it could have potentially saved them from a much worse fate. Not ideal for MDY, even on their own map pick here of Numbani. MFC bring out some very novel strategies that seem to have worked out well. MDY unable to respond, but they're going to be able to get another map pick. It's going to be Escort right after this break.
The fan club, it grows, and so do their map wins. Wow, Numbani. It's a crushing victory in favor of MFC, but MDY will have their final choice of map, and I hope they got something cooked up for this one.
Yeah, we must have been spending the halftime break cooking away, Lemon. The chefs, they will need to have assembled their greatest dishes thus far, because MDY, they're staring down the barrel of being knocked out of this tournament in real quick fashion. And what they've done is try to force Romani off of the Junker Queen and onto the Sigma. That's going to be Circuit Royale. Eaglet very comfortable on the Sigma here. But MFC, I wouldn't be surprised to just see them try and rush over the Sigma, who can be somewhat exploited when you get him up into close quarters.
I already know. I'm like tilting my chair back, putting my feet up, because Frogger on Circuit Royale, oh boy, I'm ready to click the clip button, because that was so funny to watch him just beam down so many Widowmakers and Hanzos, and I think Skyshow and Big Devil will do just that. I'm hoping that Big Devil sticks to the Tracer though, because I think flank pressure is important. Like you said, if there is just that front-facing shield at all times, you need something to go beyond that, past that, behind that, and Big Devil does a good job. I think Skyshow and Big Devil are individually very good, but they need to come together as a team.
Yeah, the communication has not been ideal. Remember that this MDY roster, they're, while they are familiar to people who've been watching the Overwatch League Spring Opens, they haven't been working together that long. I believe Eaglet, Eichenwalde, and Saint, as well as Promise, they took, like, the entirety of the Contenders stage off. And MDY had a nearly entirely different roster with X-Ray as their tank. They had different supports. They had Taejong as their DPS. This roster is almost unrecognizable from the one that actually performed very well in Contenders. Here we go. It's spawn camping time, boys and girls. Everyone get up on top of the theater.
Do they know? Do they know? You gotta whisper. Maybe they won't hear it. There's loud stomping up top. If you have ears and a working headset, you should know that MFC are there. But now, how do you get it down? MDY don't have anyone that could go up there except a Widow or a Hanzo. I wouldn't mind if Eichenwalde or Saint swapped to a Lucio. Just boot that down. Because MFC can just incoming. LOS away from the poke as much as possible. Skyshow now on the far row. Where is he going?
This is This is for the boop.
Yeah, I know. But where is he coming from? Now the left side, but he's been exposed. And those turrets are also going to mark him.
Yeah, those turrets very well placed. Good reaction coming through from Nu. Just going to be a huge amount of beaming going over onto the shield. Skyshow gets everyone off the high ground.
You do manage MFC noticing that, oh, there's too much heat in that kitchen. Let's teleport out. Now they get to play this corner. Taking away a minute and now more. MDY get to advance after catching August, primary healer of MFC. And you're noticing that lack of resources quite clearly.
Yeah, that lack of feeling is going to be hurting Frogger the next to 4. There is some stall on the cart here. A minute and 15 seconds already gone. Look how much damage Eaglet has done. Everyone just being so close together up on that high ground must have made for huge hypersphere damage. The question is here for MFC, how cleanly can they path through the zone of influence that Skyshow and Big Devil project in order to make sure they get all 5 members alive on top of this Sigma?
Snipes at the ready for Skyshow and Big Devil. Need to pull through, and Big Devil headshots Nu before they could get around to the tree into cover. But MDY got Frogger. I knew he was gonna get an assassination. A 1-to-1 trade. You take those. Single grab flex just for Romani with love. And MDY get to sail away to point A.
Yeah, seems like this has been a great map pick here for MDY, taking advantage of the fact that they have 2 excellent sniper players on their team, and Skyshow has finally been able to show off a little bit more of his favorite heroes. The hit scans, that's where Skyshow did make his name in the Chinese scene. And while we haven't seen too much in the way of headshots just yet, you can tell how much of a threat he is. The MFC are trying to respect it, but remember how telegraphed they are when they use that teleporter for that burst mobility.
Alright, Photon Bearer is so strong. It splits up the fight, and MDY just decide to disengage, which is very smart. There's no point of fighting into an Amp Matrix and Photon Barrier, but MDY just didn't run fast enough and away enough. Back to spawn is where Eaglet should be going, but somehow manages to, well, kill the Tracer, so I guess you take those, but he's staggered out, so this doesn't net any value from MDY in the end.
Skyshow could open this one up here. It would be a gift. Unfortunately, not a gift that actually gets given. Hold the phone. It's
Froggen?
It's Frog has actually got a part-time... Oh, no. Wait. The Infrasight. They don't see Frogger, though. Now they see Frogger.
Yeah, okay. Now that's a valuable infrasight and valuable headshot from Skyshow, but dealing with Romani is important. But how about we just kill everyone beyond Romani? Skyshow? Oh, I was feeling the headshot. I think he did, too. Now they're halfway to point B. Transcendence and Ant Matrix. If they can really get past this corner, secure the lane, that Saint Ant Matrix can be huge.
Yeah, the Ant Matrix really can secure a huge amount of space and make it very uncomfortable for a team to try and fight within that zone. Sound barrier, good to go from the Lucio. Frogger not using it just yet, though.
Yeah, MDY didn't take any space at all. They just pushed the cart. So then you lose your DPS. You're having a Transcendence in a pretty dead fight to see if, well, the Sounder from Frogger is gone. If we have more resources, maybe we'll win, but you need DPS to do so, and you're playing snipers. It's not really a brawly type of duo. MDY needed Eaglet to push up way more than he did. The fact that your snipers are the ones dying when you have a Sigma is a problem.
Surely not again. Oh, it's actually been revealed by the Sonic Arrow. I don't think he knows. Oh, this is a great fake here by Big Devil pretending that he does not see Frogger. And now it's time. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
A lull from Eaglet and maybe a question mark coming through from Frogger next. It's going to mean that MFC can't really contain this fight as well as they'd like because they can't control the tempo.
Yeah, that's funny and all, but what is funnier is MDY have a 4v5 or a 5v4, and what are we making of this? Now, Dragon Strike and Big Devil can cut off MFC at this staircase. That would be big, but MFC are backing away, and apparently not far away enough. August dying. Where is MFC's front line? They should be protecting this a lot better. August should be playing a lot safer. This kills the fight for MFC. Dragon Strike to block off the door. And MDY, well, I guess killing Frogger did have a big enough impact for them.
Yeah, just forcing MDY, or rather forcing MFC into those less than ideal positions where you can get a huge amount of cleave from the Sigma and those exploding hyperspheres. I love that Big Devil faked out, but he didn't see Frogger. Playing that fake was actually so intelligent to make sure that Frogger couldn't make an early escape, or that Frogger wouldn't get the backup that was needed to try and survive. Oh, the attempted 2v1 here onto Skyshow, but avoids the hack using a well-timed blink. Heads up play.
Yeah, MDY fighting for that high ground. That's a Tracer duel between Skyshow and Olam too. Skyshow has shown so much of his flexibility from Pharah's to Hanzo's to Tracers, but how does he deal with the EMP? Beautiful immortality from Saint to buy them some time and also negate the pulse bomb from Olam. We should have waited for that to be gone. MDY not really dying from this EMP. If anything, they're punishing MFC for engaging into it. Beautiful hold and coordination from MDY, who have had steady card pressure and progress throughout this 2 minutes left, and final fight for them coming up with an Ant Matrix ready to hold the lane.
Ah, here we go. Vision given over. Pulse Bomb 2. Nice. Suzu coming through from August.
Crowd Flux. Just toss everyone in that left room. Sune Rush. This is really overwhelming MFC, who need Romani to step up and have all those resources given to him. He is the only anchor, and he needs to cycle with Olam, who went to the back and sniped. Good reaction, turn and burn from Big Devil. 4v4, though. You still have Saint as a healer if you're MDY. How do you deal with the sound barrier of Frogger, though? That's a lot of sustain, plus the respawn advantage of MFC, as MDY respect the space and allow the poke to do all the talking. And I guess the dragon to do all the goblins, as MDY are about to secure a 1 minute time bank after, well, point B looked a little dire.
Yeah, point B. We saw MFC come up, big ult investment, both for Symmetra Wall and the Amplification Magic, just to try and buy all of that space so that they can control the engagements from the high ground using the speed boost. But the thing is, Frogger got caught out in that position twice. Like you said, it gives MDY multiple 4 versus 5s to try and actually make their way up into those areas where the snipers are at their most effective. MDY really doing well to pick this map, realizing where their strengths lie and being able to force Ramadi into these unideal picks. For Jungle Queen, not going to be thriving here on Circuit Royale.
As much as I love MFC and they are up, you know, they are on match point, they are doing a bit of trolling. They got Frogger hiding not only once but twice in shop, and then they have Romani who after MFC disengaged with the Symmetra teleporter, still had Romani climbing up the stairs going towards the offensive doors. It's not where he's supposed to be, hence why you saw him die in that highlight. So MFC got to get their brain cells all back together, because MDY have a pretty good time bank, all things considered.
Yeah, even if any completion, oh, thank you for this absolute demolition of my ear.
This is a banger.
Certified banger. Certified banger. MFC likely going to be sticking with the same comp here. This is all about trying to overwhelm Eaglet as quickly as possible.
Romani to half health.
Oh my goodness.
New dead. Good start.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess the overall condition of the comp here for MDY, since we've got a little pause here to explain it, Eaglet simply needs to survive long enough for Skyshow and Big Devil to get one of these picks. Big Devil, of course, already getting one onto New. All Eaglet has to do is try and play to live. He's playing his life right now. He's just stalling.
A tech pause called by one of the teams. As Romani just tried to poked a little bit of that blue hair out, got brought down immediately to half health, and New came up some other door and got sniped by Big Devil with a headshot. So MSC got to do a bit of scouting, but you know, sometimes random headshots do happen from Hanzo's. But I have a strong
sometimes
feeling,
for logs.
Yeah, and I have a strong feeling MDY could stay alive in the series off of just the 1 minute time bank. It's very difficult to cap Circuit Royale. And MFC, if they take this really seriously, they'll have to put in a lot of effort to match that.
Yeah, the thing is, if MDY can win Circuit Royale as well, then we go over to push, which is... It was not great yesterday for MFC. They got full capped on Esperanza. They didn't get a single centimeter. In a rush versus rush against a Ramatra, a May, and a Reaper, they got absolutely flummoxed. I don't know if that kind of composition is a go-to for MDY. It seems like it's a little bit... outside of the hero pools that they do prefer. Out of what we've seen so far, definitely a lot more focus on Skyshow getting like a big DPS performance from something like a Widowmaker, a Hanzo, or a Pharah, rather than playing like a more selfless character like a May. But I am feeling some concern for MFC if we do end up going to that. I'm sure they won't peak Esperanza again. They'd likely go for maybe Colosseo. Maybe
well, I guess let's wait for this map first.
Yeah,
they could
true.
Still very
we might
much
not even
sweep.
go. It's far from Jova. That much is assured. And with Velucio, they certainly are going to be able to get around Eaglet pretty quickly. One of the things that's going to be incredibly important to look out for here is actually Frogger trying to get forward boops onto Eaglet, getting behind that Sigma and pushing him forward into the zone of the Junker Queen. Because Sigma doesn't have much in the way of escape abilities. Like, sure, you can try and channel the Kinetic Grasp, but just like Doomfist block or Ramatra block, it's mono-directional. It only works where you're pointing it, and if you can surround that Sigma, he is toast.
I think Skyshow and Big Devil, though, have had a big performance. I mean, Skyshow hit a 2K, almost 3K. I was hyping it up at point B. That was great to see. Big Devil having the awareness to see, well, that Lucio is not the shopkeeper. This is not a DLC character. And then Eaglet is able to just focus on grab fluxing Romani, who is the biggest issue. And Big Devil got to headshot New a few times, who was on the Symmetra early on to move MFC around, which I like the creativity that they brought out to have the kind of Symmetra rush on top of the spawn of MDY, who tried to bring out the Skyshow Pharah. And then MFC realized, okay, we're eventually going to lose this. Let's teleport back. But then Romani fumbled his position, pressing W instead of S. And then everything folded from there.
Yeah, everything fell apart the second that the chaos starts to like mess with the formation of MFC, things go very wrong against the snipers because they can just try and play their long angles from relative safety and pick you off as you try and disengage. This is a very strange position that's currently being... Oh, it's actually a highlight. Okay.
Yes.
So I did not see that part on my screen.
So, yeah, we've seen this highlight before, actually. It's Eaglet who had caught Romani pressing the W key instead of S key, and Frogger's like, well, I'm just going to int just to reset with my team a little bit quicker. This is the moment where MFC had actually teleported back, and I really had saluted this because they had realized the trouble that they were in, and I thought they had to clean disengage, but there were some wires being crossed at this moment. But at close range, Romani has been a threat. Then Eaglet grab fluxed him out of the picture, and that was great. This is Skyshow's 2K, is what really broke open point B.
Yeah, and it also revealed Frogger behind the desk as well. Frogger, unfortunately, got found out by sonars of some kind, both times. Big Devil does not leave a tip, actually. Very rude. And is new with the EMP. This was actually well responded to with both the Immortality Field and the Suzu. Excellent play from Eichenwalde and Saint to keep each other alive. And the Kiriko, in conjunction with the Bat, is incredibly obnoxious. I mean, you've got like the double Immortality from the Suzu and the Field.
Ooh, and that was a good push from MDY in the end too, considering Frogger had started with the sound barrier, but MDY, considering what I saw from Numbani, what felt really discombobulated, MDY's push on point C kind of reinvigorated hope in me. They had a plan. They started with the grab flux on left room to force MFC back to their spawn once everyone was funneled into one area. You had the Kitsune rush from MDY, the Dragon Strike to clear the lane, and then once that happened, Eaglet actually went up and took space. I had issues with Eaglet on point B where they had won the fight, they had a 5v4, and he was cart pushing. On Sigma, you need to do a lot more ego pushes when you have all your cooldowns and you are the only tank there.
Okay, this was not a highlight. It's real. We're back. Boys and girls, gamers, and gentle gamers. Romani finds an opening pick onto Big Devil. Saint is well out of position there. That's out of pocket positioning.
Yeah, MFC coming out the gate swinging, but the card is not even halfway. But there's a big difference on how both teams have operated their rushes, or their brawls, as we want to say. MFC taking a lot more space, but needing to car push. Now this corner is what's really going to favor the team with the most amount of confidence. Eaglet has to channel this barrier very smartly against Romani, who can easily just speed and overwhelm him if he's not careful with his cooldowns.
Yeah, Romani has to be very careful about sightlines though. Gotta try and avoid that Discord orb from Eichenwalde. Have it put onto you at the last possible second. Oh, Olan. Got out early.
Yeah, MFC, they synced all their cooldowns right. You got the shout going in, the speed, and then Olam following up. New hitting his shots. Now that MFC have turned their monitors on, it's great to see just how much they can take over fights. This has been really flawless from them thus far, with a 5-minute timing for B.
It's interesting that we're seeing August actually move into the backline. Was taking a duel against Saint there, and it feels like maybe Frogger is actually creating like essentially a teleport node for August by wall riding all the way into the back to allow the Kiriko to try and find these 1v1s and distract the support that is really necessary for Eaglet. Because in an unsupported duel, Romani's going to win that one every time against the Sigma. You can weave inside that shield so easily and get up close to hit your Carnage.
This is so much space creation too from MFC. Even the Hanzo can make the shield really weak. Eaglet is cycling it quite well. Romani, those on the other side. In this corner, Skyshow is dashing in, has to get an Immortality summon, because if you don't get an execute, you don't get the dash reset. Grab flux, hits Romani, cancels the rampage. See the Kitsune rush, but salvage a spike from MFC. It doesn't look like it. Olam's flank pressure didn't work out. So MDY, despite what felt like a scary push from Skyshow, they really back each other up really well.
Yeah, that cancelled rampage is a big problem as well, because that means Eichenwalde can now pretty much freely use the Transcendence. Remember, that can be very heavily countered by either a Bardic Grenade or the new source of antis in Overwatch 2, the Rampage from Romani. But now Eichenwalde can essentially use that at leisure, and probably going to try and use it before Romani can get up to yet another one of these. Early Dragon Strike.
I like that Dragon Strike. It's right behind MDY. It's going to force them forward, but where is MFC to push the front? Well, Romani tried, and he got killed. Just too much damage coming from the front, and MFC really needed off of that Dragon. Now MDY gets to sit pretty.
This is the pain point of Circuit Royale. There's no other way to say it. Trying to get through here as a rushing composition, but does not have a huge amount of poke with the exception of Nu. You are going to be catching so much damage from the Bat, from the Zen. They're trying to find Frogger as far as evaded detection. But honestly, MDY, they only really fail this if Big Devil like whiffs like 6 shots in a row. It's going to be so hard to get through here.
Okay, there's the Transcendence, the push from MDY, Sound Barrier in response by Frogger, Amp Matrix to hose down the lane where MFC wanted to push in from. Olaf, though, keeps getting marked on the flank, and he's not successful at just putting in a lot of damage into someone like Big Devil, or even catching Skyshow without cooldowns. Romani needs the front of MFC to push while he is in the back. Now MFC just simply crumble in the 4v5. New now on the Somber can maybe assist Olam do just that, and they'll have to depend on the EMP next fight to do something.
Romani might need to be flushed out of these advanced positions, though. If Romani's able to survive here and actually not have to go as far against this poking composition before taking damage, things are going to get real hairy.
Yeah, this cart's getting really close, but this has costed MFC so much time. They started with 5 minutes for point B, and if this EMP fight doesn't work out, it's not looking good, but you catch SkyShow without dash to get out. Or at least very low EMP from New will cancel the grab flux. And MDY just crumble. Now their backs are against the wall. Kitsune Rush and Rampage. MFC just gonna use all the tools in the kit to secure the bag. And SkyShow just probably gonna ult to swap off this Genji. This has just not worked out whatsoever for him. Doesn't even seem like a hero he's comfortable on based on how he's using his dashes. So I'm hoping this is swap, or else I have questions.
Excellent bait, Eaglet, good sir. Make sure that no one gets caught in the Gravitic Flux of a waste of EMP cancelling it. But as we pointed out, MDY, they simply allowed Romani to exist after that fight for too long. Romani being able to exist close to you as a Junker Queen and not having to fight through the long poking angles of the Bat, the Hanzo, and the Zen meant that you could get up on top of Eaglet and force a disengage to an area where MDY didn't have quite as many long sightlines to work with and didn't have the safety either, so they could easily be dove upon. Now Olam can try and find a way around the outside. Oh, nice Susie.
SkyShow thought about swapping too. That was the question I brought up just before this. He swapped, went back to Genji. I think he threw away that blade to do that, but was convinced to go back to this, and maybe converging with his team is going to give him more success. You're already seeing just that and playing his life a lot better. You're seeing him not dash in and be too crazy. He needs to make sure that he gets the assassination if he does dash in. You don't dash to reposition into the enemy unless you know you get the kill. And somehow Saint has been taken out at a distance from a headshot from New, and that's an opening for MFC.
Log moment coming through. Erlan looking for a place to try and stick this pulse from ideally onto that Zenyatta after the Transcendence has been taken away.
Oh, August gets caught out. SkyShow is popping off, and now that he has his team weakening these targets for him, he's not just doing solo plays, he's getting dash resets, and he's just more efficient. MSC had this opening, and they kind of blew it, though.
Yeah, SkyShow kind of emulating what Ace did yesterday on Gibraltar as well, which is where you essentially play the Genji like a brawl DPS, kind of like a pseudo Reaper, and that was nothing to do with this.
Yeah, Frogger doesn't have barrier, used it in the last fight, and MDY 4v4 actually, and not a lot of heals from MDY without their Baptiste and running a Zen as their secondary. So MFC finally make it through the choke, but with 1 minute, they'll be at a time bank disadvantage. That late stagger on the SkyShow, though, will get them almost to the end. This is going to be the ultimate brawl for MFC.
Yeah, August needs to be the hero of this one, though. And a slight disadvantage on the amplification matrix, but we saw how good Saints was previously. You can have so much safety here as a bat. If you're playing from far away, he needs to earn it quick.
SkyShow, Big Devil's Dragon Strike kind of makes some space for the defense to reestablish and anchor. SkyShow brings out the blade once everyone is low, and sending MFC away at this point is huge, although MFC only got the Dragon Strike out, so they have still two very important ultimates of the Ant Matrix and Rampage to close the gap with the defense.
Yeah, the Ant Matrix and Rampage. These are going to be some good tools to try and finish this one. Has to be careful not to have the Rampage interrupted here by the Accretion. SkyShow's moved over onto the Bastion. This is going to be great for trying to zone Saint away, or rather trying to zone August away from their own barrier. Going up to a high ground.
Oh, and the Bastion to try and stop them, but MFC Rampage right into them, and MDY's backline is in trouble. The Bastion has been removed. It's a 1-to-1 trade, but MFC come out on top, and they will be capping this. Great mechanic to see from Olam, and great synergy coordination from MFC, who cap in overtime. They'll only be down 1 minute and 4 seconds, but MFC are fighting first, so they need to maximize as much distance as they can to make up for, well, giving MDY that much of a time bank.
Yeah, MDY do have a considerable time bank to play here, but question is, how are MDY going to do on the spawn hold compared to MFC, who managed to break at least a minute right outside the spawn door? Here's a quick look at Romani popping off. This is just at the completion of B. I, in particular, am, I I'm enthused with Nu being able to go back over onto that Symmetra, realizing, hey, for this last fight, what we really need is the burst mobility of getting up onto high ground so that we can play our amplification matrix from there and dislodge Skyshow and Saint from where they would otherwise be inassailable by our Junker Queen. And now MFC, if this is real, playing for the brawl here would not be a bad idea, I don't think. Olam in particular is going to get excellent poke compared to playing the Tracer. You can hit some easy headshots on the Mei with no damage drop off to make sure that any Widows or Hanzos are easily put on notice.
Either Mei, I feel like his Tracer, speaking of Olam, was very solid, but I think Mei is maybe less risky because Olam sometimes has had disconnects between his front line while he is flanking, and that has caused MFC to play in 4v5 situations. Not really Olam's fault. You have to play at all these angles at once. Now, being able to play together means you minimize the risks. MFC are just going to beat this human death ball to move this card as much as possible with the minute they have.
Thing to remember on this patch as well, Hanzo only doing a 240 damage on a fully charged headshot means that Olam would be able to survive that with full HP. Might be critical in this early game poke. Look at Nu, so aggressive.
What? Why is Eichenwalde still there?
Good question.
This is a bridge that you immediately give up if you see them pass the corner. Especially as a support, you should be one of the first people to disengage from that. And Eichenwalde had no vision because he's trying to channel a right click. So any mistake that MDY are doing right now is just every inch, every meter given to MFC.
Yeah, the second that Eaglet is no longer blocking access to you, you need to have moved. It was either a comms issue or an informational issue for MDY. Skyshow's got a lovely sightline to play with here, but remember, you can be spammed out here by both the Mei and the Ramatra.
Oh, what a headshot from Skyshow! You remove Frogger. It's a 5v4 for MDY, and MFC just don't have an answer. The overtime will be burning away as MFC have spawns quite close by. They got the Ant Matrix. They can overwhelm Eaglet here before he gets the Grav Flux out. That's important, but Saint has been pocketing him, so the ultimate from the Sigma comes out anyway. This should finish off Numbani and the rest of MFC from completing point A.
94.33 meters. It is far from Jova for MFC, but MDY do hold strong after being shellacked at the beginning. Here, MFC likely once again to go for that spawn hole, just try and burn down the time. The question is, how much ult charge can they deny from Eaglet? Because the real problem last time around was that Eaglet had a gravitic flux for second fight, which could not be responded to effectively by MFC, who did not have a sound barrier ready. And in these short time spans of 2 minutes, that's going to be an issue.
I'm hoping that a Sigma can generate a Grav Flux faster. You're just always beating another tank, especially a Junker Queen who doesn't have really a shield. But Romani will be on the Ramatra this time. Maybe more synergistic with his name. But 2 minutes for MDY was only a minute for extra. This is not the furthest of pushes, but you know, it could have been worse, could have been better. It's half and half. MDY going for the kind of long-range poke composition with the risk of running a Tracer if this sticks for Skyshow. It was a risk running the Genji, although it improved over time. But no mistakes can be made with MDY.
Perhaps a different position, but there is time for yet another teleporter here. Remember that MFC have actually had issues before with right-hand side Widowmakers popping out and getting a quick headshot. So here, this is all about how you try and play the shield of Romani. Olam on the Torbjorn is certainly a newer look. Maybe trying to keep Skyshow at bay this time.
Well, that's a big anti-hitting MFC, but they don't seem too perturbed. Skyshow may think about going to the Kara, but he's actually just disengaging. So he's not close to his spawn right now. MFC and MDY are not being able to get any progress pushing this cart. MFC dropped down while being antied. This is a choice, but MDY go back to spawn. And they're not going to be able to win that fight, so MDY get back to the cart to push, I guess.
Oh, that's the biggest pick possible. Big Devil has purchased this one for MDY. Everyone's going to be running away. If anyone gets staggered here, could be curtains. Olam needs to be careful. That squat hitbox is rather big. But no, Romani will be able to keep them protected. And MFC, they will cling to life yet again with a minute gone. MDY not too close to any ultimates here, but same can be said of MFC.
This is the last fight too, 5v4 for MDY. Eaglet needs to step up and take the space. Look how MFC's DPS, just their whole team is split up. Olam should be pushed. Skyshow realizes as the call has been made, he has been marked. Skyshow goes up the stairs as MFC go up the highway to back him up. Looks like the defense has stabilized. Skyshow didn't get the isolation kill he needed to get. Now MFC are back at full force, and it's 40 seconds left. MDY are going to try and poke away. Ground Flux and Dragon Strike are possible win conditions. Even the Nano would help here. Romani got anti saved by the Immortality, but the Dragon Strike is going to split MFC like the Red Sea, and it's all up to MDY to push these last 4 meters, and the Ground Flux overmove them by force. And what a beautiful push from MDY at the end of the day. They will be taking the map and staying alive in the series.
Target prioritization during that gravitic flux so strong as well. Frogger was 10% away from getting a sandberry that could have saved it, but when you suspend it in the air, you are an easy target for a Hanzo when Big Devil comes up clutch yet again. Eaglet showing off just how strong they can be when it comes to that Sigma, and forcing Romani to take an unfortunate duel. Next up, Lemon, we're going to be going to push. It's going to be MFC's pick, and we'll figure out where we're going after this break.
MDY with a slight comeback after their win on Circuit Royale after we thought it was frogging time, but all it was dying time at that point. But let's talk about the improvements, because MDY had a lot of them.
Yeah, MDY moving over to a double sniper, it's a perfect fit for their DPS. Big Devil so good on the Hanzo, and we finally get to see Skyshow return to the hit scans that made him a legend in the Chinese scene. MFC gets to pick our next map. New Queen Street is going to be the choice, and I'd love to see Skyshow bring out an Ashe here, but question is, how do MDY continue to iterate upon the success they found with a double sniper? How do they play around Eaglet? We're going to see the Zarya here, and how do you support that? Do you go back to the Genji? And can Skyshow effectively modulate how he plays the Genji to not feed into the enemy team and get more raw value?
Yeah, I think the Zarya would be a great fit for them. When it comes to New Queen Street, the meta has been a lot around the Sombra Tracer or a Tracer Hanzo variant of that, where I think the Tracer Hanzo would fit MDY a lot better. I think Skyshow had a lot of success, particularly on University playing the Hanzo. And Big Devil has always solo impacts of his own with the pulse bombs. But our question for them has always been coordination and focusing down targets and not just hoping that you hit a headshot or a lucky pulse bomb. MFC, though, they have coordination issues of their own. If they're going to play the Symmetra Teleporter strat, which I don't expect that on New Queen Street, but nonetheless, you're seeing the holes in their synergy, and it's not looking great. But Romani, I think, has faced issues of his own facing Eichen, who's been subbed in to play Zenyatta for MDY.
Yeah, bringing up that double flex support brings a lot of damage to a table that can't be effectively mitigated by a Junker Queen. Junker Queen's damage mitigation heavily limited to the shout, nothing like a shield or any kind of eats like a Matrix or a Kinetic Grasp. Olam returning to the Soldier 76 there. This is going to be interesting. There's going to be so much speed to reposition, not only from the Eternal Sprint, but also from a speed boost to Frogger and Romani's shout as well, but you're not going to be wanting to use that shout for mobility too often. Skyshow on the hit scan I wanted to see. Cassidy here, that can shut down mobility options, including the sprint.
But I like, maybe Olam is playing Soldier as kind of some budget Tracer, because he's usually their Tracer main, and New wants to play that instead, where I was expecting Sojourn, which I think he's played this in the past, but a very mobile composition, as you said, from MFC, who's gotten some initial cart push due to being able to reposition in MFC's face, as Eaglet has the bubble out to contest this over on the staircase side. I like this reposition. Frogger has been booped out to the open. August is dead, so MFC's initial push just walked right into the hands of MDY.
I wonder if Myunbong's observing today, because if so, that was a big frag from Myunbong. Skyshow aim assassinated, so many misses onto Frogger. Just character assassination. I do like that, in particular, the Cassidy is really good at countering MFC, who are a team I'd describe as fairly low discipline. They go into wild positions to try and take ego duels, and the hindering is really good for trying to stop that.
Yeah, MDY, a good position off the staircase now. They're facing the same dilemma with MFC playing in the stair and in the window, and being dragged out by the knife of Gracie of Romani. Hey, the 5v3, they should try and chase a lot more of this, but they got MDY on the stairs, they got MDY on the back corner. They could take advantage of their split up decisiveness.
Oh, Skyshow. A touch too far. Eaglet now surrounded by 3, but some energy to play with and a little bit of healing as well. Oh no, that's a bad stagger. He was going to take so long to get back, and we know that Zarya is a hero that relies heavily on momentum. You need to start keeping that charge between fights. And Eaglet refusing to disengage early, it means that that's going to cost him all of that energy and require another bubble cycle before he's at full efficacy.
And we pointed out MFC needed to isolate or take advantage of the isolation at MDY because they were so indecisive whether to position on stairs or at the corner, and MFC are on the hunt. You trade that 1-to-1 August. Pop the Kitsune rush. Big advantage for MFC with the tactical visor. Olam healed back to full, but pulsed by Big Devil. A big shutdown for MDY, but they don't have... Oh, actually, Saint is still alive. The rally available, but these are finishes coming. Eaglet and Prince's way on MDY to stop the 53-meter push from MFC.
August finally finds a teleport node from someone. That was actually a great bit of synergy from MDY, using the Deadeye to actually get Olam behind a car and sitting still just in cover, which allows for an easy stick to come through from Big Devil, which could not be answered by August with a Suzu. Once again, Skyshow, remember what happened last time. A well-placed Gracie is all that's needed to drag one of these guys down to the low ground.
Okay, the grab right at the window forces Frogger's sound barrier out, keeps MFC alive, and Eaglet overstayed its welcome. When the whole team is grabbed, the whole team's gonna shoot at you. And MDY, Eaglet, especially out on the road, didn't have any cover. Great reaction from MFC as they will surge forward.
Numbani with a rampage here. I wouldn't mind seeing it early just to buy all the space that's needed to get this checkpoint and unlock the forward spawn. You can see that Eaglet has managed to make it all this way. Where do you get value from your nano here as Eichenwalde? Do you put it onto Skyshow or do you wait until Eaglet has cycled those bubbles?
Probably whoever it makes is about to make a big play. I guess the third option, C, none of the above. Big Devil, though, has the sustain, and he's hunting down after Olam, who's just simply sprinting away from battle. Rampage to get the frontline low of MDY, and both tanks are removed in the situation. It's the Tracer duel that can set everything apart. Ew, with the pulse! Eichan jumps out of the way, but Big Devil has a bigger impact, pulsing Olam out of the picture, and MDY win the fight like Deja Vu in the same spot as they did last time, but it's the second and third fight that matter the most for them.
Yeah, Big Devil at least demanded a huge amount of attention from both the car push there, rather the car touch and the nano, forcing Olam to disengagement that Eaglet could actually cover a huge amount of ground and survive a lot longer than he had any right to. Still, this is going to be difficult to try and move fast in terms of progress on the bot because, well, the window contest is fun for all the family.
MDY just have their cart contested. Big Devil needs to deal with new. MFC are right in the window, ready to drop if MDY even drop from their high ground. So it's a stalemate. It's a chess match of who is going to make the first move, who's going to get frustrated. MDY, though, in Mega Pack room on the left side on a flank. Olam is actually right behind them and has Visor, but he has no support. Kiriko of August could TP to Olam if he wants to go for a hero play. Bot has been stolen by MFC News, probably the one pushing this. Big Devil is looking for health packs, hence why he can't contest this. And this is costing several important meters from MDY due to New not being there. Olam was on the flank, so he couldn't get the bot going either. And MFC brought this back down to the neutral point. Deadeye from Skyshow on the high ground, protected by Bubble and a Brigida. MFC, they zone away. Sound Barrier and Tactical Visor, and more tools in the parking! A triple pulse bomb by Big Devil sets him apart from the rest.
Not only does it not get Suzu'd, but both Ramani and Frogger go in and say, yo, can I have a look at that stick, mate? I think I got myself a defuse kit around here somewhere to try and work on that one. MFC, absolute, just a little bit of a cloud moment. The entire team, who were pretty far apart at that moment, going in to check out a pulse bomb. That's quite sad, actually.
Well, how do they take advantage of this moment? Kitsune rush from August by the grab of Eaglet to stop them from surging forward and getting the speed, violence, and momentum that August was trying to deliver. Left in a 4v4. No tank or MDY, but do they really care? Big Devil and Skyshow are hitting every shot they need to. And Frogger's gonna bounce away, and MDY can finally try to extend what little they have and maybe get to the checkpoint. And that late stagger on Frogger might assure of that.
That's a big stagger. Olam going to swap over now onto the May. Eaglet picking up the Ramatra, hoping to be a little bit more brutal at the close quarters with the pummels to come through. It's been almost a full comp swap here when it comes to the DPS of MFC. Now got to move forward and keep this contested to not allow MDY the lead.
Well, MDY are kind of flopping this. They killed Frogger. They had a 5v4, lost Big Double on the flank, and MFC Rampage and bulldoze MDY, who are 2 meters away from taking the lead from MFC, which is a huge clutch moment. That's what the C stands for.
Yes, exactly. The C stands for clutch, and the F cannot be put on a broadcast. Skyshow, Deadeye, good to go. This could be a big zoning tool, and likely going to be used to allow Big Devil some extra innings and give some space over for that stick.
Okay, Skyshow hitting headshots. Oh, and he's got a Deadeye too, but this is difficult. You can, doesn't have the Lucio, so you can't kind of like cringy Deadeye Lucio speed into them, plus they're very far away. And they have speed, so they can run away from you a lot faster.
Yeah, what you want to do here is force people into cover using the Deadeye, and that'll give Big Devil easy sticks. But first, you've got to try and force out the Suzu from August. That's going to be #1 priority.
These pulse bombing spots. People in the building, all of them are there. Just throw it. Surely it'll stick to someone, but the recall's used. Didn't want to pull the trigger. Olam is going to mark him as MDY have control of the bot. They round the corner. Deadeye to look at trees, I guess, as everyone is around the corner. MFC have the sound barrier as soon as they want to tempo engage into them, maybe waiting for the blizzard, the pulse that we've been waiting for, doesn't end up sticking, and MDY, well, they stick their shots, and they got Supportal commits despair. The Nano to Eaglet overwhelms Romani on the front line, and the Sound Barrier Kitsune rush is an attempt to try and trade out with MDY, and as the dust settles, MDY are only up by 1. It's all up to Eichenwalde to keep his whole team alive. And then MFC just don't have the resources to sustain against that. MDY have officially taken the lead at the 90-second mark.
It's a mega investment from MDY, all 5 ults, but every single one of them is worth it. Not only to get the lead, but also to get past this checkpoint. That unlocks the forward spawn, and now MFC have to try and play against the momentum.
That May wall is huge. Eaglet is slowed. The rampage is through. Romani has identified the moment to turn the enemy team into Parmesan cheese. And MFC, though, they stopped the lead from MDY from getting any bigger. But how do they go all the way to the end? It's been many times in MFC have gone to the same spot on the opposite end, but they have 50 seconds to win 2 fights.
Bleeding stopped, wound cauterized. The thing MDY needs to do here is have Big Devil be responsible for contesting this objective and not Eaglet. If Eaglet goes forward to solo contest and is too far away from the support, it's going to be walled in and blizzarded, and it will be an almost guaranteed kill with no defensive ultimate to keep that Ramasha up.
Oh, Big Devil has to be careful here, because MFC are 1 fight away from trying to match that lead, and Big Devil dies here. 5v4 would be unrecoverable. Blizzard from Olam at the 2 HP mark, and the Maywall that doesn't get the isolation. MDY have Eaglet frozen. Big Devil's pulse is huge. It's a 4v4 as New overclocks and unleashes Maywall to stop the follow-up from protecting and supporting Eaglet. Surges forward, and the Nano is gone. MDY are running out of options. MFC have lost some bodies too. At the end of the day, it's a 2v2. And who clutches the hardest is what matters. MDY are the ones who get on top and force the game 5.
MFC simply could not get the value out of the blizzard that they needed. That had to be a kill onto Eaglet. There was nothing to protect him. There was no Nano. There was no rally. No Suzu from something like a Kiriko. He would have been a guaranteed kill if only they could have guaranteed that freeze of a well-placed wall on the Ramatra. For MDY, they play the disengagement so well. They actually give up the cap in order to allow MFC to overextend themselves. It's all going to come down to a map number 5, and you'll see it right after this break.
Sun's out, broom's out. MDY, one map away from a potential reverse sweep. MFC have chosen our final Game 5 map. We're going to Antarctic.
Antarctic Peninsula. This is where it will all be decided in our prestigious gigabanger of a waifu bowl. And if it does go the way of MDY, it will be a bona fide reverse sweep. I do wonder if there's any tilt that can be afflicted on the team when it comes to that triple pulse bomb kill that was just weapons grade silly from the side of MFC. Antarctic Peninsula, though. And the cards are down. There is one map here, in particular the Icebreaker, where we can see the Farah. That was the strat of choice for MDY back on our first control map of Oasis. But Antarctic Peninsula overall has been a map that's favored Rush over its lifespan. A lot of Ramadra here, some Junker Queen can also be seen, but Antarctic Peninsula hasn't actually existed at the same time as a true Junker Queen meta. So we'll have to see if Romani can really extract the value from his preferred hero here.
Yeah, he did play a bit of Ramadra on University, but was taking so much damage at once, especially getting pulsed by Big Devil. Wondering if Skyshow, like you said, goes to the far, maybe sticks to the Hanzo. Either way, we're going to have a rush off, where the only one, I think, is sub-level, where it's very dive-esque, but both these teams can easily play rush on the high ground. But this is where we decide it all, where it felt like MDY were not the same team as MFC, as I put this nicely. It felt like MFC were just head and shoulders above, but to the credit of MDY, they've made insanely fast and very good improvements. Even Skyshow, from his Genji on Circuit Royale, you saw it in front of your eyes, the way he would dash in to fight people and die, to actually playing around his team. MFC, they learn, and they're very composed.
Yeah, MFC I describe as a sucker punch team. They need to basically win the first two maps with their weird and kooky strats. And then after that, they can kind of grind out some victories once teams that are of this caliber will have adjusted to playing against the Frogger August silliness. Both teams opting in for some pretty hard rush here with the Mei. Actually, Big Devil not.
Got the isolation on Olam. Olam did isolate Eaglet, who dropped down to the low ground. That's not where you want to be if you're a rush team. But as MDY, that wall dropped, they were able to take back the high ground control. Olam using his wall to defend his team. And MDY's damage may seem to overwhelm MFC, where May's damage is nerfed at the moment.
This is a very foreboding bellwether for MFC. If they're not winning the tank duel when they have both the Ramatra and the Mei in concert, you should be winning that tank duel every single time. Trying to chase away some of these supports.
Snoo is in the back line.
Okay.
How is this happening with a Lucio? And the Suzu, you just gotta accept death, son. You can go again. But like I said, MDY had really good damage because they aren't running a Mei, but then Nu is being escorted around, so let him cook.
Yeah, maybe Nu and Frogger are playing a very San Francisco Shock 2022-esque kind of play, where we saw Finn and Proper essentially work as a two-person unit to try and find 2 versus 1 off angles on supports who are positioned in places where tanks couldn't necessarily get to them easily. Meanwhile, Romani, Olam, and August are going to be playing the second 3-man squad.
And there's the Amp Matrix right in Eaglet's face. And he's just, well, he's trying to beat one using it. MFC will still have control of the point and take back the lead, and Eaglet just seemed to move past the Amp Matrix, and MFC didn't know how to deal with this, so maybe this wasn't positioned in the best of ways by August. Big Devil, Pulse, Eaglet with the cleanup, and MFC are now, okay, that's actually the annihilation from Eaglet just to get the extra DPS against Romani.
Yeah, couldn't afford to get clutched up upon by Romani. That is actually a big economic hit that MDY are going to have to try and make it through here, which is going to be somewhat concerning when you're going up against a composition that does have a Mei, because Eaglet could have used the Annihilation for a good amount of sustainability with the essentially unlimited blocking and the armor that comes alongside it. But Skyshow going to be the star of this upcoming fight with an overclock.
Nu pops his head out, got brought down to half health. Frogger pops the barrier just in case they need this fight. MDY tried to match it with the Kitsune rush, but took too much damage so early by Nu and friends from MFC, who were quick to take up the space. Look at Romani go! And MFC will take back the point at 32%.
Not just a queen, says Romani. I can be the king of Ramatras too. Skyshow, yet again, looking at them to be the pop-off factor. Legendary hit scan. Try and hit some headshots with the almost unlimited railguns that you do get during that ultimate. Romani can try and stop it though with the Annihilation, eat up a huge amount of that damage using the block, and Olam can wall it off as well and force out an early shift. If a shift is used too early by SkyShow, he'll be super vulnerable.
And the net out to SkyShow. We're believing. We're joining the church of SkyShow. He's trying to deliver. MDY praying for this to go their way, but the Annihilation of Romani seems to be a lot to deal with. He's blocking and he's a thorn in the MDY side, and the blizzard from Olam as everyone looked at Romani. Olam took advantage of that distraction and punished MDY, who clumped up too far forward. And we did try to join the SkyShow church, but not today.
Yeah, the bad day for the organized religion of SkyShow. Oh my god, Saint TPing in here might be a major fumble. That is both supports staggered, and with about 12 seconds left in the round, that is not good at all. August can actually stop everyone from moving in with an amplification matrix and pick off those who would move in faster. Big Devil needs to get a mad touch here.
Right, the touches there from Big Devil. The pulse bomb at the feet gets a bit of splash damage. Ant Matrix from August. I like this position a lot further back than before. And Eaglet has to touch. He can't. SkyShow and Big Devil need to cycle on the point, and it's just not going to happen. What a boost, like you said, from Frogger to truly seal the deal on this round 1 of MFC and having ultimates to spare. This is an unnecessary amount of bullying, but MDY will be dropping round 1. MFC will see if they can prevent the reverse sweep coming up next.
One for all the Frogger fans out there. Frogger actually just hit the a head beat on Big Devil, actually impacted the Tracer's hitbox. If we were in that weird experimental patch, that would have killed the Tracer, but it is what it is. I do think that August and New actually did what was necessary there with the amplification, which was actually combined with the E from Sojourn for a double damage AoE, and it meant that Eagle actually had to use his block to stop himself from taking double damage from that AoE, and he was blocking in the wrong direction so everyone else could shoot into his back. It was a no-win situation for Eaglet. Very well played by MFC, who seemed to have picked the right map for this one.
I do think Romani's efficiency of Annihilation has been better when Eaglet used his just to win a 100 HP 1v1, and Romani used it in tandem with the Blizzard. That was the big fight winner. Now we go to Labs. We're at this point of the fight. It's about these Sojourns making a difference, getting the charge, looking for the pick. But with this May, MFC are looking for isolations. They can bully their way to the high ground on that right side that they're going to a lot better. Romani seems to be on a journey. He's going all the way behind MDY. He's got the speed of Frogger, but they need to pick a target and not just dance around. This team cannot afford poke. Look how low MFC are. They've had to use Immortality already. MDY with the Discord Orb is weakening MFC. No one has died quite yet until now. Eichenwalde caught beyond without a shield from Eaglet. And this is how MFC's rotations are catching these supports of MDY off guard. It is equalized because Big Devil won't go down without a fight. We'll see who even caps this first, to be honest.
It's not that brawl. Saint choosing the Zenyatta is very strange here. Very rarely going to be a great choice up against the Lucio composition. On the control, New going huge here. Could do even more, and indeed they do. This has been New's map, honestly. Yesterday we saw him go huge on Midtown with the Ash. Today it's all about the Sojourn. It feels like the days of Overwatch 2 old, back when Sojourn was at her most powerful state. MDY, they have generated a significant amount of ultimate charge over the course of this losing fight, but August can slow down any incoming aggression using the amplification matrix.
I was gonna say, no one really marked Big Devil there up until New saw him, and you can't let a Tracer go unnoticed with Pulse Bomb, but meanwhile, Romani won the tank duel, beating Eaglet to death, despite Eaglet having way more Annihilation charge, doubling what Romani is doing. Even with MFC having the first fight win, 40%, and growing from MFC with a ton of ultimates coming out.
Yeah, and Eaglet not going to be very happy with this Annihilation now that he has to contend with Olam's Blizzard. Remember, you can't block when you're frozen during the Blizzard, so easy headshots for everybody, and that is a huge bonus to someone like a Sojourn.
All right, New, you got to make me believe it. Is it ending now? Is it ending now? Well, he jumps back, but look who's nanoed. It's SkyShow. Eichenwalde also believes in him and has joined the church Transcendence to help Eaglet through this Blizzard. The healing is simply not enough. And MFC's Annihilation on top. They're chasing people around. Even the anti wasn't enough to slow down MFC. 72% and growing. It's MDY's last chance to prevent the end of the series.
I don't know why Nu stayed in there when August was dead. Frog wasn't able to get there in time for the healing. There's actually an opening here for MDY to try and turn it around. Big Devil maybe can look for a spawn cap with a well-placed Folsom, but for now is more concerned with keeping this point contested and building up the cap progress.
Ooh, Romani's low, doesn't have armor, but Frogger's speed and healing is right behind. Olam needs to be helped out. He's gotten to Ice Block, 3-man anti from Eichenwalde, and MDY and friends will be able to cap the point while MFC retreat from their lack of healing. Nu is still battling against Skyshow on that high ground. Any first pick here can give entry for MFC, who only need to win one fight to take the series, as MDY got to claw their way from 0 to 100 to force the round 3 as Nu had a charged up shot. MFC are low in that corner, and they depend on August. And now in this Ant Matrix, catching Eaglet though is a good start for MFC off this Ant Matrix. MDY just simply have to hide, but they can't afford to do that. They have to contest. MFC have recapped, and they're shredding everyone from MDY who go to contest. And MFC might have been joking around, but no one's laughing from MDY because MFC have prevented the reverse sweep and win the series 3-2.
Oh yes, the Waifu Bowl has been filled with Oceania. MFC take it away. What a smart amplification matrix as well, coming through from August. Zones away Aichan from being able to heal up Eaglet, so he's just dogpiled by 3 members of MFC without the ability to get any healing. Such a heads-up play from the content creator backline of MFC, who just about gripped to survival. It was looking real hairy there. The reverse sweep certainly was a twinkle in MDY's eye, but one of our premier teams coming out of China, actually coming out of Korean contenders, but filled with Chinese players, is sent down into oblivion.
But this was a long series, and you love to see the improvements out of MDY after they got crushed by 0. But one guy who continued to improve your player of the match is Olam from MFC, and I think he was so impactful due to the creativity of using Soldier throughout the series on Numbani and Oasis. This allowed him to rotate so quickly and catch people off guard before they even knew he was there.
Yeah, Olam, the mobility of the Soldier was a continuous thorn in the side of an MDY who woke up real slow in the morning. They weren't able to react with any real prescience to what the Soldier was offering. And one of the things about Olam as well, the ability to swap over to a Maybach consistently made Eaglet a very prime target. We saw that not even the 300 HPS Transcendence could save Eaglet when he got caught in that blizzard, because when you got 5 members of an enemy team beating on your head hitbox, there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, I think Olam's May was very impactful on Antarctic. This just kind of single-handedly allowed Romani to win the tank matchup. Eaglet did his best to rotate around it and dodge some of the blizzard, but yeah, that made the biggest impact. And Olam's pulse bombs and just the impact that he has in this fight, that one I didn't love, and I don't know why we clipped that because it was in the immortality, but we got to show his weaknesses and his strengths. You know, we can't make him look
forcing
like
out resources,
too
Lemon. It's an economical play.
Yeah, I guess if you want to cope that way, but Olam is an impactful player.
Yeah, that's a weapons-grade cope, but I can put the weapons away now because the Waifu War has come to a close, but Group A has not. We still have even more to come. NGU going up against 0 right after our break. Stay tuned.
We've got our second match of the day ready to go. Our second lower bracket quarterfinals between NJU and Zero after we did just say goodbye, unfortunately, to MDY after a grueling Game 5. We hope this one will be just as good.
Yeah, this one, hopefully it will be a banger, but NGU have so much to prove. Admittedly, they can prove that graphic design is their passion. I love that logo, so cutesy, and, well, the lettering is evocative of a cartoon from my past that makes me very happy. Let's have a quick look at that NGU roster. Unfortunately, it's been a remarkably unsuccessful Summer Opens thus far from our APAC third seed team. They were knocked out 3-0 by MFC, who you just saw defeat MDY, which didn't paint them in the best light. Wen is someone I'm going to be particularly keeping my eye on here, as someone who prefers more of the off-tank style tanks, played a little bit of Diva, a little bit of Sigma, and some Junker Queen as well. Whereas Zero, a lot more classically into the Winston.
And that's where Wen can make a difference if he goes to the Diva, being that soft counter to the Winston. If they are going to stick to that Winston, would be very important. NGU have a lot of players that are new to competition, a lot of them starting their careers either this year or last year, with Team KK turning into NGU being their very first successful contenders roster. So there's a lot of inexperience, but a moment to grow and shine on what could be one of the biggest stages they've ever competed on. And Zhao was a big highlight for me, who brought out the Pharah early on in that series against MFC.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of our APAC teams have, they've been watching the Yazan VODs, they've caught the Saudi bug, and they love playing some Pharah. Admittedly, a lot of the APAC teams that we have seen play the Pharah have been playing it against MFC, where a lot of teams do consider it to be a bit of a counter to their Junker Queen heavy style, so I wonder if they're going to go for something similar against a dive comp that's a lot faster with the Winston, the Tracer, etc. In particular, I'm going to be looking at Kie here to do a little bit better than they did against MFC, where the hit scan prowess really wasn't shown that hard, was a little bit too passive on the Sombra in my opinion, and while they did have a couple of nice headshots on Circuit Royale with the Widow, you need a far more explosive carry performance from your dedicated hit scan.
Oh, and one thing to mention is that Remedy is starting over Mango. Mango Jai and Chai were duoing in that last series that they played in the summer stage. So Remedy filling in for the Flexifor, where you thought that Mango Jai was probably the most experienced team, has a long resume, has a lot of experience in contenders. You thought that leadership was really needed, but clearly after the 3-0 loss that they experienced, need to change things up. Obviously, Mango Jai is not at fault. But let's go check out our next roster, Zero, who had a good start, 3-1 against MDY, where that wasn't close, but fell quite short against SPG.
Yeah, SPG falling 3-1 to them. Getting caught off guard a couple of times by the weird Orisa. SPG do like to bring out some fairly esoteric tank picks for a Zero. A pretty classic team, in my opinion. They love to just stick Heesung on the Winston and let the boy Primal Blade. You're rarely going to see them move away from the Brigitte Ana that's been the support du jour in competitive Overwatch for the last couple of months. The only real question marks here are what Minute and Scarlet play. Usually we're going to see them come out on a Sombra Tracer mix, but Minute is one of these players that came up last year during a Sombra meta. Not a Sombra meta, a Sojourn meta. Minute's got a fantastic Sojourn up their sleeve, and Scarlet, who has actually come in from the bench previously, replacing, I believe, Taejong, or Jaewoo, actually, has actually been such an impressive stand-in for Zero.
Yeah, Scarlet, I believe, I had voted as a player of the match, while Minute has been more focusing on Sombra and Hanzo, where his Hanzo takes some time to warm up. I remember him being a solo carry on Dorado with how many headshots he hit, but did need to sync up with Scarlet, but Scarlet is a one-man army. I think was able to diff a lot of people and was a big difference maker, and Minute just got outshined at that moment, but had some very solid EMPs on his own, especially on Route 66 up against SPG, where they actually did win that map. It was the only map they won, but we'll see what the impact of that will be on Lijiang Tower.
Lijiang Tower is a map where I believe we saw a little bit of success. Well, actually not much success from Zero versus SPG. SPG actually brought out the Orisa and the Pharah here, and Zero had a lot of trouble dealing with it. So if Zhao Lian wants to bring out the Pharah again, things could get troublesome.
Yeah, the rush Zero had a hard time against SPG. They actually got 100-0 and lost that. That was tough to watch. But other than that, Heesung is very comfortable on the Winston, but that is all that he plays. Now that we're going to control center, we will be seeing that Reinhardt reemerge again, and we'll see if this will be an easier team to face up against. The Symmetra, the Lucio, though, gets Zero. It's just such a quicker position on server side. When on the Junker Queen will expose himself to a lot of poke. It's not protecting his team or his backline whatsoever. Zero almost found a first pick, got some people low, didn't execute quite yet. Zero, though, having server control means they can access the backline of NGU, who need to counter-rotate properly. That's why they're taking cover on the other side of this pillar, but what a beautiful Maywall from Scarlet! He still swings for the fences and only hits one. So it's a 1-to-1 trade, 4v4. Zero don't have a tank, so it's really tough to protect themselves against the Reaper of NGU.
Yeah, once everyone starts to get into close range and the Reaper becomes less... oh, no, don't get picked by the turrets. Once the Reaper gets less, attention paid to him because of the opening of the fight being all done, that's when Lijiang can really get value out of those close-range shotguns.
Looking to get value out of the Damn Matrix. They also marked that Zhao was at the pillars, gonna force the Wraith out, but the Maywall blocks his moment of exit, and he's booped into the line of fire. Great coordination from Zero, the 5v4, the coalescence, though, from Brevity to see if they can salvage this fight. Mainly let Wen try to have a brawling chance against Heesung, and it works out. The support is immense coming out of NGU as photon barriers are exchanged, so your eyes are gonna bleed just a little bit as all the ultimates will come out, but NGU had this in the bag.
A great choice there from Remedy to pop the coalescence. Evidently a track that Heesung couldn't interrupt it with something like an Earth Shatter. Remember that Moira can actually fade during coalescence now too, which has bumped up her pick rate considerably now that she's not so much of a sitting duck during her ultimate. Zhalian. A well-placed Death Blossom here could be everything, but remember you've got to try and force out a lot of utility from Crescent first. That Immortality field could be incredibly effective against the Reaper.
Blizzard! Right as Zero tried to leave the staircase, actually teleport out of it. So Scarlet might have been too preemptive on that. NGU just fighting from high ground to another. The Symmetra teleport is gone. I mean, the delivery service is killed. So 5v4 for Zero as they wanted to get more from that. Heesung has to be careful how he duels with Wen because he's been losing those more often than not.
Heesung relying on someone else to do a lot of the info gather here so that potentially he could take a no-look attempt to add a shatter. Oh my goodness, so much damage going into Zhalian to open this one up. Still looking for a way to try and get value out of this Death Blossom, but of course going to have additional longevity if combined with something like a sound barrier as Heesung looks to try and intercept the rotation.
And the Shatter 2 is available. Even just getting one would be enough, and goes up into Symmetra and actually whips it. Nonetheless, Sound Barrier is there to save them. The Death Blossom on top. NGU have next level punishing power against Zero.
Oh, that is such a sad little shatter.
Yeah.
You only want to get one. Unfortunately, you get zero. Scarlet being staggered, not ideal with only a couple of seconds left here. Coalescence once again good to go. Gets maximum cleave, of course, and can fire through barriers as well.
And this Coalescence helped Wen win the 1v1 against Heesung before the Ant Matrix from Crescent. Will try and even up the damage too. Minute has the Photon Barrier. He doesn't really even need it. Zero just TP'd past NGU's chokehold and slaughtered them before NGU could even really turn around and do something.
I'm surprised at Minutes being able to win so many of these Symmetra duels compared to Kie, because Kie's got so many more options to try and charge up the beam. Both the Mei Wall and the Reinhardt Shield allow you to get up to full power before the fight begins in earnest. When once again, a Rampage here could be everything. Remember, it can be blocked by shields though. That includes the Photon Barrier and the Reinhardt Shield. And that can make things a little bit more difficult when it comes to managing that AoE. And
Zero are a lot more prepared for this push. NGU like the TP past the choke. Mei walls from Scarlet just to slow things down. Wen breaks it down, and the Rampage is through. Soundbeard in response. Zero ignore the tank and try to kill everyone behind. Kie is a victim to that, not before placing the Photon Barrier down as both teams try to take advantage of that extra defense, but the slow from Scarlet is just simply too much, and NGU are overwhelmed. They can't even escape even if they wanted to. And at the 92% and growing mark for 0, this was last fight territory. You'll have a contest there from Kie's Tracer. NGU have Lucio's speed, but not when their ankles have been taken out by a shatter. There's still somehow a contest from NGU, and Zero needs to make sure they don't choke this. They've lost their tank, and usually when Heesung dies, the rest do as well. But no tank remains from either side. Zero focused so much on blocking the choke that when NGU escaped past them, they got a bit confused, but nonetheless, it ends in Zero's favor.
That is a heartbreaker for Xiaolian, I believe, dying at 98% towards the Death Blossom. One better aimed shot could have made that ultimate happen, and that may have turned the entire fight around. Still, what ifs do not matter. One of the things that's particularly interesting here about Heesung playing the Reinhardt is that Heesung actually plays a very, some might say a cowardly Reinhardt, I would say a responsible Reinhardt. Generally just sits on his point with the shield during some of these more split brawls to just survive as long as possible and not give over point control when it's so important for Zero to remain in control of those, just allowing his DPS to do all of the damage instead, and essentially just soaking up all of that aggression without giving over too much in the way of ult charge or numbers advantage to NGU.
So much attention and damage that he's usually the first to die, which has been costing Zero a lot of fights. But the teleport first is more successful from Zero. They almost may wall off NGU's entry. Now it's all out chaos as both teams are just trying to situate themselves, find each other, and communicate. Zero have taken over the point initially and have forced NGU to the courtyard side. And without Zhao's Mei, Wen is going to lose the tank matchup with Scarlet still alive. So it's smart for NGU to just not even bother with this.
Yeah, when it came to the opening picks, I think that NGU did have a small advantage, but with Xiaolian falling, your ability to actually engage onto the point is severely hampered. This would be an interesting play here from Scarlet, trying to maybe intercept some of the teleporters and shut them down. But no, NGU actually going to swap the entire strategy whole cloth. Xiaolian returning to the Pharah. This has been the flavor of the month for APAC all the way through this tournament.
And it's great. It's a great tool to get poke in on all sides, cause confusion, and if anyone is disengaging to the coast side, you get environmental kills using the concussive blast of Pharah. So Zero have to be aware of this and play inside the point, and they might be playing into NGU's hands, but NGU need to take advantage of having that frontal pressure so that Zhao's damage is actually worth something. As Zhao is now forced to kind of show himself more in these entries and expose himself to poke too. But jumping on in is Zhao with the barrage. He has been Mei-walled off. He needs help. And Zhao's a bit too impatient. He needs to rely on his team to do the engaging to the point. The Pharah should not be the first one in.
Yeah, that was an unintelligent engagement, I'm gonna say. When maybe could have gone in there with the shout, but maybe was hoping to save the shout for more of a reactive play instead of a proactive one. Healing simply not enough. I think Scarlet already had a wall up as well, which complicated things even further because it meant that Remedy couldn't actually get as much healing out as they would otherwise like. Xiaolian, though, still has this barrage. A huge amount of damage can come out from that one, and we're still worried about those environmental kills, which does force some reactive positioning from Zero that maybe can be exploited by NGU.
Zhao's gonna change his angle, go towards the front, but Orion sits right there. Pulse bomb right at the feet. Zero dodges. Salver and Blizzard as soon as NGU make entry. The Blizzard instead the barrage. The Blizzard is a choice. And now you got the shatter on top. Just NGU are not talking to each other. Zhao needs someone to distract at the front, and they just did not share that information. Zero confidently take map number 1.
Yeah, Zero responding well to all of the shenanigans thrown their way by NGU. The Pharah may have seen quite a bit of success in other matches, but this one is entirely different. No space being made for the Pharah, and that everyone could simply react to the barrages and react well to the positions of the Pharah without really having to give up too much in terms of what they were bargaining. Gonna see if NGU can try and bring it back after this break.
Zero had a strong start on Lijiang Tower, but it's up to NGU to decide their fate coming up next, as they will have the map pick. But where could they possibly go?
Going up to Numbani, Next Lemon, and NGU. This has been... It was good for their attack up against MFC. They did pretty well there. And I think that it was their defense where they really fell short, and the defense is where Zero are really going to test you using the Winston. And the Winston is an excellent choice on Numbani. Access to those high grounds is so important.
Numbani will be our next map, and try to see if Zhao, just more of Zhao's hero pool, because he's been known as a Tracer Genji superstar in contenders and has shown flexibility towards Pharah and other things on control. But on Numbani tells me that we're going to see more of that. You need a solid ranged hit scan on defense and offense, because those first picks, it's kind of sniper heavy to say on that initial point. And Kie, like we said, has to have a bigger impact, whether on the Sombra, the Reaper, whatever he chooses. But ultimately, I feel like NGU have good ideas, but lackluster execution. And I think once they figure that out, this will be a lot closer.
Yeah, in NGU, maybe some comms issues. This is a far newer team, not as much veterancy here, especially with Remedy in instead of Mango Jai. I think that Mango Jai today, maybe his main job is just going to be balancing the mental of NGU, playing kind of a pseudo coach role as a leader. Zero playing kind of almost exactly what we'd expect. Scarlet playing on the Echo is a little bit of spice, a little bit of something special, and it is actually going to be particularly difficult for Lijiang, because remember, the deflect doesn't work too well against the focusing beam.
Doesn't work at all, yeah. NGU just forced their way to the top left and dashing right on in. Zhao identifies Crescent, deals with that quite quickly. And NGU, right idea and better execution after Lijiang Tower, but not before Scarlet caught all of them lacking as they were so low. That was a 3K from Scarlet with the focusing beam. He saved this for Zero.
Yeah, Minute, you can see him, the ult charge, got them all underneath half HP, and then Scarlet comes in with a focusing beam. There's nothing to be done. Lijiang's already swapped away from a Genji here, noting, hey, I can get kills, but I'm just going to get picked off by the Echo, so I want to try and take that sky-high fight, and win as well. Moving over onto the Winston. I don't think we've seen this yet from Wen, despite a couple of runs through Numbani. Last time was far more successful on their offense, but now been stalled out momentarily.
Engage started off good for NGU, but need Chai and Remedy to be on the same page and make sure everyone is popped up in case Scarlet decides to bring out the focusing beam of death. Zero with that 5v4. They're not going to end it right there. Anti from Crescent deals with Chai, and Remedy is next on the hit list. NGU will have to reset.
The problem here is how do you get Kie up to the high ground in order to try and really get the timing with Wen onto the backline targets. Spinel and Crescent actually dove upon so effectively previously, but you can see that there's a huge amount of pressure here onto Traces, and that's something that Zero do super well as a team. They're really good at forcing out Traces. We saw this on Dorado previously, where they were just doing an excellent job of keeping MDY's Tracer at bay.
Really like kind of this preemptive push from Zero. This has gotten them like a few random picks, one on TTA especially as you were trying to hype them up. But NGU deciding to play this low ground to get as much vision as possible where these supports are. But the Duke, the trigger has been pulled. Zero in the backline as a second Winston. But Scarlet quickly converted back. Tanks don't have as much health as they should. As NGU now have a moment to see if they can punish this kind of early push from Zero. But a pulse from Minute finishes off Chai, and Remedy couldn't deliver the nano in time to save them. And now both of them are dead.
Nano now at least should be guaranteed to move over onto Wen. That means that there's going to be a huge amount of responsibility on Spinel in this next fight for making sure that Zero get through this safely. Oh, what a snipe coming through from Eichenwalde. But here, Spinel, the job's all his. Gotta make sure that you can take out Wen during that primal dive. If the whip shot is hit, Wen is likely to pop the primal rage just to try and get value from the nano and get that instant leap cooldown. After that, Spinel gotta respond with the rally.
NG only have 1 minute left, and this is their best chance to have an impact. Nano Winston, I wouldn't even mind a Nano Echo just for that, just to guarantee basically that first kill. Zhao is the recipient. He flies in, goes after Scarlet, removes one NGU into the top right. Of course, he supports Sub-Zero into a corner, quite literally, but Heesung is there to help them out. Zero's supports seem to have been able to rotate away from that NGU dive as the pulse from Kie has no effect. First take for NGU, 30 seconds left. This is do or die, and he needs to as much as he can, but Wen has been slept. Should be able to pop the primal if things get hairy, but while he's occupied, Zero vanquish the rest of NGU and will prevent the full cap of the pool.
Excellent restraint there from Spinel to make sure that they were holding on to that rally for as long as possible, making NGU all come to a point so you get maximum value out of swinging that mace. Scarlet now has a duplicate to play with. That's a lovely boot, but they can't touch.
And a not so great death. NGU now have to rely on PA to touch with a rally that doesn't last long. Scarlet duping one of his best heroes. It is over, allowing 88%. NGU, I think, again, good ideas, and I really thought it should have been it after the first fight. They killed Zero's supports, but didn't have enough healing. It's almost like NGU went too deep and were out of LOS from their Brigitte and their Ana. It was a rather really quick dive. And then it was all over after that. Zero, though, rotated well to keep their support safe after the dives, after they knew how threatening NGU could be.
Yeah, really making sure there was no space to set up that dive, and maybe an overreaction in terms of swapping up the comp, to be honest, after what was a successful first fight from NGU, apart from being clutched up upon at the end. I actually really agreed with your point that Nano wanted to be Echo. Wanted Zhao Liang was the play there for NGU because it was too easy for Nano Winston to be shut down with a whip shot. Speaking of whip shots, one of my main complaints thus far for NGU is that Chai is popping whip shots way too early. They're popping whip shots to poke at Winston's, and those whip shots need to be saved for when Heesung's actually making these dives happen, so that he can't land the leap damage and get almost guaranteed kills on a Nana.
Yeah, I agree that just stopping the dive with the flail would be great, or with the whip shot, but just getting Inspire up early in the fight, so just make sure you have all your resources available is maybe what he's thinking about. Either way, you're seeing sort of that inexperienced show. Just keep in mind, everyone, that NGU, this is probably their first or maybe second year competing in Overwatch in the esports sphere in general, against Zero, who have a lot more years under their belt. And it's all up to 88.3% for Zero to go to match point.
NGU's map pick thus far has been inauspicious for them, but still they can grasp victory from the jaws of defeat with a well-placed ironclad defense. Already huge amounts of pressure going over onto Kie.
I like the coach gun to get out of that situation, and also up to the high ground where you have some sleep from Remedy to stop a dive. Heesung on one side and is just tossing up this Ana. Good bubble too to prevent the sleep from hitting him. And Zero execute the dive, and they managed to live through it. I think that's the key thing, is that NGU's dive was good, but they all died afterwards. Zero vanquished them quite easily within the first attempt, and Zero move on to match point.
That is how you do a Winston Echo dive, say Zero. They actually have Scarlet move first, I believe, to distract all the supports and make sure that Heesung can make his jump unaccosted and end up on that high ground, start cleaving. It's necessary that either the Ashe, the Brigitte, or the Diva takes responsibility for interrupting that, but unfortunately out of 3 options, none were taken. And you're gonna have to pick a map right after this break.
It's match point for Zero and last life for NGU here on our lower bracket quarterfinal of Group A. But it's NGU's choice of map, so yeah, hope they got a good plan going on.
They got to choose Numbani too. I'll just leave that there.
Yeah.
Hopefully NGU have themselves a plan. Ideally, you want to go somewhere where the Winston is not strong. I'd recommend Circuit Royale. And actually, they picked that against MFC as well, although they did get frogged on. No Widow Wednesday worked out for Frogger, but NGU might not do the same kind of Kie hunting, so maybe Kie gets a little bit more space to work out. This one certainly is exactly what we'd expect in terms of trying to counterpick a team that loves the Winston. Winston not very viable here at all. He just has to cover too much distance. And hey, this is a map where we've seen reverse sweeps potentially start before from MDY, so why can't NGU do that?
Where is Mango Jai? Where's my mango guy? My brother in fruit? Because I feel like the coordination maybe would be helpful with someone who has that tremendous experience. But I'm not obviously flaming any support. It's just good ideas, mid-execution when it comes to how they played Lijiang brought out the Pharah, and then NGU just didn't create enough of a distraction for Zhao. And then when they engaged into Numbani, they just died in the process and weren't able to reconnect with their supports of Chai and Remedy. And really, we just keep talking about NGU because, hey, I'm gonna just give head pats to Zero because they're doing everything fine. Yeah,
like, they're just playing it by the book. Zero are, right now, just a team that's doing everything right. They're playing some classic Winston Tracer for almost time immemorial in Overwatch Esports. Winston Tracer has been a core of a viable composition. And whether it's Minute or Scarlet playing on that hero, it's been solid. But now we have to leave that all behind. Minute, I'm so excited to see on the Widowmaker. I'm actually interested to see that Minute isn't playing the Sojourn, because that's one of, as far as I'm aware, his best heroes from previous seasons of Contenders. Scarlet's going to be picking that one up, though, and Scarlet's been having a doozy today.
See if Kie is going to rip things, too. Because his Reaper got a multi-kill in that first fight. It's just, Reaper, once you're in, it's tough to get out if you don't have a long enough range with the Wraith, but NGU has snipers of their own. And with the Sigma, they'll have plenty of cover to be able to peek out from this corner and even use the cart as cover. Zero giving up a lot of that space. It's smart. You don't want to be caught on that bridge and expose yourself to headshots. NGU just looking for anything at all. Grapple from Minute. Body shot, and Zhao finishes off that target.
Yeah, 2 body shots, more than enough to take out Minute. Don't know where the other one came from, but hey, Zhao Liang can pick that one up all for themselves. Halfway now to a Dragon Strike, and Zero seems to be on the back foot. This might well be the pick that NGU needed.
NGU already halfway to A off of just one shot, and Scarlet finds the head of Zhao, trying to find the cover of the payload. Zero now can take a lot more aggressive space. You see Heesung challenging, ego pushing into Wen. Kie is already grappling back. Now, needing to just find any opening. It's also going to be up to the Ant Matrix of Remedy. Now with that headshot from Kie, which is incredible, you deny the Ant Matrix from Zero. NGU should round this corner, use the Ant Matrix aggressively to assure the cap of point A.
You need to get rid of the enemy back here. You cannot have this kind of healing deficit start to attack you. Heesung does have an advantage here when it comes to that ultimate, but doesn't really want to use it too early. Crescent, if needed, can pop the emergency trance.
Grab Flux just to get them low. Heesung and friends didn't want to engage off of that. The Ant Matrix wasn't ready. When Wen pops his, the Transcendence will be ready on the other side. Speaking of which, Chai pops his, a lot of resources for NGU when using his Crescent Transcendence in response. Scarlet is the one hitting all of his shots. The first blood in the last fight, 2 in this one. And it's simply a DPS diff, which is keeping NGU locked up and away from capping A.
Scarlet was able to do all of that as well because of a well-placed accretion from Heesung. We saw that Wen was going to try and shoulder peek with the accretion. Oh, that's brutal onto Kie. But Heesung interrupted the accretion cast with his own stun and made sure that Scarlet had all the room that they needed to pop off with the overclock. This is also a good time for us to talk about Hanzo versus Sojourn. One of the things that's super important here is that Scarlet can force snipers out of partial cover using a disruptor shot, and that could be important for maybe setting up Minute for a well-placed snipe.
Sight from Kie. Somehow Zero still finds a shot into Zhao when you usually want to play away from the infrasite informational advantage. NGU be able to round this corner. Grabflux almost at the ready from Zero. It's almost like he's baiting them into a nice group up. As Remedy, a few more healing shots, and he'll be able to pop the Ant Matrix. So a solid win condition from both sides. Grabflux, especially without a Transcendence counter. This Dragon Strike simply locks Heesung into a 1v1 with Wen, which didn't really net much because both supports, or both team supports, are so focused on keeping that tank alive. It is such an important pillar of these fights. Scarlet continues to be a difference maker for Zero, and sets NGU so far back, and a confident and aggressive approach from Zero when they do get that pick from Scarlet.
Yeah, I really think it would have been worth an investment of Remedy's amplification matrix there when we saw Heesung get isolated by the Dragon Strike. This has actually made sure that NGU are basically low on really impactful resources for this next fight. What is Heesung doing over here? He staggered Wen. Oh, that is going to be major boo-boos. This is so bad. This is terrible.
I think Zhao will be able to touch if he remembers about the cart, and not gonna happen. NGU at least, I guess I wouldn't even say want to fight. Did get the cart pushed halfway to A. So it's important for them to not give up too much space, but at least the cart being at the corner means that NGU can hold just as long of a defense as Zero. But just as how the series has gone, Scarlet, Minute are just a whole different piece.
Get the timers out. All my gamers. This might be one of the fastest matches that we have seen at the Overwatch League, on the Overwatch League channel. This is about as fast as they can potentially get. NGU, once again, going to be fighting on this first point for their lives. Oh, it's so sad. Heesung getting that aggressive. I thought it might have been foolhardy, but in the end must have tracked that Wen actually had the Gravitic Flux. Was either going to try and force Wen to use it more early than he would have liked to try and counteract that aggression, or just stagger out Wen in just completely so that he couldn't actually have an effect on the fight with the Gravitic Flux when Zero might not have been able to counter it too effectively. Really smart as Minute gives us some jaunty tunes.
Time to start making up for it.
They're bopping, man. They're bopping.
I just really wanted to listen to this. It's like he's rehearsed it. It kind of sounds good, not gonna lie. It's better than Frogger's tune from earlier.
Yeah, Frogger's tune was terrible. It sounded like a like a lamb being stomped on. Minute, looking for the grapple shot. Don't think it's going to be forthcoming. No Widow on the other side. Kie and Zhao Liang. Both a lot more focused here on winning out the Sigma Door. This is pretty heavy on the brawl damage.
This has been all about the Sojourners, where they're the ones getting the first picks. I think I saw Zhao be able to get one, or maybe two from NGU. It got them halfway to A, but Scarlet, time and time again, is single-handedly winning fights for Zero. And it's not to discount what the tanks are doing. Living is what's allowing and enabling these DPS to thrive. So you have Heesung to thank for that. Meanwhile, Zhao is able to deflect a shot or get a headshot either way onto Minute. Now how do NGU want to pursue this afterwards? Genji can be aggressive and do more than that. And you're starting to see Zhao get into those positions. But somehow you have a flanking Zen, but anyway.
Why did he drop? Such a strange choice by Crescent. I thought that it was going to get punished in that position, but yeah. Just looking for a nasty right click. Unfortunately, it's all misses all the time. Minute has returned. NGU still not going up against a full strength Zero here, as Crescent's going to take his time to return to his own.
Ant Matrix and good deflect from Zhao to get around this corner, but Orbs through the store finds Kie, and this is not a position that NGU want to be in. Big grab flux catches two. Zhao is going to be injured. Immortality from Remedy may just save this, but Zero won't even let them. They're going to choke him out just like they did throughout the series. A very decisive 3-0 comes in the way of Zero as they move on to the semis to face MFC.
Zero continues surviving, even with Heesung not being on the comfort pick of the Winston that's usually Zero's bread and butter. They still are more than able to take out NGU, who managed to unfortunately pick up no map wins over the course of the Opens, but we've got to reiterate, these guys are young and new players. We weren't expecting a huge amount from them, and the experience itself is what starts to build, to forge these young players into champions, because all of them are newer names.
They've had success, speaking of NGU. That's why they got picked up for with this brand of NGUK, which formerly called Team KK. But Zero, they've looked so good right out of the gates. Your player of the match obviously has to be Scarlet from the May that locked everyone up and had better reads when NGU tried to TP on the second attempt. Had a beautiful Maywall, and Blizzard is making Wen's life a living hell. You move on to Echo and Numbani, where he single-handedly shut down the game, or really the fight, winning push of NGU. Scarlet is clearly the best player on the scene.
Yeah, and it's so surprising that Scarlet was actually like giga-benched for Zero for all of their contenders run. They much preferred playing Jay-Woo on the Tracer, but Scarlet has proven that not only are they an excellent Tracer replacement for Jay-Woo, but they have the flexibility to be even more than that. Like you said, map-saving or at least point-saving fight, getting a beautiful focusing beam at the beginning of Numbani, but Scarlet's understanding of timing and synergy with the team cannot be understated in terms of how it makes him one of the most deadly players that we have in this bracket.
And Zero find themselves just on a tough side of the bracket, having to face SPG, who are, I would say, the big favorites to qualify or be the #1 team out of Group A to move on to knockouts. And Zero had to face them in the semis, and that's why they find themselves in the lower bracket. But I can see Zero making a deep run. But what awaits them is MFC. But that's it for Group A for today. But don't you worry, we got more Overwatch around the corner. Group B, we have ODH versus NT, Varel versus Honeypot. Hex and ZP on the mic. We'll see you there.
Summer Stage opens, East continues. 2 matches down today, 2 left to go. And now as we head into the one and only ODH taking on NT Hex, the question is, will NT be able to deal with ODH's brand of off-meta play?
You'd think so. ODH is, by their own admission, self-admittedly self-identifying as a one-trick team. Have shown us that one trick, and when we talked about it 2 nights ago, I said, yeah, I mean, a lot of times you're watching that first map, you're like, May, Sim, that makes sense. Then I got to Hollywood and doing my route review, I'm like, May, come on, what's going on? But it's been May Builder for the most part for this team, and they'll admit that is the one trick they play. Now, the question is, when you've shown a team that it's your one trick, do you pull out a wild card? Do you throw in something different?
Well,
I don't think so. And NT just overall, I think the stronger roster only in the lower bracket because they just had the unfortunate luck of running into a player who was yapping off, as they say.
Yeah, Yappin was a force of nature, as you put it during the break. No better way of putting it. NT incredibly solid, and yeah, I mean, I think things are going to be tough for ODH, and their best chance of taking the series here, Hex, is that they need it to go to 5. They need to do the old classic and win on double control map and somehow sneak a win out on one of the other maps in the series, because their composition that they like playing is strongest on control, right? Where they run May and a builder on basically everything. Well, guess what? On control maps, a lot of teams will run May and a builder, and it's pretty effective. The problem for ODH is that when you get into escort, hybrid, and push, well, it's not anywhere near as good. So you take a look at the roster now in front of you. Mamun is a May with scary good icicle accuracy. And Cistern, again, you talk about flyer specialists. Well, Cistern, a bit of a builder specialist. Flexes between Torb and Sin.
Yeah, those are the 2 you want to look at as far as when they're building their comp. Actually, one of the better players, based on some of the little I've seen of this team, has been Shui. In that flex support can be an X factor as far as putting out more damage, because your front line is going to put out consistent damage as far as the builder and the May, but kind of the burst damage that you can see from the flex supports could come out of Shui. NT, this is their map choice. We're going to go to Antarctic, which makes a ton of sense for control. NT is the higher seed coming into this. So Antarctic is one of those, it's a control map that's a little bit more wide open, especially when you get to the point to prevent those May walls, to prevent those builders. And this is their squad. No weak spots, just no weak spots on this team at all. And they could be a force to be reckoned with in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think and it wasn't really a weak spot in their last matchup, but the player I could imagine is out for a little bit of revenge today is Maka, where I just think back to, the match versus FM where Maka got picked like 4 times in a row by Yappin on Circuit Royale. And if there was ever a time to be like, no, you know what, I'm out for blood today, that'd be the thing that would trigger it, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we saw a lot with both FM and Rhodes is just kind of crazy damage carry potential that ended up upsetting a few teams. As I mentioned, we will be going to Antarctic Peninsula, the newest control map in the pool. This is NT's map pick. And, like I mentioned, you don't necessarily want to go to a Lijiang or even an Ilios, where there are just much smaller points that can be much more easily controlled by the May pick that we almost undoubtedly will see out of ODH.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see Maman play anything other than May. I think in the prep you were doing and looking at team histories before coming into this, you're like, yeah, it was always May. So you would want to pick the control map least friendly to May, which difficult given how May is actually pretty good on most control maps, but Antarctic is probably the closest you're going to get, which there's some irony there where it's like, wait, the one map where May isn't quite as good as the other maps is the one map that's actually in the cold weather area? What are you talking about?
A little bit ironic. Just the amount of times that we've said May, I almost had a Britney moment. Maybe because it's day 3 and it's 2 a.m., but it's gonna be May. Had to do it. I don't know. It's in my head. It's that earworm that just crawled in there. I gotta get it out.
You have to give your system, like you just have to say. Well, also speaking of May, again, May's still pretty good at control maps in general, regardless. So
yeah, I mean, so NT gonna mirror it, and let's see some Hog. The Hog versus Ram matchup you don't see too often.
Again, Hog I think, a little bit better than people give credit for, but also difficult to make work against a team as good as NT, where you're going to see the pressure on Q just be absurd from the get-go. Hidden finds Cistern immediately. Arpen, though, down. NT down their key tank. The Roadhog continues to live. So we'll see if Q can land another hook here. Chewing through the wall and meet another wall on the other end from his own team. Yeah, that happens, but... NT, more control of the point, even down their tank early, so I feel like something went a little bit awry on ODH's rotation there.
Yeah, it's tough too because it's going to scare the Roadhog trying to run into a Reaper. A Reaper's so good against, well, the big boys of the tanks, your Winstons and your Roadhogs. So going to be difficult. NT with control, as you mentioned, but the mirror pick, huge.
Yeah, Maze Specialist versus someone that picks me occasionally. Not too surprising. A little bit of a pick off there from Q at the end. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be ODH getting a pretty quick retake here.
Yeah, they will pull it back. And like we said, ODH is not going to surprise anyone. We also, when we learned about the map pick, I mentioned you do see Torb on this map in specific stages on occasion. Not a must pick, not an often pick, but it's not the worst. There's decent turret spots.
Yeah, and it was a pretty quick swap onto the Torb rather than a Sim, I think. Just to maybe contest the Reaper a little bit more evenly than a Sim does. That's the only thing I can think of going in, but Maman has the Blizzard good to go. It's going to be Blizzard v Blizzard here in the next fight. Still looking for a hook. Blizzard coming out here from Maman. NT right now still okay. Hidden finds Cistern early. Death Blossom weighing in the wings as the Blizzard for NT goes down. You though, Whole Hog deals with Arpen pretty quickly. The problem is Premier really setting the tone of the fight off the Blizzard onto a Maman pick, and yeah, Hog might be the last one standing, but there's no team left.
ODH committed a lot to that fight too. You saw Blizzard, but most importantly, I think Beat went down really early to try to engage in that fight. NT is going to take the lead, and it's going to be a lead with both Annihilation and Beat. If used properly, those can suss you out 2 fights in a row, whereas Molten Core, a little less valuable.
Yeah, I mean, ODH is going to have their work cut out for them. I would still, wonder, did they get a main pick? Wow, heavy pressure onto the Roadhog, forces you back. NT though, kind of low in turn, hit it though, gonna finish it off. Finding 2, just gets the walk forward, and look, Sister didn't even get a chance to multi-core, but you talk about power here between these 2 comps. I do think there's a pretty significant, just mechanical difference between Reaper and Torb in this situation. The value that Hin is getting is ridiculous.
Well, also Torb is such an easy target, especially if they fight up close.
Annihilation, awesome, and full cleanup. That doesn't even take place near the point. NT just wanted to fight it then and there.
It is one of the better spots to use the Mei on this point, where you do have a little bit of a choke. This spot, and then also top of that. Pretty good.
Pull out early. Hitting gets caught. Q is right there.
That's all.
Finishes off. Yeah, the Molten Core at the end. NT was already in retreat. I don't think the Molten Core was necessarily in the end. Are they going to be able to get to the point? No! ODH can't get back to the point, so NT, the forward hold, paying dividends. But closer than I expected at points, and again, I kind of look at, why ODH had the result they did. I wouldn't blame the Hog. The Hog was actually pretty effective on the whole. I mean, maybe getting burned down at the end was bad, but the rest of it was solid. I feel like the biggest difference was just the, one team was playing Torb, the other team was playing Reaper.
Yeah, but also, if you think about ultimate values too, there was 1 or 2 picks, I think, from the Whole Hog that came out, but Annihilation is kind of a team wipe too. If not, just absolutely cleaning up a team, forcing them away, whereas Whole Hog, it's kind of hide around a corner for a second.
All right, again, into it. NT still going to run out here on the Mei. Obviously, same for ODH. But it's hidden. Onto the Hanzo. Going to be looking for those magic arrows. Maman already going down to half HP. Tagged with something. It's huge. Looking for the one hook to put ODH on top. ODH a little bit more presence on the point here as really waiting for any pickoff opportunity to be had.
You're waiting for the hook so that you can hit the follow-up Icicle. That's why they're playing a little bit clumped up, whereas Hidden's got this angle that he's just been pressuring on. Hanzo, feast or famine. We've seen a lot of feasting the last few days.
Quick little hook on to Arpen. Arpen will be able to back out. Both teams playing it a little bit slowly. Look at pressure on the Hugh. Hugh getting low, takes a breather, gets back up. Hidden, still fishing, yet to come up with anything, and Hugh finishes off Arpen. The hook into the power through. And once more, ODH up with a tank advantage. We'll see if they can convert this. Taro onto Maka. Clean stuff from ODH here thus far. Should give him first control.
Yeah, Premier with a pick, but it's too little too late, as you're right. ODH will take first control. And a lot of it is just kind of been waiting around, waiting for these picks. And the one thing that ODH does have is more pick potential from their tank. NT gonna try to answer it out there with an Orisa. Javelin can be really good. Also, it's a better counter to the Hog. If you use your cooldowns right as Orisa, you're unstoppable.
Wall comes up. You get him the opportunity for a hook in the moment. Whole Hog soon to be ready. Here comes the Whole Hog. Coming in from the back, letting it fly. Immortality Field just cleaved on through. Skimmer's only kills though. Sister, it's Arpen. ODH, they do enough. I mean, the knockback from the Whole Hog actually really put NT in a tough spot. Dragon from in comes down a little bit later, but NT kind of back to the drawing board here.
It also is one of those factors, too, that you have to consider when you see a team like ODH running non-conventional comps is how often has NT been playing against Hog? You don't even play against Hog and Ladder.
Probably not a lot. Mama, though, getting picked. Massive early pickup here for NT. I expect NT to kind of dive the Hog a lot sooner here. I mean, that's one of the easiest ways to deal with the Hog, right? Is that, you're not going to get hooked if you don't give the Hog time to get a hook in a lot of cases. Because they got the retake for free after Mamon went down. Now, though, back to the fight.
Nice wall.
Ball comes out early. Hidden, though, catches Mamon again. Nice little early pick is Hidden. Starts to come alive. Hugh finding himself under heavy pressure. Sticking to the high ground for now. NT, see Hidden coming in on the side. Looking for the Kirito pick. Not able to land anything. Just AD strafing the right way is Kiriko. Hugh under pressure. Able to take a breather here. 3 seconds. Able to get back. Nothing really decisive on either side, and yet NT has been in control for a while here, X.
Forces out the Suzu, I guess is the most you can say about that, but now NT can try to come back in and a good Maywall to isolate.
Again, Hidden catches Mamon. This is like 3 fights in a row where the Hanzo catches the Mei, and it lets NT play way more aggressively. Arpen spins the spear in Hugh's face, and NT just really taking control. And one thing that's worth knowing here too, they're taking control versus the Hog without running the Ana. Like usually you would expect to see Ana versus Hog, even though you have the entire like Bionade v Suzu dynamic that goes in. No Ana, just using Orisa to mitigate the impact if Hugh does land a tank v tank hook.
Yeah, that was the entire meta for a little bit, right? Is the bio and then the Suzu to cleanse with Hog into it. But Arpen being very aggressive, and the Orisa's the right pick. The spin to win's working out.
Mamon, revenge pick on the Hidden. Now, ODH with best opportunity to defend. Wow, both support ults have been used. NT, though, hanging in there. Premier could drop a Blizzard. Healed back up. NT just going to delay a bit, wait for full 5. And now you got to look towards Premier. Premier hanging on to Blizzard. Hugh so close to Whole Hog, but the Blizzard is down, and so is Premier. Premier doing their life in the process. Lego, Clash Sister, 4v4 here. Arpen versus Hugh. Whole Hog in reserve. It doesn't connect.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good defensive ults too. The Blizzard is going to come out.
Drop Blizzard early. NT able to play around it. 70%. ODH still needing to hold on for a little bit longer. Still have Hidden, looking for pickoffs. Hugh under pressure. Whole Hog already been used. See if ODH can land the hook that put the sword at the top. You're now in final fight territory. Mamon under a bit of pressure. Now looking at Arpen. Reset ult ready to go. Spins the spear, walks forward. Mamon gets caught. The heavy rotation to deal with the Mei. Here comes the Orisa ultimate. Spins them all in. NT getting the fall through they need, and that might just be it. Kind of a long fight as both teams felt each other out, but ODH will see if they can touch and delay, but oh, the Dragon just cut off their main approach to the point. NT taking map 1.
It comes down to a really nice counter tank pick there too. You mentioned it, you can't just sit around and wait for Hog to hit those hooks and push it off. So NT does end up going aggressively there onto their Orisa to rush down the Hog, and we saw Hog just not comfortable at all. ODH will have map pick next, and I think, you know, they're going to go somewhere where Sim May works, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to expect from ODH. Go to the place of their strengths, but NT have cleared the first hurdle. They took down ODH on control, which means the path of ODH winning with 2 control maps won't happen. Let's see if they can do it, though, on the others. We'll be right back. ODH coming out with a little bit of trickiness versus NT, but NT, they did their homework, they were prepared, and they take control in 2. And Hex, it doesn't get a whole lot easier for ODH, even going to their own map pick. Control was where they needed the win, and now, well, everything kind of needs to go perfect for them with the comps they like to run.
Control's always going to look good for May, especially it's just the nature of those maps, how they're designed, smaller areas that you have to control. Now we have to go to Eichenwalde, which is okay on A, especially in offense. It gets a little bit tough on B, where there's that enormous high ground, and then it gets a little bit better on C if you're running A.
Yeah, and something to note here, we do have a substitution coming in. It's Hugh is out, so Roadhog not going to be on the menu this time. Instead, Melia is going in, which makes a lot of sense. I feel like Melia was one of the absolute best players we saw from ODH last time they played. Like, very, very aggressive diva play that was usually on point.
Yeah, I mean, it was that diva from Melia, and this makes sense too, because you don't... I mean, Eichenwalde does have some interesting high grounds that you're going to have to deal with on offense. Even on point A, you can hold first wall if you're a defense, but even that backline wall where you can kind of set up an Ashe is something that you're going to have to deal with as the tank. So you can't just sit there and eat it as Roadhog. And then especially if you get to second points, there's high ground that has to be controlled at the very least.
Right now, I think just waiting for the players to be ready. As much as we enjoy Eichenwalde and staring at here on the map selection screen, the music playing in the background, shouldn't be too long till we are in game, and we'll see how it's going to play out. I think we've kind of seen ODH's blueprint. Last time ODH was on the stage, though, map rather, you saw a dynamic where the other team adapted, and Mamon really wasn't getting a ton of anti-air picks on the Soggy once Soggy figured out what was actually going on, right? So we'll see how it pans out. I don't even know if NT will be running flyers here, so maybe Mamon will have a little bit more success on the May.
I think it's something that NT can keep in your pocket, that if you're struggling, you can start running a Pharah or an Echo, knowing that ODH is not going to have anything to deal with it, but ODH aggressive on the telly.
ODH, quick teleport to the back. This is no different than the last time they played this, where they, the first approach here was just not getting positioning, then they committed after, and, also just giving time for Mamon to try and find an icicle pick, where Mamon is essentially the sniper for ODH, as it were.
Him kind of getting flanked by this Sim.
ODH gets on
pressure.
Point. We'll sleep on the Arpen. Arpen having to use block. Bionate comes in, and Arpen nowhere he can go. Once the block went down and the bio was up, that was it. However, hit it. Catches Cistern. The fight not over yet. Melia gonna be able to go pretty freely here. Bauman under pressure, got hit with the bio, hitting it. Running in from the back, needs to find a pick sooner rather than later, or this point is gonna be gone. Nice sleep on the Melia. Buys time. Arpen leaps back in as Bauman, though, gets the Mercy Mirror, and ODH doing a great job of cleaning up reinforcements, in part just because of Melia.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expected when you saw Melia come in. The Diva has been lethal for this ODH team.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Mamon is a real threat here. If NT is going to be staying closer to the ground, this is going to feel a lot better for Mamon than the match did where, it was trying to hunt down Echo the entire time.
Yeah, also, like I mentioned to you, even with the Roadhog pick, you don't see as much Sim on specific maps. So
that was a very big pickup from NT. However, Hidden isn't going to live. Hidden has 1 HP in a dream right now. Does get healed back up. Dragon Strike waiting in the wings. NT completely charged up, good to go. Both teams really, so... with the exception of the Nano being gone for ODH, this next fight can be very impactful for both teams.
Well, it has to throw you off as NT because you just don't know where the other team's going to come from. They're going to Sim teleport somewhere near you, and you just don't practice against it enough to know where that angle's going to come from.
Here got slept while throwing up bosom, but that bio is absolutely massive on the ODH. Roman falls immediately as a result. ODH though, they drop the rally, the rest gonna live. Sim ult though, fading. So they're down Sim ult, they're down rally. NT pretty okay with this. Hidden, though, gets caught. Can't get away from Melia, who's immediately on the chase down. Now going for Arpen, who got hit with the bio. Arpen has the primal to stay alive. Nice pressure coming in from Melia. Now Melia, though, the one getting pressured. Arpen going, I'm going to wrestle this mech with my bare hands. Melia, though, getting healed with back. Shui comes into play. Doesn't let Melia go down. And the self-destruct, raw self-destruct in over the top. Gonna be shielded off. No pick off from there. Appreciate the attempt. As
Space created.
pretty much. ODH now looking for the way in. Nano up here for Shui. Almost certainly gonna be going on the Melia. Melia gets the Nano, charges on in. Gets bioed early, doesn't really matter. Melia looking for anything, gets slept, then woken up. Melia, the star of the show on both ends, but here comes the wall, the Pokes Fire comes in, hit and find Shui, and Melia not going to really have anything to heal them back up. As NT doing a great job here on point B and weathering the storm.
Yeah, gonna stabilize with 2.5 minutes left. ODH did end up committing a decent amount to that. Well, actually, it's just the Nano, so not bad. Both these teams have been very judicious with their ultimates. The economies have been in good shape for both squads and not really throwing multiple ults in each. ODH puts one in, so can you deal with it? NT says, well, yeah, we don't have to use any of our own either.
Yeah, I mean, the macro from both teams has been definitely more solid than not. Now, though, CODH going for the high ground here. Hidden gets him to bio early, Hidden under a lot of pressure. Melia trying to finish it off, but the healing from Maka on point. Arpen gets the Nano, goes over. Cistern super low here. See if the fall through is going to be there. Arpen can primal at any point off the Nano, and ODH is just poked down on all angles. Melia going to drop the self-destruct, try and turn it the other way. But even with the self-destruct and the sim wall, ODH not really able to get control back in the fight. And NT is sitting pretty.
Yeah, and that's just caster curse. I call it judicious, and both teams throw 3 ultimates in at each fight. Why not? 90 seconds left, and you see the limitations of this composition from ODH. It is about how can you truly engage with this composition, trying to get your sim in a decent spot. But it's not the easy engages that you see with a dive tank and a Tracer Sombra.
All right, NT. Just needing about one more fight, maybe 2, depending on how long this one takes. Hidden on the high ground, poking on down. Maman dropping the Blizzard. Looking for anything here just yet. NT able to rotate out of it. Lego kind of low, hoping Maka gets some health here. Maka's getting dived as Maka goes down. It was Melia the entire way through. Both tanks finding support in the back, though. And this is where Hidden's going to drop the Bob, slow things down a bit. They get Cistern off the Bob launch. And Hidden. In here. Really good damage from the back. Gonna force ODH back, and ODH will get one more attempt here, Hex.
Yeah. It's got to be the Nano onto the Diva. It's, of course, going to be it. Again, the problem with engaging is the teleporter is telegraphed. Every time you put on that teleporter, they're just waiting with antis and everything you can throw at a group.
Belly getting a little bit low. The Nano's going to be coming in here soon with Shui. Moment thing. Arpen, though, getting slept, getting bioed. Arpen needs to stay alive. No Primal save him this time. Nano still in reserve. Final 4 seconds now for ODH to make anything happen. Last fight for B. Moment gets hidden early. Huge pickoff. Nano on the Melia, looking to put it away. Both DPS for NT down. No Blizzard to slow things. And this might just have to be a concede on the point B for NT.
Maybe, but they're going to get people back, and they're going to have Blizzard. So with your Winston coming in, and you can Nano the Winston, yeah, just like this, stall it out.
This is high risk, high reward, though. If they lose this fight, it's going to hurt them so badly on point C. ODH investing everything they got. Blizzard, rally, on the point. Blizzard freezing things out. Arpen gets hit. The Symmetra ult for good measure. ODH emptying the bank as we enter overtime. They can't finish off. Hidden or Premier gets low, but this time Premier finally goes down. Cistern beaming down the back line. It's Cistern and Melia combining. And NT lose point B, and this is really good for ODH here. NT emptied their bank, Hex, and they didn't play for C, and now ODH is going to get more progress than they might have otherwise.
It also reminds me of what happened on point A, where NT is really committed to trying to hold off, and it gave up a lot of ground on the initial push of point B. So only a minute, though. ODH has had a bit of a time struggling with point B. They're going to have a self-destruct. hard to get value at the highest levels out of self-destruct.
Unless you're Elsa yesterday on Numbani, where, you know, it just happens. But both tanks, ultimates in reserve. Shui, very close to having a nano. Melia, see how they open this. They're either going to open with nano and the Melia and save themselves destruct for later, or go for the bomb and, you know, play off that. Arpen, though, going to the back. Bio faded. Primal, gonna use it. Melia gets hit with the bio. DMAC in progress. Uses self-destruct to remag. Vitaro already down. His Arpen just smashes the back line to bits.
There's been a lot of good value out of these primals from Arpen. We mentioned one of the standout players for NT is, you know, NT is a team that has really good pieces at every position, but when you're looking for playmakers on each squad, it is that tank play.
8
now,
seconds.
Battle of Nanos.
I don't even think they're gonna be able to touch here. This is you see them just getting walled and pushed back. Yeah,
One with Melia down too.
yeah, they had no chance of getting the retouch there. You saw the blocks going from NT. Really smart positioning, but you know, actually on the whole, I think NT didn't really have to pay too much for their gamble on point B, where they could have saved more ults for a better point C defense. But you know, even with them burning the bank, trying to go for the B hold, ODH really didn't get the payload too far.
Yeah, and it's kind of what I suspected was going to be the issue with ODH, was going to be point B. Just where do you set up and get value out of your A? And once NT realized they need to stop fighting in hallways or, you know, fighting in basements in this area right here, and they set up on an Ash and they took high ground in more open areas where they had escape paths, that's when you saw ODH really struggle. You know, for a moment, NT was playing right into the hands of the Mei and Sim composition, but once they started spreading out and taking those escape paths setups, they looked a lot better. And then, yeah, just A was going to look better and C was going to look better. ODH struggling on B is no surprise with this comp.
Now swapping sides, NT. You know, again, not really looking to have any inclination to run flyers. Instead, you know, offense obviously can always change until the gates open here, but I believe what we're seeing in front of us. This looks very reasonable. No, you know, no Life Weaver to speak of. No Junkrat. No, just a fairly honest composition. Though Sombra May, not composition you see too much, but definitely
Not a term you hear about Sombra often. Did you say honest?
I mean, look, if it's in the meta and it's what teams are mostly playing, it does become honest. It becomes honest Overwatch.
Yeah, I think I've seen some streamers and creators say Sombra dishonest hero.
Either way, NT really not waiting at all to get in onto this first attack, looking for Mumun early. Look, the wall behind, they're like, we're going to deal with the Mei threat. But Mumun goes for the self-elevator, gets out on the wall. Now trying to slow things down, having to translocate out, and his Arpen just keeps holding W, gets bioed, Immortality Field comes out, only thing saving Arpen there. Nice heals from Maka on the Arpen, but while it happens, Mir getting caught on the other end. NT down one here so far. Taro, though, super low. Shui, quick, timely heals. That's going to keep ODH in the fight and give them this first fight.
Yeah, the meme beam is just too strong once it's charged up there. And obviously, Cistern, the builder specialist, but the builder they've been better at has been the Symmetra. Look at this, already Symmetra Alta.
Yeah, it's a super quick sim ult, and hey, that's what happens when you microwave half the enemy team early in the fight. 2.5 minutes now left for NT on this point A attack. Hidden at 6%, considers the early bio, has to immediately get out. Cistern hanging on to it. Melia opening up here with the nano. Sim ult down the support, it takes down the Immortality Field. How much can Melia chunk down? NT, to the credit, just going for a little bit of a disengage. It's a nice disengage so far. Arpen gets to the bio. No follow through after. The ultimate's fading. Now NT can go right back in. Annihilation on deck. Wall out here from Mammon, close to a blizzard. Mammon now needs to live. Arpen goes down. Arpen doesn't have the opportunity to annihilate, just gets bursted between Cistern and Melia. Mammon just stays alive at death's door. ODH holding another Hex, as now NT down to about 1:50.
A big commitment there towards the end where maybe they didn't necessarily need it. The early pick on Arpen might have been enough. And then ODH ends up using Rally. They use Blizzard. They put a lot into that fight. And NT has kind of flipped the script now. No support ultimates of their own to work with, but you look at EMP, Annihilate, Blizzard. You don't want to use all 3, but it's enough to get it done.
Well, key thing here, Arpen don't die challenge. That is what you're dealing with. Like, if Arpen doesn't die and gets Annihilate off, this should be a pretty smooth fight so long as, you know, you respect the bomb. And, okay, just raw bomb coming out here from Melia. Doesn't get anything. NT, nothing is stopping you now from going on to the point. EMP, good to go. Lego, though, gets caught before any else are used. NT just getting rocked in the neutral, and they might be backing up here, Hex.
It's something I was looking at before where they're trying to do it. Hidden has to be the one to take out Shui, who's just uncontested on this high ground. You don't have the tank pressure to be able to do it. And we saw Hidden before in the 1v1 versus Shui, unable to get to the Ana up top, and Shui's just free firing and hanging out.
Yeah, and also, I mean, in terms of compositions, Arpen has had such a tough time of it. I mean, Arpen wasn't the first to fall that time, but was still getting poked as Lego got caught. I think it was Maka just trying to keep Arpen alive, which is part of why Lego got
pretty
caught.
consistently.
Well, speaking of antis, as you say that, and what happens? Arpen turns purple, but it's gone. Blizzard in from Mamon. They're trying to end this here now with 15 seconds left. NT, no more chances left here for point A. This needs to be successful. Hidden's been holding on to this EMP for an eternity. It's collected interest at this point, but it goes down. Get Nano on the Taro in response. ODH still full strength. Annihilation finally coming on in here from Arpen as NT looks for that all-important first pick. It's been so elusive. Having to do it through the sim wall here. Melia pressuring. Arpen finally breaks through, catches Mamun, and with Shui off the perch from Hidden Hex, as you pointed out, NT will finally be able to get point A.
Hidden finally able to take down Shui. It's going to be something we have to watch going forward, though, as well, because Shui is going to be able to set up on high grounds on point B, and it's got to be something that is dealt with now with Arpen switching to the Winston, a much easier option than just hoping your Sombra wins the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, also in general, Arpen was living a tough life on the ramp there. Yeah. Hidden, finds Cistern early. That's brutal for ODH. Losing one person in this first B fight where you're trying to establish momentum. You know, they don't really have anything else to really clutch on here ult-wise aside from Miracle Melia Bomb. So NT is going to get a lot of progress and control off of that.
Yeah, you just take your free push where the defense not able to set up.
NT.
Yes, spot check.
Melia's down over on the point. Mumun gets hidden. Hidden's going for a little bit of harassment. Instead, finds himself the harass. Instead, Arpen on the high ground, ready to jump down. Maka got hit bio, still mostly okay. NT holding on to a beat here. I think gonna wait for him to come back, try and combo with the EP. Arpen just looking for poke and primal build, doing a really good job of it at that. Cistern gets caught, can't get away. The 1-2 between Arpen and Premier connects.
Well, and now you've burned Rally out too, and there's nothing to hold on to if you're ODH. NT with a nice comeback there. I would like to see, just going forward, NT to have a little more coordination on this composition. The Tracer Winston Sombra can be so deadly if executed perfectly, and so far Hidden's just gotten caught out a couple of times. I'm picking Nits, but it's something you have to do at this point.
Well, NT in a really excellent spot for next fight. With the 40 seconds left to go here, this is the fight that needs to be theirs. And it all starts with Hidden. The EMP needs to catch enough of ODH to set up the clean fight. Nano's on the Arpen. Premier nearly goes down. Hidden, where's your EMP? The fight is halfway through. EMP finally comes in. The hack right after. Good old Emmanuel hack. As it were, and the fall-through's not there. NT dives in to the blunder of Melia and Maman that completely reject them. Arpen, though, finds both supports towards the end of the fight. This is something where NT can be scrappy as you get in the contest. Melia can't get away. What a scrappy back-and-forth fight, but you kind of like where NT is now as they get the recontest.
Yeah, if they can stall it out just a little bit and get
Melia.
some beats, they're going to be in a good position. Yeah, Hidden's just the highs and the lows of Hidden have been the story of this map to me.
Well, NT manages to survive based on some late picks and play from Arpen. And now ODH.
Wall and Rally.
Yeah, they dropped the wall. Well, they don't have Rally yet. 81% could be an eternity at the setup. Premier bomb stick gets it, but also gets the icicle to the head after. Maman is shutting it down in favor of ODH. NT, they lose Arpen. This could be curtains here on Eichenwalde. That's going to be it.
Yeah. Just a Lucio Sombra. Wow. ODH pulls off a map that's, yeah, to be honest, I don't think you and I really saw this happening. We kind of went into this matchup as should be NT winning a 3-0, but they make the composition work for them. And just a couple of moments where the EMP has to come out earlier, the hack has to be out earlier. Some of those things need to be cleaned up for NT, but ODH on their map choice absolutely make it work, especially those first point compositions where the Mei was going to be so strong. And then they rode a lot of momentum on their offense, like taking a lot of footage on B off of their big fight on A. So surprising result from ODH, but now it's NT's map pick.
All right, ODH evening things up. It's 1-1. NT, though, they get to go to their home ground next. Stay tuned for some more. ODH and their unique compositional style giving NT a whole lot of trouble in our last map. It's 1-1. And, you know, you think about the last map there, Hex, where you saw Hidden have a lot of trouble with EMP. You do wonder how much of that is because how often do you play a team comp like ODH's on a map like Eichenwalde? You know, the standard style of Overwatch that NT is used to does get mixed up a little bit game flow wise against a team that is playing that much off the meta. And oh man, Route 66, it's been a while, Hex.
Yeah, maybe a little yeehaw, maybe a little rawhide coming in here for Route 66. Always love to see it. I think this is it's a really good Ash map to be able to play on Route 66, and I think that's maybe what NT is going to rely on. Yeah, going back to it, it mostly just stands out. Maybe it's not all Hidden, but it is the trio that you look towards, the Sombra, Tracer, Winston, Spy Dive, as everyone calls it.
Everyone.
We've seen it be so perfect in the last couple of days, watching teams just execute it perfectly where the hack comes through, Winston lands, and delete it. That when you see just even a little bit of misstep where it's not as perfect, it's really easy to call out. But like you said, like they're running Symmetra. You know, maybe a theory is, we saw one of our producers mention, like, maybe they're waiting to cancel out the Symmetra wall, but I think you need to be more aggressive with EMP than wait for it defensively. And that EMP needed to come out way earlier than it did. But Hidden was getting pressured out in taking 1v1s. And one of the things that I mentioned in the break was Hidden was translocating out at like 50%, 70% HP. And you're seeing like the best Sombras, which are few and far between to be dead honest, really play it to the bleeding edge and getting down to 20 HP, and that's how you win 1v1s.
Well, we're heading into the beginning of Route 66. It is going to be NT on the attack, ODH on the defense, and of course, more Mei Sin underway. It might be hot here on this map, but it's not going to stop you from building wall vice.
No, hold on a second. I got to send Evelyn an article about aliens.
He's not kidding, by the way. He's actually.
No, this is all we've been doing for like,
like
2
that
days
is entire.
straight.
That is. It's been an entire thing behind the scenes. But the wall down. NT looking for a way in. And Hidden
It's
doing a little bit of fishing on the Hanzo.
yeah, they will go to this high ground. It's something that you have to take on Route 66.
I go though. Times Mama I think might have been just knocked right on out. So quick pick here from NT. Very important pick at that. Set things up. Now you're gonna get demeched, and NT handling things a lot smoother here so far on Route 66. Although, you know, the interesting thing about
Decent
this
first hold.
yeah, like, even though NT won the fight and wasn't at risk of losing it, they're still down a minute, and the payload hasn't rounded the quarter. That's not the worst from ODH.
I mean, their composition operates a little bit better in that area of the map, rather than you used to see teams set up exactly where Hidden is right now on the defense, and you'd put a double shield in front of Ash and just hope. Well, not hope. Double shield in front of Ash was brutal. So now you're seeing it a little bit different, where OEH is just going to force as many fights as possible defensively.
Mama's nice icicle pressure, making Maka think twice. But Nano coming in the R-Pen. It's like, do I dive in? Nah, I kill the teleporter first. There's no escape. That was actually a smart heads-up play. I think most Winstons there actually would have just dove in immediately. You saw the wheels turn in R-Pen's head there, Hex, as he kills the teleporter, then leaps in.
Actual monkey brain strats.
Teleporter bad.
Arpen has been the playmaker for NT, especially on the Winston. Arpen's Winston has been so good. Luckily, hasn't had to play a ton of Ramatra, but the dive does look really good. Also, Hidden gets to play his best hero now, but ODH, a ton of ults to work with.
Yeah, if ODH makes a turnabout here, this would be the start.
Not getting baited into there. Not getting baited into the main.
Well, bomb out for Premier gets Shui super early. This is huge for NT. Because, you know, for how aggressive Melia likes playing, you can't be that aggressive when your Ana's dead. Yeah, you shut down Shui, you shut down Melia by proxy.
Well, exactly. Melia, you saw, can't dive in because there's not enough long-range healing. You can get the, the cookies from the Brig, but not as good as the Ana pressure.
Well, Shui back into the fight. Melia working through the building. Blizzard still up here for Mummun. See how ODH plays it. Melia gets to the bio super early. Should be able to shrug off the rest.
ODH has to use something here. They've been sitting on ults. Meanwhile, NT's just
they
been
can't.
pushing, and now they're not in a good spot again to use anything. Hidden comes alive.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of NT last round where NT was holding on the ults forever because people kept getting picked. Now ODH is getting tasted their own medicine where I agree. You need to spend the ults here. You're not getting a good interest rate by just keeping them in the bank this long. And yet, if you lose 2 people, you're like, I don't want it.
Channeling your inner Jon Snow there. I don't want it. Never have.
I'm not using ults down 2 people. Just not gonna do it.
Well, it's a little bit better defensively for what ODH wants to run. Better walls, better opportunities to use their composition to its best bet. But at some point, ODH is going to have to engage defensively. They've been so passive.
Well, finally, Muffin finds a Blizzard opportunity. It's a good one. It gets rid of Hidden. But that could be it. The rest of NT, they pop a rally. The Blizzard causes a rally to come out. So ODH, they really like this fight. Wait, they use Nano too? NT, I mean,
Committed.
maybe...
They committed and they lost.
Yeah. This is kind of the flip side there. You go, man, ODH has been holding ults for a while. Well, that's what we saw there from the NT end is why teams don't like using ults after a pick usually, because that can happen.
I mean, I get it. You're trying to save Lego, and you can flip that around if you can keep your supports up. It just doesn't end up working out. ODH now, with 3 minutes left on their defense, have a Nano in their pocket.
Arpen, good deal. Primal, good to go. Elliot just treat Winston like a bank. Farming. At the same time, the Primal is out and now juggles into the back. Cistern can't get away. Puts Taro in an awful position that Hidden just punishes. Great setup there from Arpen across the board.
Yeah, you love to see that from a Winston, essentially not trying to juggle people into corners, just playing the part of, what's the guy who launches the clay pigeons?
That's
Anyway,
exactly what I was
Cole.
thinking of. Yeah,
Yeah.
The guy who says, well, the guy who listens to the guy who says Paul. It's one hard
There's gotta
to
be a term for it.
Yeah.
The Pigeoneer, we'll say for now.
Engineer Paul's bomb connects. Premier gets Shui in the back. Massive pickoff, and again, Melia's day just gets ruined when Shui goes down. As Hidden, good lord, Hidden is having a time of it right now. Redemption for Eichenwalde is all I see right now for Hidden. Multiple pickoffs. Nano goes on the Melia. Shui comes back into the fight, but right now this is desperation. He's trying to keep things going. Dragon Strike, trying to cut off the spawns. NT, Nano of their own. Hidden gets Mummun. There's nothing hidden about this. The name doesn't check out at all.
It's streaky, but it's the nature of Hanzo, and you've seen a couple of times, and at the very least, they're going to be able to primal on this too. Shui has had a rough day for it, rough map at least. It's nice.
Here on the Shui bomb from Melia doesn't get anything. No, the Blizzard fades, and it is nothing but green. ODH comes out, and they immediately get sent back in.
Oh, the wall's up, better respawns. The wall's going to allow them to dance around and get people back into this. NT's only got 4 fighting.
Clouds in the back is big too. Lego and Maka will live. But yeah, the wall lets ODH survive for another round. NT's been good about cleaning up spawns, but now it's going to be even 5v5. And the question is, can Hidden do it again? Hidden has been public enemy #1 versus ODH for a while now. Arpen finds Cistern early. Hidden to the top. Again, name not checking out at all. Everyone knows where Hidden is, but Mummun gets caught. Arpen leaps on over, and this time it should be it. ODH, they drop the Nano on the Melia, but this will not delay for a whole lot. Oh, he gets Lego. Hold on.
You have better spawns, but are they that much better? ODH
Right now?
needs to stay alive to get Rally back into this, but NT needs to be aggressive. Use
They
your
get
Rally.
Arpen. Bomb does not connect for Premier. And this delay from ODH has been actually unreal for the kill differential NT had. Unbelievable that this is about to be a hold on end potentially. Rally out preemptively here for Lego. Hidden with no HP, drops the dragon. Being healed back up now by Maka. Nano onto Lego. Raid boss in action, now faded. Arpen drops Primal. Good amount of damage we're using. Usage now. Going to bounce around one more time. Are any of these going to be set up for Hidden? They are! Once more, Lego get pigeoneered in to Hidden. Hidden with another 2, but Blizzard comes out. And also, even if NT stays in the fight here, there's going to be a Diva Bomb coming out. There's going to be more delay. Melia gets Premier. ODH just will not give up this payload without a fight, and a fight it has been.
Has not been a conclusive victory for NT at all. Desperation Widow incoming. ODH done a great job of delay, and they're going to have Wall as well. ODH is
And down, NT, I mean, a few members left, but this time ODH cleans up. That was a wild conclusion, but also very, very winnable still for NT, despite not being able to bring that one home.
Well, it's a tough map to fully finish, and you know, part of it is the feast or famine that Hanzo allows. You get a couple of kills, but it's not the decisive 5-person fight that you're going to get off maybe a Sombra EMP, something like that. And ODH, they've got sustainable heroes. You get Mei out there, and you get Ice Block. Diva's running around with Matrix. It's really difficult to burn down ODH, and it seemed like Cistern had a what's it even called, like photon barrier, something like that. Sim wall. Like, it seemed like Cistern had sim wall every fight.
Yeah, I mean, Cistern was very consistent on the Symmetra. Also, again, the delay tactics from Melia and Mammon in particular were just really well-timed, well done at the end. I mean, yeah, you have good spawns as defense on Final Point Route 66, but a lot of teams would have folded there, especially with the pickoffs that Hidden was getting. So, nicely done by ODH at the end, but now the question is, does their offense have what it takes? The one thing NT's been doing really good here, Hex, is that you've noticed a big uptick into pressure on Shui. And when Shui gets pressured to the extent that Shui has been, it really nerfs like how hard Melia can go in. Melia basically was absent until point C in the last round just because of how often Shui was off the map. Oh. That was hit. Even though Arpen got the credit.
That's a Hanzo kill, yeah.
Yeah, that is the Winston engaging a bit of thievery there.
Well, it's kind of the Eichenwalde question too. With this composition and ODH, admittedly, they have this one trick. Where are you engaging? And a lot of it's going to come off of the teleport engages, which can be, like I said, telegraphed. And a lot of people have been getting bioed as soon as those telegraphs land. I'd almost like to see a fake out from Sister and put a telly down and no one use it.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes teams do that with the Sim. For now, Mammon can be taking the underpass here. Just getting greeted by Winston saying hello. Tracer on the
Not
backside.
falling for the bait. No
Yeah.
reason to go into that cave.
No, you definitely do not chase the Mei into that. That's bad. That's where walls happen. But NT looking very, very healthy here thus far. Shuilo, very close to Nano, and you know what that means for Melia. So if you're ODH, you're just sitting here waiting. Okay, we almost got Nano. Nano's good. Drop a man on the Melia, but you also could just die. Hidden lands the Dragon Strike that shuts everything down. Maybe next fight, ODH.
Well, ODH, their composition kind of wants them to play in small rooms that they can control the space. You see them hopping from cave to gas station and playing inside there. And the downside of that is Dragon also likes to operate there.
Mammon gets the better of Hidden. Like I said, you look at ODH, Mammon is essentially a sniper in all but name. Mana boost on Arpen. Both sides of Nano. Raid boss Brig versus Winston. Mir holding on pulse bomb all the while. Arpen trying to just maintain control of the high ground. Pops Primal and just smacks Taro right in the gut. Saw the opportunity, took it. And NT, again, is going to be delaying a lot of time off the clock from this fight. Arpen still low. Arpen somehow got out. That would have been the pick ODH needed for the point. Instead, Arpen gets immediately healed back up by Maka. Hit it for the all-important pick. Simwall gonna go down. ODH emptying the bank. Rally, Simwall, Blizzard. Everything being used. NT dropping Rally of their own in response. Maka wasn't able to fully rotate out of the Blizzard. Shui finishes it off. ODH collapsing on the NT. Only Arpen and Premier left on the fight. Arpen slept and immediately punished. 1 minute left here, but NT should have enough time for a recontest.
That's the engagement you wanted to see from ODH, is to get the teleporter up top and deal with Hidden, who is just free firing up there. So definitely going to be a recontest back here. The Dragon can come in and clear them off the cart.
All right, going into it. Hex, your microphone might have gotten muted. I don't know, but we're heading into it. Hidden. Moving on over. NT at full HP. ODH, they open with the Nano onto the Sim. Hidden gets burned down as Cistern moves over. Both DPS for NT down. Arpen's gonna have a primal here soon. Maybe the Nano goes on. They try and hold here, but it's gonna be tough. Lygo out of the fight. Arpen, do you primal? No. NT decides we're gonna save it for next fight. Hex, I could hear you the entire time. Just production.
Yeah, no, and they're on the spot. Sorry, I had to cough, and I just forgot to unmute it.
Well,
So.
that would explain a few things. There you go. But Melia, going forward on the stagger, finds Hidden. ODH, they lost a lot of time there, Hex, even getting it. Only 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that was going to be difficult. ODH has done a pretty good job of the last couple of maps of riding some momentum on their first fight into their second. The battle for high ground is going to be interesting here, as Arpen is going to take priority up top.
And a little bit harassment. Primal on the brain. Oh, you gotta think he's looking for Taro again. Taro's been public enemy #1. Taro, though, open rally. Mama already down. Oh, this fight is not starting off super well for ODH. Arpen up. Primal, and as I say that, both supports down for NT. The rally from ODH still lets him get something done, even with the early pick, but oh, Arpen, the control, unreal on the side, just using verticality. See ya to Melia. Minute 20 left for ODH. That fight took some twists and turns.
Yeah, give Maka a ton of credit with the 4-man anti there too. Puts ODH in a rough spot where they have to wait things out and back up to heals. Now ODH going to have to find a good way in. Where do you teleport to? That's been their engaged bread and butter.
Well, right now, the plan is pressure Hidden. Mapun in on top. Simwall gonna be dropped. ODH, Diva, self-destruct in reserve. Maka getting caught by Mama. Now, Arpen off the Nano. Going into the backline of Premier. They get Taro. The bomb for Premier. Massive on the setup. 40 seconds left. ODH still gets another attempt on this if they get pushed out, but you know, they have to be careful not to get staggered too much here. There's going to be an even later stagger on the Mama. 30 seconds left to go as Melia says, yeah, I don't want to be part of that. And do they chase down Melia here? No, they're not.
Well, ODH's best fights offensively especially have come off the back of the sim wall, because it makes sure that NT can't peel properly for Hidden up top, and Hidden has been a problem launching logs, and ODH is going to have to maybe make some space with a self-destruct, but Nano and Blizzard...
I think they open with Nano before self-destruct here. Melia's getting low. Melia is specifically waiting for Nano. That doesn't happen! Melia's down! Oh, Shui instead hang the Nano. Taro just, I think, couldn't get line of sight on the Melia. An absolute disaster tank-wise for ODH. Arpen with 2. Blizzard has been used, and Arpen can just sit here on the Primal. Doesn't have to use it here yet. Ice block already down. Pressure on the Mama taken on out, and now the Primal going to be used. Make sure no touching of the point as NT goes up 2-1.
Yeah, obviously Arpen looks like the star there. Big primals, big engages, but I do want to give a little bit of credit to Premier If you saw very last at the end, there was a Brig target it was like 20 HP, and generally you think that the Winston has to go in, but the trust there from Arpen to know that the Tracer's going to be there and clean it up is phenomenal. Premier didn't have enormous plays. It wasn't these 3-person pulse bombs, but to the synergy to allow Arpen to not waste cooldowns and to feel comfortable in their dive looked really good.
All right, NT come back strong on Route 66. ODH down to their last attempt here in the tournament coming up. Will they be able to force map 5, or will it be the exit? We'll see soon. ODH beating their match against NT on Route 66. NT, big comeback. Also, redemption story a little bit for Hidden, where, Hidden Sombra on Eichenwalde, not the most compelling story. And yet, Hanzo comes back into play. But for me, the number one thing for NT that's been consistent all match long has been RPen. And, the thing that NT has needed against some of the, weird curveballs that ODH has been throwing at him.
Yeah, good peel, and obviously NT has won both of their map picks. They were able to pick first because they're the higher seed. They win Antarctic. Obviously, ODH picks Eichenwalde. They win that map pick. NT picks 66. They win that one. And I think you're seeing a bit of a trend. ODH will pick New Queen Street. And yeah, what else is there to say? It's going to be Sim May.
Yeah, there are no substitutions where... there is a substitution that ODH has where they might not be running the builder, but if Cistern is in, which Cistern is, you can expect it's going to be a Sim or occasionally a Torb. But that's your range, though. That's all you got.
Well, and I think you see the difficulty, too, especially in Route 66, of trying to work with Sim as far as engaging. They try to dive Hidden a couple of times on the high ground, trying to take high ground away with their dive tank, and they only won when they had Sim ultimates, again, preventing some of the peel and forcing Hanzo into rough spots. We'll see if they're able to find success here. It's not the most wide open map, so Maywall will be important, but I've been impressed with NT. It's really not falling for traps. I mean, there's been so often where we see RPen looking at the May, and it's just, nope, not going in there.
Alrighty, so here on Push, as ODH tries to force a map 5 and stay alive here in the tournament, because it is double elimination, and this would be the double for ODH should they go down. So both teams playing for the right to keep their hopes alive here in the Summer Opens.
Yeah, just kind of waiting for picks here. Cistern does set up, able to get out. I mean, the ODH composition can be really good if they get the good point. You've seen the stalls come out from kind of the windows, right? Where you just put up the May wall and you're still preventing card push.
RPen, quick little leap over. Both teams trading up poke. And you just have to hold your breath here. Is Mammon going to hit or is Hidden going to hit? Because those are the most meaningful sources of poke. And in Hidden's case, one-shots, right? Nice angle looking. Takes down Mammon with the aid of Maka.
Well, now you don't have to worry either. Being able to take down the long-range damage, and now Hidden is just able to free fire. Doesn't have to hide anymore.
Ooh, Maka getting caught, though. He's probably going to be able to get away. If Melia gets away, ODH can turn this, but the D-Mech comes in. No ult built for Melia.
Both supports down.
Meanwhile, Shui getting caught, hit the nice threaded arrow. Oh, nearly got another. Cistern just felt that one whiz by the ear there, I think, and decides to be aggro. Going back and forth on the teleporter, going, I'll challenge this Hanzo all day long.
Yeah, NT is going to be okay. They're going to be able to stall it out,
Oh.
and that's a huge kill for that line. Cistern can't even tell you out of that.
Melia gambled on getting back in the mech, it just didn't happen, and now NT, massive staggers coming on in. ODH, just gotta wait for Melia. Simple as that.
Yeah, NT doesn't really have to do anything right now. They can wait, take all the free cart push, wait out that purple especially. Big fight coming up, forward spawns.
Hidden under a lot of pressure here. Able to shake it, the bomb! 3K pulse bomb from Premier. Don't see those all that often nowadays. But that is massive, and for Push, that also could be the game winner when you get this amount deep into the map.
I don't even think that's the first 3K pulse bomb we've seen tonight. I believe one happened in one of the earlier matches. I was kind of watching via text. But yeah, that is enormous, 60 and counting, and NT doesn't even have to commit big ultimates and be able to save his primal.
Well, he used the primal here in this fight. Rally from Taro will be fading here soon. And again, RPen keeps pushing Taro in the tough position. Taro this time able to survive. Both supports down for NT. This robot's going the other way.
Eventually, yeah, with both supports falling, but we've seen on push how critical it is to win those first 2 fights. At 74, it starts to become a game where NT can play defense. They don't have to engage. The onus 100% on ODH right now. And just, again, the question with ODH with this composition is how are they going to engage? But their engages have been the best when they have Sim Wall up. I'd expect Sister to be the major player here.
Yeah, I mean, Wall's going up first here. Well, you think. Mama instead goes for the Blizzard here in the back. Trying to get the Maka's frozen! The Winston tried the peel, but couldn't! Both supports down! Really nice Blizzard from Mama, and that was so close yet so far for Maka getting out. But that's the economical fight you need if you're ODH.
Yeah, too little, too late on the peel there, and they're going to continue to push. And it's nice from ODH because that's an engage that they needed to run without Wall, without the Sim Photon barrier. Now they're going to have a nice setup for the next one.
Well, it's half nice. The bomb from Premier? No, does not get anything. Nano Winston, though, is going to be the thing they have to play around. Early bomb here from Melia. Hidden. Oh, that is brutal. You go for the aggro bomb instead. Your Pilot Diva gets sniped. Hidden falls, but you love that trade.
Big
Arpen doesn't even need the Nano here, really. I guess Nano would have been 2 eliminations, so maybe there was benefit if they went for it instead. Going for the Sim to the back. Sim has the TP. Mama going for the Ana. Connects on the Maka. Not too shabby, and this is going all over the place! Big for Mama. Absolutely massive, and that, lets ODH make this a lot more even.
Yeah, somehow Mumum's getting to the back line. As a Mei, you don't necessarily expect it, but it's almost been this strange counter dive. The moment that Arpen goes in a couple of these fights is when Moment forces the issue by pretty much walking forward and hitting icicles.
That's a nice angle that Hin was just taking here. Didn't quite get it, but the opportunity for that shot was there. Hidden though down! Cistern! Teleport flank aided by Melia. They just dive on in. NT now stuck with 4, and after NT, you'd like to delay an Nano woken up. Arpen coming on in. I don't know if the fall through's gonna be here. I mean, Premier is around. Arpen's got primal. Not the best start to the fight for NT. Hidden though. Dragon from downtown. Rally invested. NT's emptying the bank to try and make this fight work. A fight that started with Hidden getting picked. Lyco though finally gets them back. Finds Shui off the rally. And NT, they put in a lot, but they get what they're looking for, I suppose.
Yeah, it didn't look great because Arpen went 1v5 and there wasn't the damage follow through there, but Lego with the follow-up. Gonna spin this one back. Again, 75%, or 75 meters rather, came off of their first push, and they've just been able to play passively since. ODH is gonna have to get something big out of Moman, who's been their playmaker.
Yeah, I mean, again, probably could expect the Sim Wall first here, but no, again, Moman decides Blizzard. Looks for him, Hidden gets frozen and taken down! How can this keep happening? The walk-up Blizzards from Moman have been huge.
You
And
just don't expect it.
I honestly, you just see the fearlessness of the Bay as they just walk towards you in heavy clothing, and I don't know, just fall over.
I mean, well, the teleporter obviously helps too. Cistern being able to move people around.
And bomb attempt, stick. And Melia. Melia at half, wall down. Melia punishes Maka. ODH. Meanwhile, by the way, even as this fight is going on, and ODH could win the fight. Look at Payload. The robot has been moving this entire time as Arpen has just been juggling people around. Interesting allocation of resources here from NT, where they're really just playing the delay, not necessarily win fights.
Once you win 2 fights to start off maps, you can just play the delay and getting a little bit of back cap. It's something you don't notice too, but the robot moves really quick. If you could just even pop a tracer on there, we've seen some back caps happen. Right now, ODH has been fine at picking out single wins, but they need to win 2, maybe 3 in a row.
Yeah, and that's going to be difficult where they are ult-wise. Plowman can't do the walk-up Blizzard this time around. It's been quiet, kind of a quiet round for Hidden, though. And as I say that, Hidden finds Shui. Just kind of willed that into existence. It's like, Hidden hasn't done much in a while. Well, how about this Dragon? It's going to get Bomb on low. I just got to pick. Casual day at the office right now. might be getting beaten up by a brick, as I say that. Still not the worst for NTMO. The trade-outs more in their favor, and the robot's going to go the other way.
Yeah, Rally is going to come out from NT, but as back and forth as this has been, like I said, ODH needs to win decisive fights. They need to win them consistently. There's only 90 seconds left, and NT, it's never really been in doubt for them on this map. ODH with 4 checkpoints coming up, though, need to use these in the correct order because, like I said, they need to win more than one fight.
Right now, you got to look at Mama. Like, especially with no sim wall ready to go, it's going to be Teleporter, Blizzard, and usually, you know, Maman has been going for the Ana, has been going for the Hanzo. Mirror, Pulse Bomb, though, always an X factor. Both teams feeling each other out. Here we go. Nano. Used early here on the Cistern, the ultimate microwave, making its appearance. Blizzard still in reserve. The nice thing about the Nano on the Sim, it is going to build wall pretty quickly.
Yeah, so it's kind of running one domino into the next is you use that Nano on the Sim and get the microwave, get the wall going.
Well,
Still
wall,
about 40 seconds.
The wall's down, and yeah, time a really big concern for ODH now. Only 38 seconds remaining. Hidden and Arpen getting low. Arpen having to use Primal to stay alive. This fight is all over the place. The observers doing their best to keep up the action. Premier and Hidden, though, get 2, now 3. And that might be the backbreaker here for ODH. They didn't even get a chance for a good Blizzard. 20 seconds left to go. They'll get another touch here, Hex, but oh boy, this is a long way to go. And the stagger is actually brutal.
Yeah, that's really rough. This team is going to have to fight without their main tank. It's going to come down to the Blizzard. Can Momo get something going? But nice zoning Dragon to start it off.
No main tank, but they got the May tank, so to speak. Blizzard good to go. No! Cistern gets caught! Hidden coming alive towards the end here. Bomb from Melia, hoping for the miracle. Does not happen. Just forces a little bit of movement back. Hidden, still in the same spot. Forced out now by Melia. Blizzard already down. Rally in from NT as they try and put this one away. I'm looking for some icicles. Lego just swinging the mace on the robots. On the clear out right now. Cistern down. ODH has to keep touching the robot. Melia gonna get demeched. Is anything gonna break here for ODH? Not looking likely. NT finishing out strong here. That's the final map, and ODH eliminated here from the Summer Open.
Well, a good show of it for our one-trick team. The trick was really interesting, and it's hard to play against, so able to put that one. Too bad is NT, and towards the end, it's really nice for them. They just kind of worked really well on their peel. Arpen wasn't going too far forward, but also the Brig saving the Ana a couple of times and grouped up in the back, working on that peel. It just allowed Hidden to just go uncontested and shoot arrows after arrows. NT, this is the team that we thought was going to come through, but props to ODH, putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, ODH made it close, a lot closer than we would have expected for as off-meta as they're playing. But we do have our player of the match, and it is Arpen. Kind of a hotly contested vote behind the scenes. It was 4 Arpen, 3 Hidden, and you know, Hex and I ended up being the tiebreaker, so to speak, which I think we are in a lot of these player of the match votes. And you know, here's our logic on all of it. Hidden, as a player, like, definitely looked good on the Hanzo in the final. Well, more on Route 66, kind of streaky on the final map. But, you know, Arpen was solid the entire series through, and one of the major reasons why NT was able to just, you know, do as well as they were. You knew the Winston play was always going to be solid, and, you know, Taro had to be having nightmares of just getting, you know, plucked from one end of the map and thrown to the other directly into an arrow, right? So, good stuff from Arpen.
A little bit more consistent. Also, you know, made some reasonable switches. Obviously, you see the Alyssa here, but I'm always a sucker for Winston environmental kills, too. We saw a couple of those, so maybe some recency bias on our end as well. To me, Hidden on Eichenwalde, just a little bit off on the Sombra. The Hanzo absolutely looked much better, but Arpen, the consistent play out of a tank was the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, Arpen was where everything began for NT on most fights, and you know, you have plays like this where, I mean, Taro at times spent more time in the air than on the ground. Just nice jump across.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the environmentals are nice, but also I think of Eichenwalde, the engage on third point where Arpen didn't go for the flashy, get someone in a corner and get juggles. It was setting up the team for kills, being an agent of chaos, knocking the opposing team around, and his damage dealers were able to clean up on it. But you also see, you know, when you get the chance, and the May's been baiting you into corridors all day, you take it and you kind of bash May in the skull.
You know, one thing you notice here, look at Arpen. Arpen had a lot of highlight footage in this game. Usually the highlight reel isn't this long, but it's just Arpen smacking people around all the time. And again,
right there, you see, you know, Hidden and Premier show up in the kill feed. It's being the agent of chaos and launching people into your squad rather than going necessarily for big fancy juggles.
Alrighty, so that was our third match of the day, done and over with. ODH eliminated, but I got news for you. We got a great one coming up next. It's going to be Varel versus Honeypot. And we're right back into it here at the Summer Stage Opens. Now to our final match of the night, Varel versus Honeypot. One of these teams, Hex, is going home, the other advancing forward, and both teams kind of similar styles of play. Both pretty much going to be diving, and a lot of DPS talent between both teams.
Yeah, and obviously the darlings of each of their regions. Honeypot representing Australia, Rhodes, of course, or excuse me, Varel, mostly the, well, entirely the Japanese World Cup team. So, yeah, I mean, look, Honeypot played pretty well. We'll talk about them in a second. But yeah, this Varel team, hard to find a weakness. Yet again, the player that I look for, mostly because they're playing Tracer a lot, is Nico. The damage has been so consistent. And also Mint on the support been doing well.
Yeah, and you know, the coordination between Nico and Kyuki at times has been absolutely sublime from Varel. You know, maybe not quite up to the standard of some of the very top teams we've seen here in the Summer Stage Opens, but also pretty good. I mean, overall, there's not a lot of weak spots on this team. Just, you know, again, maybe a little bit off the top levels of some of the other teams we've seen in the region. But you think about the other side, it's a Honeypot. Honeypot's an interesting team where, you know, I think to me, the storyline I've enjoyed following the most on a player level has been just seeing what Color Hex has been able to do. Where Color Hex, of course, recently made the swap over the support, still looking to stay in the Overwatch ecosystem. Once a DPS player, now a support player, and, you know, Color Hex, when Color Hex is in the lineup, you can usually assume Honeypot is probably going to be playing some Ana.
Definitely, and I mean, you can talk about checks all day, Color Hex, but also the damage dealers and Sagi and Nyang have looked really ultra strong. Kind of interesting to look at the backline, because if I recall correctly, it was Merit who kind of got abused when this team had to face Rhodes. Again, I don't think that's Honeypot's fault necessarily. They just got they got appreciated. Aprita went absolutely insane mode, sicko mode on this squad. So as long as they don't have to deal with one of the best Tracer performances I've ever seen in my life, then it should be a little more even of a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to bring up Merit, by the way. Not because of Merit's performance, where, you know, Aprita was just here, there, everywhere, in places that, you know, Merit didn't even know where it's at. But Merit is also just generally the player that plays BAP for Honeypot from what we've seen. Yeah. So if Merit is not in the lineup, probably won't be seeing Honeypot come out with a BAP. But that makes sense, because if you go to Ilios on the next map, you'll see things, you know, along the lines of, say, Ana Lucio. You know, fairly standard across the board.
Yeah, and this is Honeypot's pick as the higher seed. So last matchup that we saw, teams generally just held sway on their map choices. Ilios starting off. Gonna be interesting to see what comes out here. If we end up seeing a team go to the sky, it's been a map. I feel like Ilios especially has been a map where we're seeing conflicting styles. But Varel has looked like they really want to run kind of Tracer Sombra dive. It's okay on Ilios. I wouldn't say it's the best map for it, but also, I don't know. I'm feeling we're going to see Echo. I don't know why. I just got a gut feeling about it.
Would that be from a certain Sagi is where you're thinking you're going to see Echo? Surely, yeah. I think that's a pretty fair guess, based on what we've seen thus
really
far
good
from
map for it.
Yeah,
it's just a really good map for it, because you get to sit on platform, or I mean on the lighthouse and just chill. You don't have to worry about managing cooldowns or anything, because you know your fly is there, but you also have natural covers. So Honeypot, Sagi on the Echo, not surprising. The interesting thing that we've seen a lot of these teams do is not running a Mercy, not committing full on to the Echo, but these Echo players are so good at just being really strong flankers.
Yeah, and I mean, Sagi in this case too, a little bit more hard mode, right? You don't have, the hack comes in, there's no Mercy that's being played, it's all just Color Hex long range healing. But even a great Ana is not quite the same level of support as you get as Mercy in this comp. Sagi though, into the back, a little bit of pressure onto the brig, getting on out. Both can string up hook. Meanwhile, Varel's gonna be looking to dive pretty aggressively, more on the ground. And Sagi though, able to get to the back, finds Mint. Quick first pick off here for Honeypot, and starts things off well for them.
Like I mentioned, the map is so good for this stage because you see when Sagi gets in trouble, they can just bail and hide out up top until they can find the right sightline. Stagger comes out, and yeah, Sagi's a problem. They're going to have to deal with it. You saw even the hack. I mean, with hack being what it is nowadays, the window of opportunity is so small. Beryl is going to switch onto a D.Va to help out.
No, they've been on D.Va the entire time. Is interesting.
Oh, yeah,
really.
right.
Yeah, where KSG just wasn't really prioritizing going after Sagi in this instance. So Sagi now gets duplicate up. Cloud though out early. Adam knows I'm gonna live. Adam files faded, but KSG right there for the finish. So down Cloud, up a tank. Still not the most ideal situation here for Beryl. Nano on the Sagi. Maypot just looking for pressure on to KSG. At 40% control, EMP comes out here from Kyuki into the back. Niang and Color Hex down. I think would be enough for the retake. They get control, and yeah, the rest Honeypot gonna take a breather.
Well, able to get to the back line and deal with Color Hex really early on. Adam's got to be careful because Honeypot, they've got a bevy of ultimates to be able to come back in and re-engage, but it's kind of a, what do you see, you know, a Pharah Mercy. The moment Mercy goes down, your Pharah's down, and that's kind of the situation you have with Sagi and Color X. When Color X is down, there's just not a chance.
Quick on the Atom, but an even quicker dispatch on the Cloud. KSG down. Fight's already over. Like, this is not something you really come back from your Beryl. The one ultimate you had was Nano, so really excellent re-engage for Honeypot.
Yeah, KSG's just having a hard time against Echo, and it is one of the reasons maybe that we see Echo a little bit more than Pharah. Obviously, just the sustainability and the clear burst damage potential, but also Beam just kind of ruins D.Va's day. And, we're going to see it now. Beryl, you know, they're going to have the Nano in, maybe Nano Brig here.
Yeah, they're also going to have Rally in this fight, so I mean, they're going to burn both support ults, I feel like, to take this barring some sort of early pick. Adam, under pressure, gets hacked, has the Primal under pressure. Nice opening here from Beryl, still ultimate free. Cloud's been getting dove on a lot, gets Bio, drops Nano, and is Cloud going to live here is the question. SG went for the peel. Now, looking at Color Hex on the other end. Adam gets burned down. Beryl, use both support ults, making it fairly efficient here so far. Yang though, staying alive. Sagi's able to get Cloud, and even with the retake on the point from Beryl, Honeypot can come right back in. Bomb from Nico though, takes out Color Hex. And now things get a little bit tougher here for Sagi, who's currently quoting D.Va. Bomb in from Yang. Goes down the mint, and this is getting real scrappy onto the point. Sagi off the dupe. Nico just keeping a very solid hold on the point.
QQ with the nice EMP there too to lock it in. Honeypot really committed to trying to take that back, even with the uneven numbers, especially Sagi going forward, the duplicate. Adam's been kind of abused. They're really focusing on peeling for this dive, and Adam's just not gotten out in a lot of situations unless they use Primal.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times though it's been trades for like Adam for Cloud, which isn't bad. Cloud's putting, I think, taking more risks to bio Adam and sometimes getting punished for it. But kill Adam definitely has been the strategy for Beryl. 87-91. Final fight on the way. See Color Hex here. Nano in reserve. Adam just perpetually getting hacked. Now the Nano on the Adam as Adam says, time to turn the table. Gets slumped. No wake up this time either. Wakes up a little bit later on his own.
Took it back.
Maypot gets control of the point. Sagi finishes off KSG. 2 down here from Beryl, and they don't have anything left to fight this fight anymore. That's it.
No, and Yang comes in. Back to the Adam point, I think maybe part of it too is that Color Hex's attention is divided. You know, whereas the arrow, the Ana on the other side of things, I mean, it's a Sombra and a Tracer. They don't need your help. There's packs and there's recalls, and it's not a problem. So Adam diving a little bit out of sightlines here and there, but also with Sagi in the sky needing the support of the Ana, it makes things a little more difficult to keep them up. Beryl gone full-on swap a composition, and the question is what Nico is going to switch to after. Actually, Honeypot gonna switch it up too, so looks like we're gonna mirror it up.
Ram, both sides Of course, Adam.
Would you say it's a Ram Ranch?
No, I wouldn't. I would never. I draw the line into saying ram as we go forward. Kyuki on Reaper. Now, no, Nico's running the Torb. There's no Sombra over here. It is Torb Reaper, so a little bit different between both teams. Vero opted for a bit of fire, a little bit of spice hang in, and Lucio found that a little bit too spicy. Gets taken out quickly and sets up the rest of Vero to just win the rest of the fight with ease. One team still has AoE healing and speed, the other not so much.
The Torb looking like the right pick too, and it kind of does mess with your Sombra play. Just having the auto aim always track the Sombra and just the damage output. And also Torb, it's not just about the turret. Torb's primary, and even the right click for Torb is really good. It's kind of mini Reaper if you can get in there. So Vero just putting out an unhealable amount of damage.
That's right, Vero's running the Reaper and Sun comp. Reaper and Torb. EMP out from Soggy though, as Honeypot tries to flip it around. Gets Cloud. As Adam just punching away, set up by the EMP, and tough fight for Vero towards the end, but 31% to 2, and then losing to EMP, not really a bad start at all for Vero, especially now that they don't have to worry about the EMP on the way back in.
Well, we talked about Torb being good in the neutral there, but EMP's just simply a better alt. I think it goes for a little bit of play in the back lines. That wasn't going to amount to much.
No, I mean, a little bit alt build. Vero, though, they know the EMP is off the tail. They're going to be pretty aggressive here. They have more outright power in their comp, so they want to be the aggressors. That said, Color Hex drops the cold response to the aggression, just rips Mint off the wall immediately. Honeypot forcing Vero back, taking the lead on the round as well.
So as back and forth as it gets, Vero will be able to come back in with the Molten Core, of course, but the big ultimates are the Annihilation, Death Blossom on both sides of things. We see in these mirror compositions, it is all about who gets better value. You can force out a beat early before an engagement will be clutch too.
Death Blossom in from Yang, immediately on to Loud. And, quick investment of ultimates and mostly quick payoff. Kyuki drops Death Blossom later into fight with 2, but it's too little too late, so to speak. Adam punching away. Honeypot now 70 to 31. Vero, tough spot to be in, and now in a situation where they don't really have much room to lose a fight from here on out, and they're going for a swap.
Yeah, Moira going down first is brutal, especially with Coalescence available, as you mentioned. Vero going to try to bring this one back, but Sagi can put an end to this fight before it happens.
Yeah, having the go through the EMP and win, never the easiest position to be in, and all eyes gotta be on Soggy here and the inevitable EMP. We're looking at Cloud, but really, I just care about Soggy here. EMP comes out, hits 3. Vero, though, still alive. EMP hasn't resulted in a kill yet. Cloud, under pressure, able to stay alive. Vero now, they've dealt with the first hurdle. Second hurdle, it's a cold from Color Hex right down Broadway. They need to stay on the point. All the while, Kyuki gets caught by Yang. Soggy on the fall through. Cloud falls this time, and it's nothing but green as Honeypot, 2 rounds to 0. They take that one.
Being able to hold the Coalescence there was super nice and put in so much damage. The Coalescence caused the opposing Reaper to have to fade out, and even just for those brief moments in that mode, when you're not putting out the damage in a mirror composition, the other team is putting out a great deal of burst damage. So just having Reaper have to get out of that fight because of Coalescence, really tough, and Honeypot, it's their map pick, and they take it.
Yeah, nothing but consistency coming out from Honeypot, and an echo on round 1 that, no good answer was found. KSG struggling for Vero, but Vero, you saw how well they played previously, and we also know what they've done in the Overwatch World Cup. Not a team to count out as they come back ready for more after the break. Right back into it. Honeypot up a firm 1-0 over Vero, and Honeypot, great mechanical execution across the board, and you gotta name the star of the show though. So far, Hex, it would be Soggy. And Hex didn't hear anything I just said there. The broadcast did. Long story short, Hex, Soggy good. That's what it was.
You know, I'll take the reprieve. It's been 3 days. I'm kind of tired of hearing you anyway, but that's what I would have said. Soggy is good. The EMP's got so much value and didn't let the opposing Moira play the game. Even with kind of the limited ability of Hack to put down the hacks early and make sure those coalescences never came out. And the giant EMPs, so Soggy's a problem. They're gonna have to deal with it. Is Beryl, and I don't know. Maybe you can try to mirror it, but right now has been one of the stories for Honeypot. Obviously, Soggy well respected through the scene and through the region. Beryl gonna take us to Midtown of all places.
You know, Midtown as a map, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite maps, but it does have catchy theme. I do enjoy, the vamp into the map here, Hex. And yeah, we'll see what's at stake. But yeah, I mean, if you're a Veryl coming into this, regardless of it being on the Sombra, on the Echo, there needs to be a Soggy containment plan enacted, or I think we're going to see more of the same.
Yeah, it's definitely. The Echo was a bit of an issue. Kind of need to see a little more consistency out of the tank play. Didn't feel like Echo was getting enough done, but I think you have to run Echo, especially, not Echo, D.Va against the Echo. So really need KSG to step it up a little bit. It's hard to deal with Soggy, obviously, and this is a map where Echo can still be very good. And Beryl, if this is what they come out on, I don't hate it. At least it's a difference. At least it's a wrinkle. And the Orisa Torb worked mildly early on. And also putting Mihawk on long-range damage is probably the right play.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. Also, Mihawk is just scary accurate. Again, with the name, you'd kind of expect to be a Genji player. But, hey, bullets work too. Now we'll see Honeypot setting up for the attack, and Soggy once more onto the Echo. Mihawk might have the answer.
Yeah, it's going to be a much more difficult map for Soggy to come over the top and deal with, not just Mihawk, which is the big problem, but also getting constantly tracked by Nico in the turret, and what a cool turret spot.
Not bad at all.
That's where turrets belong, in the dumpster.
Also, turrets just kind of act as like an obstacle course for people trying to dive, but
yeah, well, something you have to deal with.
Well, yeah, because Soggy right there had to worry about the turret, right? That wasn't Soggy diving its own in the backline, so, obstacle slows things down. Honeypot, though, looking pretty healthy. Bionate on the Veryl. Threat now faded. So Soggy just going for a little bit of pressure, and
this is isolated. Gotta finish his kill.
Well, you see Yang going for it in case she finally goes down, the old 1-2. However, Adam down on the other end, both teams down to main tank. Nico just throwing some rivets out, seeing what happens. But now we have Honeypot onto the point. It's up to Veryl to move over. Yang getting caught. Not a bad pick as Veryl now. Tank gonna be back in progress here in a moment. The contest is in, and Soggy goes down! That was more Zen than anything else. Look at the kill steal at the end by KSG.
Losing Yang there early was really, really tough because the defense is going to come in through this one corridor, and just having your Hanzo throw logs in there would be critical. You saw how hesitant they were to recontest and to push back in, waiting for everybody. So losing the Hanzo early to that is a little bit difficult. Beryl, defense, only 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very long fight. You look back at it, it's like, whoa, it's already been 2 minutes. Color X, meanwhile, holding on to Nano. Nano very well could be going on the Soggy. Soggy or Adam? One of the two is where you're looking at right now. Color X. It goes on the Adam, who immediately just runs down Mihawk in the street. Gets killed, though. Goes for the self-destruct. Cloud immediately punishing. Interesting trade here that I think overall works out in Veryl's favor. They're going to be able to go back onto that point. Now Transcendence in from Cloud over. As Nico drops the molten core, layers it onto the point. Soggy floats Diva, immediately gets knocked out. Scoop's gonna be over before you can blink. Yang though gets the back onto Mint. Cloud though has been the hero and then some. Unbelievable Zen play shuts down Yang and Vero. This defense, how much longer can it go? Soggy with a little bit of cleanup. The trade's been going a little bit better for Honeypot. But the ream that kill! KSG, what is going on, Hex?
Defender's advantage going to come back in here. Kind of both spawns are... defenders have a little bit of an advantage, but they're both a little bit far away. So Barrel going to be able to come back into this, and Bob's great at contesting this point.
KSG down. Cloud again!
Cloud.
This is a Zen Masterclass. Did we just go back to 2018? Is that Jonak? What is happening?
It's always solid to see good Zen play. Meanwhile, the offense has taken 2 ticks, and they are putting pressure on the point. Onus on defense now, and nothing in the bank.
Barrel can keep contesting. That's, you know, obviously they're waiting for KSG, but okay, Cloud gets Soggy again. I can't believe Cloud's gotten this many kills, and yet they still lost point A. That is... oh boy.
Yeah, Barrel going to have to switch it up now. Obviously, the composition that they were running was tuned to first point, especially the Torb turret spot. Nico's going to have to switch over to the Tracer. So, Tracer matchup. Soggy now on the Genji. Yeah, running the Echo on this wide open on the sightlines.
All right. Barrel looking to hold on. Biodate on the KSG early as Adam dives right on in with the Nano. But Focus Fire is there. Adam gets D-Mech super quickly. Likely about to join his mech in a moment. Cloud of all people just on the finish, on the fly with Diva. Alright. Yang going for pressure here on the Cloud, trying to stop the Beast, forces out the Transcendence. At a minimum. Good pressure coming on in. Nico though to the back, finds Color Hex. We see Vero holding on mechanically a lot stronger this time around. Soggy getting sniped out by Mihawk. Payload gonna stall. Minute 30 left now for Honeypot.
Yeah, going to stall. Honeypot is when you're running a Genji, you're likely waiting to get Nano Blade, but Color Hex a mile away from it. So really tough.
Waiting. Cloud. Now a bomb coming from the top. Man, you really want to kill a Zen, and hey, you get the Ash instead. You go with it. 2 quick kills going up for Honeypot, and that is pretty decisive.
Not enough healing. It is the downside of the Zen compositions too. But it's almost every composition that we see. If you lose your Ana, you're going to lose the fight. Obviously, Cloud has become a priority for this squad. Need a couple more kills from Honeypot to clean this one up, but you could wait and try to get the Nano Blade, but Soggy confident enough with, you know, the term Naked Blade.
I think they wait for the Nano in this instance. I mean, unless Soggy just sees a golden opportunity. They do know Transcendence probably isn't on table.
Yeah.
Well, there's the beat. Gonna be followed by a blade. Yeah, it's the old beat blade. Cuts Mihawk's head in half there. New world's strongest swordsman for Soggy. And that's gonna be enough. Like, hey,
yeah, Bob comes out. Color Hex barely lives through that. Ate a pulse bomb that was on the ground and went down to half HP, but that's critical. 90 seconds, and now offense with the better spawns positions here. Yang trying to set something up.
Honeypot could use some good momentum. They've been playing from behind a lot of this map where they're still keeping it alive, but their time bank is anything but healthy. Tracer Pulse Bomb often the best cure for that ill. See Yang waiting on the setup here. Going back over, the suspense building, jumps on down, looking, goes for the clip instead and gets it! Mihawk just rush on down, and the bomb's still a threat.
But you have to imagine the veteran presence, too, of Color Hex is calling that. The anti comes in, it's enormous. The interesting thing is, Soggy went to May briefly, and now is on Sombra, so an interesting switch, but Yang is the one carrying.
I mean, that... You know, we talk about what a Tracer can do to get you back on track. Perfection coming out from Yang there. Just you can't ask for more. And now Vero having to find their footing. Not a lot coming through the door outwise, and a lot they have to deal with. One fight territory either direction. 22 seconds left to go. Color Hex holding on to the Nano. Looking at Adam. Drop time. Adam. It's over and in. Heavy focus for Adam. Nano or no, might get demeched here. Or at least force to use self-destruct. Waiting. Self-destruct forced out. Adam's gonna go for the remake, and the bomb gets Nico. And also zones out. Really nice bomb from Adam. Does the job for Honeypot. Gives him 1.5 seconds on the clock, which, you know, does matter actually quite a bit on Hybrid.
Yeah, it comes back to some of that tracer play, which means that you're able to win a fight with, you know, just individual tracer play, being able to find those targets, and it allows Color Hex to save Nano towards the end. The Nano was definitely reactionary. Adam took a little too much damage, so they nanoed Adam, able to pull it off in the end, and yeah, with 200 HP, drop the self-destruct, they'll live. And Nico must not have had any cooldowns left. That's a bad feeling as a tracer. Yeah. You've been blinking around, you've used recall, you've tried to put in so much work to get to the back line. All of a sudden, without the mobility, you get caught by a self-destruct. It happens to the best of us. Honeypot able to finish out, and the important thing to note here is that was Veryl's map pick. Like, obviously they had a strat there, really favoring the Torb, and the Torb on first point, I kind of dig. The Torb on last was interesting. It also wasn't even Nico running the Torb on last, so Veryl definitely favoring the Swedish builder, but getting nothing out of it. And now Veryl, you're in danger of losing your own map pick.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the last round 2 is that, you know, I think it was just kind of a banner round, but you can't expect that level of contribution from your support, what Cloud was doing on the regular. And even with that contribution from the Zen, you know, Veryl still fell short, which is kind of wild.
Sagi back on the Echo, and Veryl not a ton to counter it. And this reminds me a little bit of Ilios, where KSG is going to be tasked with trying to deal with the Echo, and KSG did not have a great round of it on that task.
Also, the respect towards the flight that Mint immediately dropped Immortality Field wasn't actually needed. And now Mint's dead. They force out the Immortality, and the fall through's immediately there. And Color X falls, but you know, on the whole, Honeypot are the ones setting the tempo here. Cloud out of it. Both supports dead for Veryl. And this is just methodical.
They needed that trade pretty bad to be able to equalize in their supports. Also, defenders are going to come back a little bit quicker. And right now, there's really no one who shoots up. So Veryl is trying to operate this dive. Who's your dive target here? You try to do Ana, but Bertlog's been good on the peel.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is that it gives Soggy a lot of room, but okay, as I said, Nico and Mihawk find both equally. Soggy, I think, just got hacked and quickly dispatched, so they find Soggy when it counts, and now Veryl completely flipped the script, 74% on the point, and you know, Honeypot, maybe they come out and recontest, but probably not. I think, yeah, that's it's not worth. Like, even if anyone could touch, the positioning just would have been not good.
Well, that's the kind of coordination you need on the dive, especially to try to deal with Sagi. But now Sagi is on the Sombra, a hero which they excelled at in Ilios. So Mihawk's got their work cut out for them. Yeah, Sagi just scouting now. Hack on Tracer.
Little hack,
Tracer.
and there's a follow-up. Adam immediately there, and yeah, good old 1-2 coming in from Honeypot. Veryl, 4.5 minutes, I mean, not a bad time in terms of going into point B. Like, you think of how long Honeypot got delayed, this is quicker than what Honeypot did, but I don't know, there's just an element here where it feels like Honeypot is almost in more control of the game.
Yeah, Veryl's banking up, though. 5 ultimates, use them if you got them, but you kind of want to set up an EMP. Tries to go for a manual hack, but nice reactions from Adam to drop the bubble and get out of that situation.
Both Tracers holding on to bomb. Both teams just trying to fish out the proper opportunity. Nano on the Adam. Honeypot says it's time to go. Adam just walking forward, looking for Mint. Another dive through here. Immortality Field down, and so is Mint. EMP coming on out, though, from Veryl.
Got Sagi.
Yeah, I mean, Yang and Bert down quickly, and Veryl trying to make the most of it here. Adam Primal fading. Adam under pressure. Adam's about to fall here. 1 HP down. KSG doesn't let him get away. Mihawk on the follow through, and A nice EMP out here from Mihawk. Lets Varel make some serious progress.
Yeah, very nice EMP. Like I said, it catches Soggy in that, so there's no counter EMP. And then Adam on the dive was what was happening is the backline for Honeypot was also getting pressured out by Varel's Tracer in Nico, so there was going to be no support for Adam. This one's all about the EMP. It's kind of interesting that the timing's going on here, that it's just EMP versus like 50% on the other side. It's going to be really critical to track who's charging faster.
Quick little hack on the Adam. Soggy, meanwhile, waiting for the attempt to drop the EMP. Got a little bit of Tracer v Tracer all the while, but I'm just interested in Soggy here. Nico's already out of the fight. Honeypot, good spot. Maybe Soggy drops EMP, maybe they just wait, and yeah, you get two like that. That's so clean in the neutral hex from Honeypot.
Well, as much as Soggy's been the story, Yang has come in clutch in a lot of these fights. Honeypot may even just hold right now. Soggy has the EMP, is chilling out, but Honeypot on the defense, they're fighting clock. Only 2 minutes left. KSG switches to Ramatra. So, Ramatra Reaper.
Yeah, and the key thing here for Honeypot is that they haven't had to spend anything in the last minute or so. It's just been good at neutral play. Mihawk versus Soggy. Now looking at Soggy's point of view, where Mihawk just like, the Sombra fake out, as it were. Caster hard mode, kind of engaged, but Soggy just waiting for the opportunity to drop an EMP. Mihawk much the same. Now back over to Soggy. Soggy dropping the EMP. KSG and Color X out of the fight early. Both teams down 1, 4v4. For mid rally here for Honeypot, getting a lot more done as Varel just finding themselves pushed back and done. Only a minute 20 left to keep this offense afloat.
Yeah, Varel, it's going to be slower going trying to set up your EMP because you're not diving. You're not there with a Tracer. You're not there with a tank. So really, Soggy's always going to have a decent position to EMP wherever they find it optimal, whereas Varel is, you've got to wait for your perfect EMP where everyone's in the spot already, and Honeypot can read that like a book.
Honeypot, whether it be with ult or in the neutral, has just completely taken control of this point here so far. Yang on to the pulse bomb. Waiting for the opportunity. Nano out early here for Honeypot. On to Bird. Bird just gets the walk for it. Adam following through after with 2. And Honeypot, even KSG getting 2. I don't think that's enough to crack what Honeypot set up as Adam just completes what is set up for him.
Well, Color Hex has done so well at using these nano boost reactions, right? So Birdlog is getting pressure. That wasn't an initiation for Honeypot. It was Birdlog down to 10 HP, and the nano comes in as a save, as a clutch, and then Birdlog just able to swing away, keep everybody up. Varel's gonna have to come in with Annihilation, and we'll see. Soggy can get a hack at 80%. I wouldn't count out Soggy getting EMP in this fight either.
Not at all. Everything against Varel right now. We'll see if they can find a way to make it work. Step 1, probably going to be the Annihilation. Mihawk under pressure. Hack on the Ram. Nearly doesn't get the Annihilation off and still goes down. The Annihilation came out late because of Soggy, who gets the hack, drops the EMP. The bomb, 4th of July was a few days ago, but hey, celebrate anyways, even if you're not from the U.S. Honeypot finishes it out. Not their map choice, but was their map domination. Up 2-0 now over Varel.
This somber gameplay, even in those small moments, as you called out, are just hugely clutch. It came in Ilios, where the Sombra onto Moira was a big problem for Varel trying to initiate a fight, and Varel, just delaying the Annihilation for a second. It helps Honeypot set up their plays better. Soggy is all over the place. Give a lot of credit to Nyang as well. The damage line has been good, and it allows the support line to play reactionary when they get dove or when something happens. Color Hex has not had to use these nano boosts to initiate. They're used defensively, and they've saved fights.
Yeah, it has been a masterclass in from Honeypot. Now just one map away from sweeping Varel out of the Summer Opens entirely. Varel, they gotta dig deep if they want the reverse sweep. Do they have it in them? We're gonna find out soon. Honeypot looking untouchable here so far versus Vero. Vero, they've had some bright spots, including some really impressive Zen play on their Midtown defense, but Hex, other than that, most of the metrics you could track, it's just gone the way of Honeypot.
Yeah, just it seems like their composition is a little more thought out, and obviously you're getting great play from both damage players. But Vero was cooking something a little bit, right? With the Orisa and the Torb. So with another map selection, I don't know. Maybe a curveball is what does it.
Yeah, but it's going to have to curve a lot because realistically, between the two teams, while they came out with an interesting composition, I would still rate Honeypot the more versatile and effectiveness of the two teams, particularly, just how Soggy has been able to flex and make things work, whether it be on the Echo or on the Sombra. It's definitely, of all the parts that have been working well for Honeypot, that part in particular has been a real thorn in Veryl's side.
Yeah, we're going to go to Gibraltar. It's a map that we've seen teams pick if they want to rely on long-range hit scan. I mean, this goes to World Cup as well for the last couple of weeks of seeing this, is if you have a player that you think can play the Ashe or the Widow at a better spot than the other squad, you go for it. So I think for Vero, that would be Mihawk. I don't think there were any substitutions. It's also not the greatest map for a Sombra Tracer dive, but it's still okay-ish.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's versatile enough that you can kind of make it work wherever. Although, you think about combinations you can come out with here, wouldn't be super surprised to see more Echo. Yeah, I was going to say.
Is out. Okay, Mihawk out. Also, Merit is going to come in. I don't think it's the Life Weaver specialist. I think it's probably going to be Baptiste.
Merit comes in and also Bap at the same time. That's generally how it works. Meanwhile, you look at Honeypot, this makes sense. The fact that they're opening here on the Echo, Yang is still going to have to do a bit of cardio if they stay on the Tracer. This is one of those maps that, as a Tracer, you kind of have to work for it. A lot of stairs.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we talk about Soggy, it's a dishonest hero, and getting the work done on Tracer alone for Yang has been really good.
Also, Soggy swapping out and not going in on the Echo. Instead, off to the Sombra. So Tracer Sombra versus Tracer Sombra. Big difference, though, in the support lines that both teams are running. Adam immediately, just immediately destroys Mint. Finished his meal and had the Mint, is how we saw there. Got Cloud also, well, that's a start to the defensive arrow. What more can you say? That's about the worst case scenario. Adam keeps getting staggers. What is going on? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of fish in a barrel right now, too. Also, Honeypot, with this support line that they have, both long-range support are going to be able to support the dive a lot better, and you can see Adam go aggressive. And once Honeypot does the supports, these support lines can also put out a ton of damage, too. Adam gets saved.
Nico gets Yang. First pick off here from Vero. Vero's still towards B. They need to worry about the point. Oh, this is where you get the C9 territory. Nico grabs another. Merit on the immediate punish, and I think Nico might have done enough for Vero. Oh, maybe in case she gets caught. Now Honeypot, if they were thinking about regrouping, now Adam's like, oh wait, there's no Winston? You're telling me I can just walk onto the payload? And the answer is yes. A quick hack on Adam. Adam jumping up. Has to do self-destruct under pressure. Just goes to the high ground for the free remake. Nico runs foul of a kunai color hex going, I used to play DPS. No big deal.
It's that damage backline. Also give Merit a ton of credit for both of the immortality fields extending Adam's life as long as they did. And now Honeypot and Beryl, I mean, you don't need to tell me what we're going to focus on for the next fight, right? It's the purple hero.
That, needless to say, EMP is what it's about. Both teams, EMP good to go, swapping between the Sombra to Sombra, and we got a pause.
Yeah, Soggy might have lagged out there. Soggy is the one that calls for the pause, and you saw right there Soggy taken out by Nico on the other side of things. So we shall see. But I really like what this support line's cooking. You know, as much credit as we've given the damage dealers for Honeypot, and they've looked great, and as much credit as we've given Adam, especially on that first point push, look great. But bringing in Merritt and then letting Color Hex run the Kiriko, you saw the amplification matrix in Kiriko. That's brutal. That's a lot of damage. Also, I'm kind of just quietly rooting for Merritt to have a better time than they did the other day. That was a tough one.
Yeah. All in all, though, pretty quick stuff coming out from Honeypot. And, again, I just look at the opening there where, yeah, it's good supports and help enable it, but the opening there, just going back and reflecting, it's like, Adam gets Brig. Adam gets Kiriko. Adam gets Sombra. Adam just holding W the entire time like a madman, just feasting on the diva. It's just like, oh boy, that not the ideal setup for for the opener. But in case you're wondering, so Soggy asked for a pause, was holding still, got taken down by Tracer. I guess there was some overriding issue for the pause, and disconnected from the lobby. So presumably there's some technical issue there for Soggy, as opposed to just going, you know what, I'm just going to delay the game because screw him. That usually doesn't happen for players. Usually there's an underlying reason, right? So that's why we're just here, staring at the studio, as it were.
That's a good looking studio. At least there's
Really
that.
is.
I mean, we're used to pauses at this point. I think, a couple of our World Cup qualifier games, some innumerable amounts of pauses happened there. So, yeah, Soggy, obviously something had gone awry there, and you saw the pause come in as they were taken out by Tracer. So we'll get it figured out. Well, we won't. Somebody else will, but we'll let you know when it's figured out.
Yeah, and instead, we just get to talk here. We get to look at the studio, relax, look at some highlights that are coming in soon. I love as we're looking here, the camera just goes up and down. It's like, it's not static. It just moves left to right to up. Like, you can really get entranced by the camera motion we're seeing here, at least when it's 6 a.m. local time,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a jib shot. It's not a RoboCam. Maybe a drone. Maybe there's just a drone flying through the studios. But yeah, it's someone is at the studio. Players aren't. But yeah,
is that the old Overwatch? Motion. Is that like from the old Overwatch League set in 2018? I know like a lot of those set pieces get preserved and like repurposed. I wonder if it made it to the studio here. It's like, yeah, you got this old Overwatch League piece, but yeah, you can have it. You'd be surprised at the amount of set pieces and otherwise that Blizzard has had in store.
Just the transportation cost alone to move the season 1 and 2 desk around was ridiculous. As a big pice that had to do some traveling. Yeah, did some traveling too. So obviously these are the highlights. Honeypot is up 2-0 off of the strength of their damage line. Soggy getting it all done on Sombra, getting hacks, but Lijiang has been there right along the way, putting in the damage as Tracer in. Right now, I mean, they're running the meta for the most part. Soggy had Echo a little bit, but the Tracer Sombra dive has really been the most popular composition I think we've seen in the last couple of weeks, and if you can run it to perfection, it is a difficult comp to stop.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason why things become meta and commonly used, and usually that reason, it's not complex, right? It's good, it's strong. That's just how it goes for a lot of this, and it should be no surprise. And look, I think it's healthy. We've had these debates a lot of times about like what is good meta, etc. I will take ultra dive heavy action packed metas over any other meta in Overwatch. I apologize if you look at this like, no, I liked GOAT, slow it down. I will have a gentlemanly disagreement with you, because seeing big Tracer plays, Sombra plays as it were now, and all the other things you can mix into this meta, I think it's super healthy for the game. It's exciting, and yeah, a little bit of play-by-play caster bias, but I love it. On the whole, it does make some very good Overwatch, and just again, look here, a lot of Tracer in these highlights.
I've been of the opinion, and I'm on record as saying the meta is in the best shape when Tracer's meta. is just the best hero to watch. High skill expression heroes, which I think is the big thing. You know, you can write a 40-page essay on goats. Lord knows people have, and why.
One person went to 96. If you
Was
go
it
deep enough
96?
into the
I didn't
Overwatch
get
lore.
through all 96. And explaining the reasons and why it is an important meta, but visually fun to watch. I like pulse bombs, I like blinks. Adding the Sombra into it too, so Dive has always been around. It's always Tracer, Winston. Diva comes in and helps out too, so you can pick your tank, but the Dive has almost always been Tracer, especially with how Genji is right now. Tracer's just a little stronger and more survivable.
Yeah, Genji, you know, I think Genji, when you wonder, is like when Genji is like always played versus like more of a niche pick. A lot of it comes down to how strong is Genji without played, right? Like, you think back to the old school days and, you know, people like Shadowburn, right? You know, Genji was dominant before the Blade and during the Blade, is kind of the thing. Whereas, you know, now you see Genji use this sort of, okay, they have two really good mid to long range threats and we're running an Ana. We'll use the Genji, the pressure, and then, you know, go for Nano Blade. But we're back in game.
Well, luckily we don't have to hear my opinion on Genji, because if you know me at all, it is not favorable. But, you know, Genji is... I don't want to kick a hero when they're down, so Genji's fine. So Beryl looking to set this up. Obviously losing Zagi is tough there, because now they're way behind on EMP charge. Beryl, you know, it's not the most honorable thing, but you have to take advantage of this. Yeah, the Primal. Yeah, the EMP had to come out there because you know that Sagi just lost EMP, so you can now track and lap them. And Merritt goes down, and yeah, QT takes down both points.
Yeah, that disconnect for Sagi, definitely a big difference maker, just if for nothing else, the change EMP-wise, but Adam gonna get taken down. So, regardless of the circumstances, the world we live in right now is that Veryl gets to do a full reset up on their defense on Point B Gibraltar. One of the best things that can happen for any team on defense on this map. Honeypot gonna have to kind of start from scratch here, starting with Adam.
ColorX just going after it. The DC resets all the momentum, and momentum's so key for this map, for this point in particular. But Honeypot doing a good job of putting down some pressure. And now with Adam on the high ground, and I mean, I love the character.
She is in trouble.
Too.
This is not where you want to be as Winston right now. Nico, meanwhile, pulse bomb out. He's going to trade out with Immortality Field. Yang, super low. Honeypot, though, able to heal back up. Bomb from Adam. Aggressive bomb. Doesn't get anything. Does force Beryl back a little bit. Yang holding on the pulse bomb, looking for a target here for Honeypot. All clumped over to the side. Bomb out. No! Does not connect. Meanwhile, Merritt here on top. Shooting through the window. The poke damage on the KSG, again, pretty heavy as KSG is just running for dear life. It's nothing but damage on the KSG. Nano, though, up, goes on the KSG, stems the bleeding. Sagi, though, drops EMP in response, gets low, but the EMP sets up Young and Adam for 2 quick kills. And that might be enough for Honeypot to get through the B blockade.
Yeah, I mean, the Yang coming through is so important, but the big thing to look at is QK now just has ultimate 99% when that fight happened. So Sagi, just the timing advantage to pull off that EMP early. They were even before, especially, you know, QK was able to lap Sagi because of the disconnect, but now it's actually the saddest checkmark to see that QK wasn't able to use all that in this fight.
All right. Honeypot picking up the momentum where they left it off after a tough round of circumstances. Vero trying to stop it here. KSG is in. Primal on deck. Has to use it early. QK under pressure. Translocates out. No EMP. Meanwhile, you look at KSG and I feel like the pressure's going to be coming here for KSG. Immediately burned down the half. Is able to get away, but no Primal, no Nano. You might be able to message KSG's life here in seconds because I don't know what's going to save him. Kitsune out. Oax trying to deal for Merritt here in the back. Nico's bomb connects though. Puts Honeypot in a bad spot, and KSG was able to be a little bit more conservative. Lives a little bit of Tracer v Tracer in the back, but you know, as Veryl, you take the time savings here.
Yeah, absolutely. The EMP didn't seem like it got a whole lot, but just some nice recovery there, especially from Nico on this Tracer. Has come through to eliminate some heroes and get those kills. But now, you know, it's not hard to track if you're Viral. They used EMP and Honeypot didn't. They have to know it's incoming, and you need to spread out a little bit.
They need Nano for KSG. KSG needs Nano. Take whatever side you want. That, to me, is the story here before Honeypot engages, but the Nano is up. It's good for KSG. And Nano immediately used on KSG. In fact, KSG goes to the back line, sees Merit, makes Merit drop the Immortality Field, thinking that the pain isn't coming. Instead, KSG just keeps off the other way. Lijiang able to find Mint off the bomb. Nice little pick up there for Honeypot. Sets up 5v4. Vero looking very low across the board. Kyuki can't finish off Merit. And now, Honeypot. 1 minute left to go. A great position to be in. The EMP from Soggy could be the ender. Drops it. It's just KSG. All they want is the Winston. Is KSG gonna live? No. Gets punished on down. Honeypot so close to what they need.
Kyuki could counter this too. Again, defender's advantage going to come in absolutely enormous right now. EMP comes up as 4.
But where's the follow through? Yeah, people aren't at a spawn really. There's no follow through for the EMP. You know, you got the first part, which is coverage. The second part is the execution. Sleep though into bomb. You'll love to see that. Nico takes those freebies when they happen, but the rest of the team fight is still nothing but Honeypot as they push the payload to the end.
Poor Merit. Even when they live, or even when the Honeypot wins, it seems like Merit is getting so hard focused. Really nice first round though for Merit. The Immortality Fields were really good in putting a lot of pressure on the tanks. As I mentioned, the Honeypot support line has such this enormous damage potential, whereas, you know, Varyl's running an Ana and a Brig, which is more of a survivability, more of an anti-dive, but it has been a huge difference of trying to confirm kills, and Merit just doesn't allow it. Also, the Kiriko, you know, Color Hack's former damage player, and, you know, giving the headshot boost hero to Color Hacks doesn't seem fair. But Color X, I love the Kiriko kind of implemented in parts of these dives. You don't necessarily think of Kiriko as a dive hero, like you didn't think of Mercy as a dive hero, but when Adam goes in, Color X can come with and support, and they become a really interesting tandem. And you saw it on second point on the top of the shuttle. They did that pretty consistently.
Yeah, finishing Gibraltar at all is not necessarily guaranteed. So Viral, you know, let's kind of recap the stakes here. Viral's down 2 maps. To stay alive, they need the reverse sweep. If they do not reverse sweep, that's it. This is the lower bracket. Viral is done. So, really, everything for Viral riding on this attack. And you can't really think beyond this attack, but, you know, if they don't win the attack, well, they won't have to think about anything at all as far as the tournament goes. That's it. And that's a pretty good trade. We'll trade your Tracer for Winston any day of the week, though. Yeah, she's going to be back a little bit earlier. And you're just trying to delay on the defense. Not bad for Honeypot.
You've just finished the map if you're Honeypot, so you can fight clock. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up taking inopportune fights, inopportune trades.
Immortality Field going to get forced out and down. Moment of opportunity here for Viral, depending on how they want to play it. Adam, meanwhile, just goes to the car wash. He goes, let's start a shooting. Yang and Adam behind the car wash. They chase down Nico. Nico just couldn't get away from that one.
I lost a lot of this is just how good Adam's peel has been. You see all the dive and you see the aggression, especially on the first point offense. But always there when the team needs him.
Yeah, I mean, Adam's finally getting D-Mac. Adam sometimes getting taken out. What? Pilot Diva finds the Brig. Uh-oh. Kodak still around. Adam's getting real close to getting mech back. Adam calls down the mech, but no, Nico denies it at the last second. Meanwhile, speaking of Tracers, Tracer be Tracer here in the car wash. Yang getting the better of it. Honeypot's playing this real scrappy, and Hex, you know, I think you called it right in the sense that they can just play more aggressive because they're fighting the clock more than anything else.
It doesn't have to be perfect. Wouldn't surprise me to see them jump right in now. And also Honeypot, 5 ults, pick your poison.
Oh, I think the first poison is EMP, although Soggy gets hacked. Nice hack from Kyuki to slow it down. Another Sagi's saying here, please, hack fade. Meanwhile, KSG just beating up Merit in the corner. Fist of stone as Nico lands the bomb on the Merit.
Every time we go to Merit, something bad is happening to Merit.
I know what that chuckles. Yeah, I mean, right now the story is that even when Honeypot wins, Merit loses.
And it's not Merit Falls. Merit's playing well. It's just after the Tracer abuse they had to endure as well. The fact that we're going to Merit getting boxed into the corner.
Actually just beaten within an inch of his life. And out of his life. But EMP up from Soggy. It's good.
Right away.
Yeah. Yang was able to punish QQ right away, pushes West Feral back. Also, Feral used Rally and Nano? And they lose Cloud. This is a painful engage from Veryl right now. They double ult in response, and they don't secure it. In fact, Honeypot claws it back. Only a minute left. Oh, you talk about stomach problems, except for you on the real life end. I think I just caught some. It's contagious.
Yeah, feeling a little bit nauseous, even if you weren't already. Not ideal. That's their win condition, too, to throw in the Nano. Now Veryl has to really hope that Q can get to EMP. 45 seconds should be enough to get to 40%. Also, Nico could have a win condition, too, but Honeypot playing this so well. They don't have to take perfect fights.
That was a mugging. That was just an outright mugging between Soggy and Adam, just sending the hero to the Shadow Realm. And oh no, KSG stuck between, do you primal or get staggered? You get staggered. 22 seconds left for Veryl. Their season on the line, as it were, at least tournament life. Tournament life more apt. Either way, 13 seconds to make something happen, or it is over in all senses of the word.
They've got everything they need. This EMP has to be big. Primal to stall out, too. Should be fine.
Already, Jan strikes. Gets Mint out of the fight. Adam on the Cloud. Both supports gone for Veryl, and their chances going with it. Yang able to get the last little bit. Soggy onto the counterpart, just winning the mirror across the board. Overtime's gonna tick down. GG's called. This Honeypot win the series and knock Veryl out of contention.
Yeah, the counter EMP doing some work there. Honeypot just more coordinated. If you think about it, just kind of across the board, but the damage dealers looked really good in the first couple maps, and simply just getting more value out of them. I think Nico was okay on the Tracer, was able to match for a little bit, but definitely Soggy Sombra was consistently getting more value, even if you go back to Ilios. Adam looked good. Merritt got beaten up, but hey, you win a map. Just solid play from Honeypot, and you know, they're a team that they might, you know, be able to, I guess I want to say upset potential. They're coming out of the lower bracket.
Yeah, so Honeypot, not a team to be underestimated in the lower bracket, and you know, really in most metrics you can measure, just played better than Veryl today. There's very few things I can look at and think, well, where did Veryl look better? Zen play and one map. That's about all that comes to mind, truthfully.
Yeah, the tour was fun. Yeah, but for the most part, Honeypot just executing better, and especially when you're running these mirror compositions, it really just does come down to the pure execution. Soggy is going to win your player of the match. It was a close vote. It was either going to be Soggy or Yang.
Or Adam, like, is one of those things where Adam got one vote, but if we decide to go with Adam, which we're thinking about, then maybe it should go to Adam. But that also kind of shows you that, yeah, Honeypot in general was having a banner day. Just really solid performance across the board. But, I mean, Soggy, the EMPs back on Ilios, the Echo play that was, like, contested, the Echo play here into the Sombra play. Soggy was just a continual difference maker the entire match long.
Yeah, even a Genji highlight of all things. But if you think about Ilios, Avril was looking at some stuff and helped us out a little bit in chat. It was pretty much Soggy just taking out the Moira that straight up won them fights a couple of times, and that continued across the board with Soggy which map was it? Was it Midtown able to hack the Ramatra before Annihilation comes out? And in Overwatch, when you get 1 second of difference to set up a fight, it's game changing. And they were able to capitalize on Soggy's Sombra play consistently. Like I said, Yang looked good. Everyone looked really solid. Color Hex defensive nanos looked good. Yeah, it's a team that's, I think, you know, we got them playing NT in the lower bracket. That should be a matchup.
Well, here are today's results in case you're just tuning in. Of course, VODs are always available, but the quick recap is MFC over NDY. Kind of an anime matchup for, you know, a few reasons we're not going to get into, but 3-2. MFC kind of played with fire on that one, but they finished out in the end. 0 just annihilated NGUK. I mean, that crab looked like the Delta P crab to me, and I looked at that. When they got you, as it turns out. But NT, 3-1 over ODH. That one was a lot closer than the score made it out to be. ODH's unconventional comps really made it happen. And, of course, what we saw here where Honeypot was just excellent. Bracket, though, Group A, everything being set for our next day of play. Kraken versus SPG in the upper, 0 versus MFC in the lower.
Yeah, Zero's a fun team to watch. I would expect them to at least make some noise. FMB Rhodes, that's a banger and a half. And then Honeypot versus NT, both teams with some upset potential. It is recency bias, but just watching Honeypot play in that coordination, it looked cleaner than NT, but NT had to go against ODH, which it's just hard to get a gauge on how a team is going to deal with that.
You know, when a team plays off meta, they can make everyone against them look a little bit bad, is part of it. But yeah, FMV Rhodes, I'm excited for that, if nothing else. We get to see, you know, the old Yapin versus Prida, what's going to be stronger, and all this kicks off next week on Wednesday, so all the teams involved getting a nice little break. We're getting a break here, Hexes. Between Overwatch World Cup and this program, we've done a lot of days of casting in a row. Still got my voice, though.
It's been a lot in a row. I mean, going from, you know, the good old 5 a.m. call time to, you know, 2 a.m. call time. It's just been a little bit strange, but it has been worth it. We've been treated to some very, very good Overwatch, and we'll continue next week. But the nice thing is, it's still dark out, and I might get to go to bed before the sun's up.
Yep. Well, that's what you think until, you know, your neighbors upstairs wake up and you just hear, you know, the feet are rolling. Because, Hex, you're cursed when it comes to your sleep. Terrible things just seem to happen. But, you know, throwing all that aside, it has been good Overwatch. And, you know, these, you say you make the sacrifices for it. Doesn't really feel like a sacrifice when the matches are good. And, yeah, you know, couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, you gotta love good Overwatch. You know, we kind of bloviated about Sombra Tracer being fun to watch, and we've seen some teams just absolutely perfect it of watching Sombra Tracer Winston. Sombra Tracer Diva also works. A lot of good stories here, but that has been the story of this tournament in particular to me, and I kind of thought it would region-wise. In World Cup, you see teams like really going to their strengths. Obviously, we saw ODH trying something different, but Sombra Tracer Winston and Sombra Tracer Dive is the best meta, and to watch it be performed and perfected at a high level has been a treat.
All right, well, the stage is set here on the Summer Opens. The conclusion going to be wrapping up next week. But for now, we'll leave you and just look forward to next week where it all will truly begin.